good luck to all you guys. Yep. Anytime I walk towards the right side, I don't want to slow down, but I'm getting feedback. On the speaker? I may have to move the speaker. Yeah. Is it coming through pretty loud? Ready? All right. All right, you guys ready? Ready for introductions? Okay. I'll stand on the other side. All right, guys. Here we go. We had 359 players in today's HPT main event. Let's give our final 9 players a round of applause. In the 1 seat, we have Mary Sturgis with 1,328,000 chips from Rolla, Missouri. Let's give Mary in the 1 seat a round of applause. Last time we were here at Ameristar, Mary actually got 9th place, so back-to-back final tables for Mary. In the 2 seat, we have Matt Bond with 346,000 chips from Dallas, Texas. Let's give Matt in the 2 seat a round of applause.
Go Texas.
This is actually Matt's 4th HPT main event final table. Matt's best is a 3rd place, so Matt's looking to do better than 3rd place today. And in the 3 seat, we have John Kerfman with 2,167,000 chips from Fishhook, Illinois. Let's give John in the 3 seat a round of applause. John's actually won an HPT main event before in Tama, Iowa. John was actually in through a 375 qualifier as well. In the 4th seat, we have Joe Landesi with 626,000 in chips from Des Plaines, Illinois. Let's give Joe in the 4th seat a round of applause. This is Joe's first HPT main event final table. Joe's in through a $200 qualifier. And in the 5 seat, we have Everett Lawrence with 1,346,000 chips from Marshall, Illinois. Let's give Everett in the 5 seat a round of applause. This is also Everett's first HPT main event final table. And in the 6th seat, we have Ed Sebesta with 1,482,000 chips from Richmond, Texas. Let's give Ed in the 6th seat a round of applause. Ed actually donates 100% of his HPT earnings here on from the main events. Actually, this is Ed's 3rd main event, and he's made the final table 3 times in a row. So once again, let's give Ed a round of applause in the 6th seat. And in the 7th seat, we have Mike Urbanik with 178,000 chips from St. Peters, Missouri. Let's give Mike in the 7th seat a round of applause. This is actually Mike's first final table as well. And in the 8th seat, we have Tom Morris with 2,211,000 in chips. Tom is our chip leader here at the final table from Wentzville, Missouri. Let's give Tom in the 8th seat a round of applause. Tom is also in through a 375 qualifier as well. And in the 9th seat, we have Jeff Landher with 1,089,000 in chips from Wentzville, Missouri as well. Let's give Jeff in the 9th seat a round of applause. This is Jeff's 2nd HPT final table. He got 9th at River City here in St. Louis a couple years back. Once again, let's give our final 9 players a round of applause.
Mary, I just have to tell you, this is my 3rd, so I can have more than you. I didn't want to tell you.
I was right there at the Lake St. Louis exit. The house is just north.
Yeah, I know wherever that's at.
Yeah. I had a house, 22 Bedford, and my daughter's was 34 Bedford. You know, I bought a house 2 doors down. So
hello everyone, Jeremy Smith here for the HPT. We're at the Ameristar Casino in St. Charles, Missouri. We had 359 players. We're down to our final 9. Let's get the cards in the air.
I had a 4-bedroom house. I used 1 bedroom, literally.
You're big blind.
I didn't even go in the kitchen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert, and we are broadcasting here from the beautiful property St. Charles, the Ameristar Casino Resort Spa. I'm going to quick ask our producer, Zach, a little less Jeremy in my ear, if I could, please. Just a little less. As much as I love the man, the myth, the legend, Jeremy Smith. That's better. I can't hear him at all now. So
that's actually the best way.
It might be. You know, I mean, we could do this without Jeremy. So, Dominic, this is my first chance to join you in the broadcast booth.
And likewise.
So I can't say I'm looking forward to it, but maybe a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
that sounds
feeling's
fair.
mutual. Yeah, exactly. But no, looking forward to it. This should be a good time. And wow, look at this. We've already got an all-in. And, Zach, I'll take a little of Jeremy in my ear, please.
This is Mike Urbaniak, who's gone all in here. He's coming to the final table with just 7 big blinds, so you knew he was going to be making a move soon. And it looks like he's going to take down this spot right here. Once again, for those of us following us on Twitch TV, we do not have hole cards. The state of Missouri did not permit us to have that in here, so that's why we're able to go live instead of being on a delay. And also a quick bit of information. We have our Easter egg chips for our main event here at St. Charles. The purple, a little confusing colors. The purples are actually worth 1,000. The tan and brown chips are worth 5,000, and the orange chips are worth 25,000. So that'll help give you an idea of who's got what here as we get underway.
So we started with 359 entrants, and now we are down to our final 9. We paying 36. Total prize pool just about $510,000, and min cash right now for the final 9, $12,286, and up top, Dominic, the big cash, first place, $117,249.
Nice work if you can get it, certainly, and certainly more than we're getting for this.
Well, yeah, let's not get into that right now.
That's right.
Let's not get into that right now.
But we have a final table made up of 4 local players, 4 Missourians, 3 folks from Illinois, and 2 Texans. So it's a little bit of a battle here. And here goes Mike again going all in.
Is Mike late for a lunch date or something? Because
well, like I told you, he came in with less than 10 big blinds here today. So
just a little. I have none right now. So now over to Mary. Mary final table this the last time we were here.
We have so many great stories here today.
We really do.
And Mary is probably the most remarkable. The fact that she has. There's been a lot of controversy recently, certainly in the poker world, about women playing poker and stuff like that, and the fact that she has final tabled this event. You final table any event, any main event back-to-back years is remarkable, but to do this 2 events in a row is really phenomenal.
Mary is a substitute teacher and a property manager. Last time she was here, 9th place. The best part about this story from Mary, she's into this event for just $375. Right. And Dominic, I love success stories like that, because that's what the HPT was really built on, is getting in through these qualifiers.
Sure, I think we've had about a third of the players, at least 3 I know of. I saw them playing in qualifiers. Those people don't know I supervise this event as well. So I've been hanging around watching a lot of these people grind through this tournament series that we've had here, and seeing many of them. It looks like Mary is contemplating a call here of Mike's all in.
Boy, she's it looks like she's stacking chips there. We don't have the whole cards. It makes it kind of fun for us. We can try to guess.
It's a totally different broadcasting dynamic. We were so excited. I think it was either the first or second player who went all in when I did the event in Boomtown. We were so excited because he was the first person to turn over his hand, and he had pocket kings, and we were all like, "Oh man, fantastic! He's going to double up!" And for whatever reason, it took the camera like 10 or 15 seconds to get both cards in the photo to get to that shot, of where the board's going to be. And the other guy had pocket aces and had both the suits of the kings covered.
Oh wow!
So we were like, "Oh my God!" The emotion just completely flipped.
Sure. So Matt Bond's going to fold, so Mike's going to win his second.
Mike's going to hang around here,
for
a little bit longer. I mean, he came in, like I said, 7 big blinds to start the day. We're at 12.24, and he had 178,000 starting in. So his M number is 3. So you knew he was going to be getting pretty aggressive here early on with almost an 82 cards.
So Mike is 48 years old from St. Peters, Missouri. Total career winnings 35,000. So he could just absolutely crush that here today, depending on where he finishes. I just mentioned 12,286 was min cash. 4th place money, not too shabby, 34,665, and 2nd place 74,224,000. So glad you are with us today on Twitch.
Yeah, Mike here, his biggest cash was just under $25,000, and that was a WSOP ring event that he won in Tunica back in 2012. So we're talking about a guy who's pretty experienced in tournament poker and knows what he has to do coming into today as short a stack as he came in with.
That voice you're hearing in the background, and I'll tell Zach one more time, just a little less Jeremy. Jeremy is our tournament director. He's the guy in charge of knuckleheads like you as well.
Yes.
But he's the one out there calling the
him.
action. I think we might actually just take him out of our ear completely. Kenneth James just sitting down now. Now we've got a real poker player and Ken's beautiful girlfriend and the dog.
And the puppy is here too.
They're all here. Julie, how are you? Grab a seat, Ken. We're going to trade off headsets, and we're doing a round robin here. Back to the poker action, though. Mary folds over to Matt Bond now. Matt's going to fold. Over to Johnny K. Johnny's a good friend of mine. I remember when he won this. I won an HPT 2009 in my home state of Iowa.
Yes, he did.
Thank you, Zach. That sounds much better. Johnny K, I walked into the venue with him. We always have weird stories like this. The first guy I see, I walk in. I'm like, John, how are you? Good to see you. You think you can win one of these again? And we walked in together. I haven't talked to him since then. We walked in together today, and he said I'm at the final table.
There you go.
Go to the flop now. It's 10-7 deuce.
Tom and John in this pot right here.
Johnny's going to check over to Tom.
John checks over to Tom.
Tom Morse was our chip leader coming into the day with 2.2 million.
That is 75,000.
And he's also one of our least successful, I guess you'd say, tournament. He only has 2 major cashes, one of them being for $3,500 at the bounty event that we from our last stop here in St. Louis. So a local guy who doesn't have much lifetime cashes, but he takes down this spot here, right here, and is obviously looking to make a big splash here today.
Well, you know, Dominic, it's never too late to start, and he's just he's
not.
at the right age, 73.
Sure.
You know, to start this poker career and start crushing Hendon Mob.
He's been playing roughly for, I'd say, about 6 or 7 years. His first cash came in 2011, and then basically he had 5 years, hanging out with the grandkids and stuff like that.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Doing more cash games than tournament work usually for him.
We bring Kenneth James into the fold now, my friend. How are you, sir? Good, great to see you. How was breakfast? We got to. Do we have to turn that mic on? And Zach, I think still, if we can
there's an on switch.
We can cut Jeremy in half again, otherwise lose him.
Breakfast is great. Breakfast of champions, oatmeal, strawberries.
You see that? I might need to trade it in. Looks like I do.
Rest. Parlay today, so you're well rested, well fed. So your brain, mind can focus on what the task at hand is today.
Action over to Mike. Before you got here, he had all his chips in the middle in the first 2 hands. You can hear Jeremy. He's trying to get the speaker shut down as the all page in the casino is apparently bothering
Mike's
the
got
players.
enough chips now where he feels he doesn't have to shove, and he's going to make a raise here. Looks like 65,000 on the raise.
Tom and Jeff both fold. Now over to Mary in the 1 seat.
And Mary's reaching for a bunch of orange chips, and she is going to re-raise here.
Mary's going to re-raise
It's like 180.
to 180,000.
180,000. It's full. Mr. Bond folds now over to Johnny K. John's profession is what his shirt says right there. He runs the Kerfman Farms in Illinois.
What do they farm there?
Not sure what they farm. They don't let city slickers like me around places like that because I just don't do very well. What do you need there, Kenneth James? I just got it on the email. You got that email? They didn't give us any photocopies of that. All right, action. Back over to Mike, the original raiser.
And he's going to lay it down to Mary. Mary had one of the big reasons Mary is here today is we got down to the final 3 tables yesterday, and she won a massive 3-way all-in, aces versus kings versus jacks. She had the aces, and they held up. She ended up busting one player, and that's how she actually became the last woman standing in this event. She busted another female player and also crippled the other opponent that she was in the hand with. And that put her up, I believe, to like 3rd in chips at the time. She was one of our first millionaires. And that has propelled her to the final table appearance here today. As we said, back-to-back final tables for Mary Sturgis here at Ameristar Casino St. Charles in the HPT main event. Just an absolutely phenomenal performance by her the last 2 times we have been here.
All right, the action continues. James Larson, my name, alongside Kenneth James, my broadcast partner on the television show, and Dominic Siebert. I always thought it was Seibert, but I should expect it was more like a Seabet. Siebert, not Seibert. Good to have you.
It was not
join
changed
us.
for poker purposes. like Joe Theismann changed his name from Thiesman to Theismann after he won the Heisman Trophy. It's not the same thing.
All right, Ed's going to raise it up here.
Ed is another one of our remarkable stories here. This is his 3rd HPT main event final table this year. It's not even Easter yet, folks, and he's already made 3 final tables. He was at the final table that I did in New Orleans, and he also made the final table in Black Hawk, which was like 2 weeks later. He finished 3rd in New Orleans, made about $25K, and then $32K for that 7th place finish he had in Colorado, and he is going to raise and take this pot right here. He donates all of his winnings to his church, the Congregation of the Holy Cross, which is in Richmond, Dallas, Texas area. And what's the old saying? If you make, how many stories have you seen where someone makes a massive charitable donation and then reaps another financial windfall almost immediately right after?
That's
We're
the
like
way
the
it's supposed to
comic justice of
work.
the universe.
That's the way it's supposed to work, right? That's why we all do that. Well, that's why they all do that, I guess.
Well, we're talking about donations, not on a poker table.
Well, right, yeah, exactly. That's it.
Yeah, well, twofold, threefold, tenfold, I don't know, whatever it is. It's just amazing how that works out sometimes.
Fold it around now to the 9 seat of Jeff. Jeff's in all Cardinal gear, hat, jacket.
Yeah, I put out a tweet earlier this series because opening day was on a Sunday, for Major League Baseball. And I said, they're serious about their baseball and their Cardinals here in St. Louis when the ushers at church have Cardinals jerseys on during the service.
Yes.
It was unbelievable. We got guys walking down with the collection baskets that they pass around. He's got Yadier Molina on the back of his jersey. It was outstanding.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I got a chance to go to a game Friday night when I was here. And
yes, and while I was working, I was very upset with you.
You saw the pictures. We were up in the Bank of America suite enjoying some great beverages, and boy, they really do it right here. And, I lived in Minnesota for so many years, and we had 87 and 91 where we won World Series, but boy, we just don't see the kind of crowds they do out here in St. Louis, and obviously Winnie does that.
We got Mary, who is who's made the initial raise here to 85,000, and John has called him. We're heads up to a Jack 9-8 flop, and Mary is going to continue firing with a $110,000 bet.
And Kenna, without the whole cards today, your job is to play Rain Man.
Rain Man, you got it.
You're
Tell
gonna
us
be Rain
exactly
Man.
what they have.
You got it.
Take
see
it, Mary.
spades.
Flash looks like a 9 there.
Looks like a 10.
9 or a 10.
9
9 or a 10 of spades.
Yeah,
With either one of those cards, pretty decent.
that's right.
in that
So,
situation.
one of the things in playing this event, and I played this event, that was a challenge, and it lasted for a long time, is these chip colors.
Yes.
I mean, this is one of the rare tournaments you start with 5 different colors of chips, but they're not even, I don't even know if they qualify as colors because they're pastel.
Yeah, they call them the Easter egg chips here because that's what it looks like. It's very unusual because they're a non-standard coloration. The 25s are pink, they're usually green. The green chips are 500.
Yeah, we go over them slowly here,
yeah.
so those watching at home.
Yeah, we went over the purples are 1,000, which are normally 500.
Right.
They're sort of like white and brown chips, tan and brown chips. They're 5,000. And those would probably be better suited actually to be $100 chips, which were blue, I think, in this setup.
Well, black.
Yeah.
Well, the $100.
The hundreds were blue, and then these orange chips are worth 25,000. Which
So those
is
are the high society
yeah, those
chips
are the
right
high
now,
society
the
chips.
orange
Yeah,
chips.
and that's a pretty reasonable color, obviously, as well. But
Yeah.
yeah, we've had more than our fair share of confusion at this event because of unusual chip color combinations.
Yeah, those green 500s are normally $25
Right.
chips, so those are, and the purple once again are what?
Are 1,000.
1,000. So we got the 1,000 and then the 5,000 in the tan and black, and
This
then
is
the
a lawsuit
25K,
waiting to
the high
happen.
society, the biggest chip on the table is those orange chips. So each stack of those is about $500 million.
Yes, that is
If
correct.
they're in stacks of 20 minutes. So that gets
So we have an opening raise here made by Tom, who was our chip leader coming into today. And Jeff is the one man who makes the call. This is Jeff Lanner. Players are sitting side by side. Jeff, one of our more experienced players, he has just over $400,000 in tournament earnings. And he is another one of our remarkable stories here. Obviously, a local guy you see with all the Cardinals gear. We've held usually 2 events here in St. Louis. The last, I'd say, 5 or 6 years or so. 4 of the last 5 years, he has cashed in a main event here at Ameristar Casino in St. Charles or River City, the other Ameristar property here, and that's pretty amazing to be that consistent in a main event. This is his first final table, making it this far.
He looks like a pitcher.
Yeah, he kind of does. He's got that baseball player look. River card here is the jack of clubs. It's going to go check by Tom. Now over to Jeff.
Very dicey board right now, obviously, with 5 Broadway cards sitting out there.
And I have a feeling Jeff, just my guess, made something early, but he was maybe slow playing it. One of these players that I'm going to suspect it was Jeff. I could be wrong. We won't find out ever, I guess.
Yeah, well, allegedly there's still stuff going on, so perhaps on the re-airing of the broadcast, they are keeping track of the whole cards. They're still looking at them.
Gotcha.
And able to see that hopefully for the re-air later. I think I got that message right from the production team earlier today.
All right, Kenneth, so we're back here, another HPT final table. You said you did play this event, and we won't rehash that, but what did you think about the players that you played against here in St. Louis?
Well, my particular table was very tough. Matter of fact, I came in expecting 1 or 2 of them to be on this table.
Sure.
I had a particularly tough draw, so... but I don't recognize anybody from my table, which shows you that out of nearly 350 players, how tough it is or can be to make it all the way to the final. These players have traveled quite a journey to be here. They deserve to be here. It's a lot of poker.
Yeah, it is. People forget, they say, oh, so you're sitting at a table for 10 hours playing cards. How tough can that be? To be able to stay mentally sharp and not make any critical mistakes where you end up being crippled and are forced to play, just basically shoving or folding situations. I mean, it's 1 or 2 mistakes, and all of a sudden, 12 hours of hard work over the course of 2 days can be done with.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting. Well, let's get to the action here for a second. As it's folded Ed on the button, and he opens up for a raise. And did you see that little pick at the nose there? I wonder if, in his mind, he feels a little weak here. He's probably opening wide in his mind, and it's probably like King 10 or something. Oh, and a shove.
Mike Urbaniak is our short stack, and he has put all of his chips in the middle here. And Ed, from my experience watching him in Louisiana, is a pretty solid player, pretty tight guy. So I'm guessing, even though it was a button raise initially with only 101,000 more to call, it looks like he's probably going to call this, would be my guess, based on what I remember of his play. Although he's thinking about it a little bit more than I thought he would. He's going to get an official count.
What do you now the shove range here for the small blind? What are you looking at?
I think. He came into the day, with just 7 bigs. So
right.
He's got a little bit. He's worked his way up a little bit more now to probably about the 8 or 9 range. But still, it's. I would say with him, it's going to be still pretty wide. Probably any king or any ace, certainly, and even a reasonably connected queen probably would be in his range.
Queen 8 or better.
Queen 9 or better, maybe. Yeah, Queen 9, Queen 10.
Suited Queen 9 off or better. Any pair, obviously.
Of course.
What about suited connectors, like 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited?
I don't think he would do it with a raise in front of him, even though it is a button raise. Most players, even if they haven't played with him extensively before, tend to look at, shall we say, older gentlemen as more conservative.
Yeah.
So I don't think he would be doing this.
Well, yeah, but they're conservative, but they're also tight. So do you feel like it's a spot to make a move against these type of tight players, or no?
Not when when he's to your right and he's got that many chips.
Gotcha.
You have to be thinking. I think that if he's raised to 90 and all I've got is 200,000, any shove that I make is.
I'm going to go with a small pair here.
He's going to make the call, and
it's the suited connector for Ed. So Ed did get a little frisky.
See, it was that little twitch of the nose there.
Watch the nose with Ed. That is what we have learned.
Yeah, well, that's that old Mike Carroll tell. It's called the Pinocchio effect, where they rub the nose slightly, and that's actually, that means the blood actually runs to the tip of the nose, and it's an incidental rub of the nose that indicates unsure, or a person is lying or unsure of what they're doing.
Or they might just have a booger.
Huh?
That could be it.
Might just have a booger.
No, yeah, you got to make sure you differentiate it from a natural
scratch or something.
Scratch, but here, when he turns over his hand, it is. We could maybe look for validation that could be a future tell.
Versus ace of spades, 3 of clubs is what I believe we've seen here.
At risk in the hand is Mike. He is ahead with his ace straight. Ed's got 2 live ones and the flop, 2 9s and a deuce, couple of hearts. So far, so good for Mike, trying to double up, keep his tournament hopes alive. Ed's going to need running clubs and or a 5 or a 4 to go in the lead. That won't do it.
6 outs to go.
right, let's see the river card.
Go to that river card.
River card is a 6.
And it's a 6.
Close,
so
but
not going to do it.
saw those 2 pips up top and was like, uh-oh for a second, but
Mike's going to smile, the 48-year-old construction worker from St. Peters, Missouri. Ken, before you got here, we talked about this. For Mike, just $35,000 in total career earnings, but he did win a ring in Tunica of the WSOP circuit, 6-man max WSOP 2011. So he knows how it feels to take down a championship. And so far, he's won the most hands, Dominic, at this final table.
yes, he has, and he knew that he was, as we said, he was going to have to be aggressive coming in here today to make the magic happen, and that gets him out of the danger zone, I think, right now, as far as being able to do a little bit more, maybe play a little bit more poker. He's up around 18 big blinds right now, and he'll hopefully, especially now with Button being on him as well, he'll be able to take a few hands and maybe build up his stack a little bit, not a little bit less aggressively, a little bit more manageably, and not put his tournament life at risk.
Yeah, he started with just 178,000. What's he got now? 600,000.
433 was what I
433
believe I
was
saw.
the pot size. Yeah, I don't know if that's accurate because you never know with these guys here. But action continues. James Larson alongside Dominic Siebert and Mr. Kenneth James, broadcasting from the beautiful St. Charles property here, the Ameristar Casino Resort. Over to Mary now. I don't normally talk about a woman's age on the broadcast, but Mary's just 30 years old and a full, bright future in front of her as far as poker goes.
And one of those people, by the way, as someone I've gotten to know the last 4 or 5 years as I've worked events here in St. Louis, if you don't like Mary, you should probably be deported, really. I mean, she's just a wonderful, wonderful sweetheart of a gal, and certainly someone that we always look forward to seeing. When
You
we
sound
come
a lot
here.
like our nation's leader a little bit.
Yes.
You've
Yes.
got a little Trump in you there, Dominic. You should be deported if you don't
get
like Mary.
we have no use for you here, really. I was going to say ejected into the sun could be another possibility.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You know, but I mean, but just, you know,
Very nice
if you're
person.
going to be a complete jerk to, you know, the really nice
Right.
people and people who we know are really nice people. This is our first real look at Joe. Joe Landazzi, who is he's going to be smiling all day pretty much today from what I've seen. This is his first major final table. He was another one of our short stacks today. He just has less than $1,500 in live tournament cash.
Yeah,
So
it's unbelievable. And he's into this thing. Are you guys ready for this? For just $200.
yeah, he one of our cheap qualifiers.
Very cheap qualifiers, absolutely. So he paints, he remodels, he's a contractor, and yeah, he's from Des Plaines, Illinois.
De Rains in Spain falls mainly in Des Plaines or something like that.
What a great mix of characters on
For
the final
real.
table.
It really is.
We got every demographic
Yes.
represented. Well, maybe not everyone, but it seems like
Quite a few,
vast,
yeah.
a vast.
Great point.
And a lot of older.
Yeah, I think the age ranges are like from
Age
30
range,
to
yeah,
75 or something
30
like that.
You know, and that's great to see because this was there's a lot of young players playing in this event. So this was not a seniors event by any means.
No, you're right about
I mean,
that.
So it's great to see a lot of the older generation make it through, the younger generation be
Right.
represented, and a young gun or two out there with them.
We have a
So
78-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 48-year-old, a 51-year-old, a 32-year-old, a 73-year-old, and another 73-year-old. Yeah, we have a 78-year-old and two 73-year-olds. And
it's the Baskin Robbins of poker, 31 flavors.
well, you know what it is? It's the HPT. It's the Heartland Poker Tour.
Yeah.
Equal opportunity. Anybody can sign up. Anybody can play. You just have to be old enough to get into the casino property. Most are 21. A lot of them, a few of them are 18. But most of our stops are 18. But it's an open event.
At least 9 out of 10. Maybe we chopped one.
Just checking Dominic out here, man. He's really geared up here. He's got
Well,
the hat, the
I-
shirt. He's got the.
I know.
Well, if they're going to keep
nice.
employing me, I'm going to keep pimping their gear. You know, let's pay my bills, and I'll be all about you.
All right, action continues.
Want to get tennis elbow? We got pitching so far though.
Pull it around.
You're just
Ed
lucky
now.
you're in that tennis seat. You're playing it.
And you can't help but fall in love with Ed, too, for just all the great work that he does at charity work. And I've got a chance to talk to Ed twice. I called one of his final tables now, and he's just a fun guy to be around.
Tom's going to raise it to $60,000.
Tom Morris,
raise it up.
one of our chip leaders, is
Raised by Tom. Jeff folds over to Mary in the small blind.
Tom's been a programmer for 53 years.
That's all?
Yeah, just 53.
No loyalty at all.
No loyalty
experience.
at all.
I mean, that's just terrible.
You know, if he could just keep padding that resume, he might be able to find some good, honest work. Let's go to the flop now.
Mary made the call out of the small blind here.
Drives me crazy. I've been on the road a lot. Anyway, Queen 9-4, couple of spades. Mary with a
You
little
little
bit
OCD there? With
yeah, I very
you realize
much
that
so.
OCD is wrong. It's supposed to be CDO because that's the correct order.
Yeah, for years I was the sideline reporter, and I would constantly move the cards as they came out, as they were all in. It was an issue of mine. So when I see it run downhill a little bit, I start to get concerned. So Mary's going to go ahead and win that pot. Again,
She's
Mary
picked
is
up
30
about
years old.
about another 10 big blinds here.
Yes.
We're in the early going and moving slightly. See now the guy, you're going to yell at me for having the hat on, and the guy comes in with the hats, and everybody's reaching and grabbing for him.
Yeah, our marketing manager, Corey Stewart, just dropped off some hats. Wow, I feel like it's Christmas. It's the week before Easter, and we're getting hats. I like this.
Corey, you need to get a hat for the dog. Do we have a dog hat?
Yeah, can we get a dog? Yeah,
A dog
please.
hat, Corey? No?
Oh, wow,
No
look
dog
at this.
hat.
We've even got, this is fantastic. I feel like, what is this, a small? Oh, it's a large. Thanks, buddy. I used to dress up for these things, but
We've completed our first orbit here, and we've had no elimination, which is probably going to be expected. As I referenced the New Orleans event that I broadcast earlier, which was a completely different animal. We came to the final table of that, not only at a higher blind level, the 2040 blind level, but there were also fewer chips in play because the buy-in was a little bit smaller. So we ended up having the top 6 players were all within like 7 big blinds of each other, and no one had 30 big blinds. So there was a whole bunch of shoving earlier on. The whole final table took maybe 5-6 hours tops. So we're expecting a lot more play here today. 6 of our 9 players came in with more than 40 big blinds. 2 of them had more than 90. So a lot of opportunity to make a lot of different moves here throughout the course of the day. Here today we've had Everett, player we've talked to just a little bit about, made the initial raise here to 85,000, and Jeff has made the call out of the cutoff.
well, let's go to that flop, and the flop is Ace, Jack, 9, Rainbow. Everett is going to be first to act, and he's reaching for chips. All right, Ken, let's play the wild card hand, okay? We're going to try to guess. Get the phone call. Shut that down.
I'm about to sleep and I'm sitting here.
The bet is 100,000. Over to Jeff in the 9. Jeff looks like he's got something, don't you think? Looks down at his chips a little bit. No?
I was up to like 4.
He's counting out more chips still. Looks like he's going to put in a raise here.
I'm gonna fall asleep.
Just going to raise out of the 9 seats.
Played till like 3 and
He looked strong to me, Ken. Whenever I say any poker type stuff, we usually get into some kind of semi-argument. But when he looked down at his chips, the way his body reacted to me, Jeff looks very strong.
263,000 is the raise here. I kind of thought it looked strong too because he had his eyes like kind of halfway closed and was like, don't look
And he
at
kind
me.
of glanced down at his chips. Now, Ken, you're the professional. Tell me, do you disagree with that?
Oh, you're talking about body language right
Yep.
now, right? Yeah, I'm getting mixed signals here. When we saw a look at his face there and his eyes open wide and darting, that to me shows concern or anxiousness. And I'm not sure if that means he has a big hand or if he's representing.
I think he's huge. I think he might have ace jack.
This I think
he's just
this
absolutely
see his eyes close or down for a long period of time.
huge. Now I think he's trying to Hollywood a little here because I think he's trying to relax a little bit. I think he was almost nervous after the flop going, I've really got a big one here, folks. I got a big one and I might have one on the hook.
Everett called the raise of Jeff on the flop, and Jeff's fired it out of Ben. And again, bet basically the same amount, 253,000 now, after the 263,000 raise. The lovely Denise has entered our broadcast booth. The poker
She's
room
upset
manager
with you.
here.
Apparently you didn't get her text message.
I did not get your text message. She's. It wasn't my.
This looks to me like a battle of aces.
Yeah, exactly.
Ace 10 maybe.
Against ace queen, something like that.
Yeah. So I would expect a bet from ace queen and a check from ace 10 here.
He's all
and
in.
all in.
Wow. So
Jack.
now his hand is really polarized.
So now,
The fact that Everett's asked for a count here, I think, makes Kenna's claim here even more likely.
I got Jeff on
Now,
ace
it
king,
could-
ace jack, though. I think Jeff's got the best hand.
Well, it could be. I mean, he's either got the
Everett?
best. He's either got the best hand, or he's out there with nothing, like Queen 10 or something like that. You know.
Everett has made the call, and it is ace versus ace.
And it's ace jack.
Ace jack, ace is full. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I'm out of here. That's it for me. I'm gone.
Ace is full of jacks. Everett shows ace 10 for 3 aces, and Jeff in the
It
ninth
was
seat.
ace versus ace, but and you were right. He did have the ace jack.
Let's get 6-10.
I just
Certainly the nuts are a good thing to have in this
Yeah.
situation.
just the body language that I saw there was a guy that was, wow, I really got this. This is good. How do I play this now? That's what I saw.
Well, that's a good thing when his eyes just like you see, like they're really open. They're really taking a lot in. That is either excitement and you're like you can't believe what you're seeing, or it's fear. You know, so it's a polarized
Exactly.
position.
And
so.
then when that turn card peels off, I saw his body language change where it's like, I'm gonna relax a little bit. I do have the best hand here. Knew he had probably the best hand before, and now it's like, now I'm gonna take a little bit of time. Then I'm gonna reach for some chips. I gotta cool down to play this like I don't have the absolute nuts here. And in the end, he got paid off because he was up against another ace.
Well, yeah, it's a good point because, you see, on the flop, as good as his hand was, he could still be beat by 3 nines. He could be outdrawn. Of
course,
so
yeah.
that was that concern that I saw. You know, as good as because when you flop a really good hand, there's this anticipation. Yes, but I could be outdrawn. I could be in this for a lot of money.
Denise and Pam are on your screen right there. Denise was the lady who came in and yelled at me. Now, I would like to point out to Denise, the text that she sent me was, get off of razzing on the chip colors. I would like to point out that Kenna brought up the chip color issue earlier on, saying how unusual the combination was.
I just said it was difficult.
It was
difficult. It was a challenge.
Yeah, it was. It's
They're pretty, though. They're very
They're
pretty.
very nice. They're excellent chips. Just
Floral,
a
pastel.
non-standard color combination.
Absolutely.
And I believe Denise was responsible for ordering the chips. So that's
Oh,
what she
I
put in
see.
the order. So that's why she
They're
came.
very colorful. Yeah, they're just nothing. We're not saying right or wrong. We're just saying they're non-standard.
Yeah.
So as a player coming in,
Kind of throws you off just a little.
throws you off, and you have to get used to it. And because we're a deep stack tournament, and we offer a lot of starting chips, there's 5 colors. It's not like 4. A lot of terms you're only figuring out 3 or 4, and here it's up to 5. And with each parameter, brings confusion into the mix. So, but wonderful. I think they're beautiful looking.
I'm getting several people.
And a great feel too. By the way, I love a good feeling chip.
Absolutely.
You know, some of these chips that you play with are cheap.
I had some last night at Bar Louie with a little queso and salsa. Action continues.
Either
Were they cheap or expensive?
chip out of that crack.
I didn't
down there
pay,
before
but
you
there was
leave.
a member of the staff, corporate card. So Jeff's still stacking chips there.
Yeah, he's
from
now
the
moved
hand
up, I believe,
before.
into the chip lead right now by maybe like a couple thousand.
Now, where does this leave Everett, guys?
Everett is now in the danger zone. He's
Yeah, he
he's
is.
about 140,000. I want to say it looked like because they went into that last hand pretty even. I think Everett had like about maybe 200,000 more at the
So
start
he's
of the
on
hand.
fumes, huh?
Yeah, so he's in the red zone now, probably with about I'd say like maybe 5 to 6 bigs at this point. I mean, you can see that one stack of tan and one smaller stack of purple behind it. So he's in the big blind right now. So he's within the next orbit or so. He's going to have to. He's basically in the same position Mike was in at the start of the day, over in the 7th seat. He's going to have to start making some moves.
You're watching exclusive coverage of the HPT right here via Twitch. James Larson alongside Dominic and Kenneth James. We're broadcasting here from the Ameristar St. Charles. We started with over 350 players, and now we are down to our final 9. We actually started with 359 to be exact, and now we're down to our final 9. So far, the big pot of the day goes to that man in the 9 seat. Jeff, who has to get out of here pretty quick to get on the plane to take on the Brewers, whoever the Cardinals have next. And now, all
This is
in
our other
is
short
Bond.
stack at the table. Matt Bond came into the day with just about 15 bigs. And he's now got a hand, and Everett is going to make the call out of the big blind to put his tournament life at risk. As he is the shorter stack now after losing that big pot just a few hands ago to Jack.
Everett's going to show King 9, and his opponent, Bond. We'll get to that. This is his fourth final table, by the way.
Everett covered here, but Everett's tournament life.
It looks like Queen Jack
versus
King 9.
King 9.
So Everett,
both unsuited.
Yeah, Everett is in the lead with his King 9, and we go to the flop. And the flop is 8-6-5, couple of spades. So Everett's still in the lead.
Very good flop for Everett.
Let's see the turn card.
And that turn card is the tray of diamonds.
Once again, a 6-out situation here.
See the river card?
Everett's still in the lead. We go to the river card, and it's the 10 of hearts. So
King
that
High is the
gonna do it.
nuts.
King High is going to win the
It
pot.
shows you. It shows you how powerful the high card is when it gets down to heads up and the chips are in the.
So now we're
in
going
the
to
middle.
reconcile the chips here, Dominic, just to see if Everett did have him covered.
No, he did not. Yeah,
Did
Matt's
not.
going to have about, I'd say, maybe 100,000, 105,000 or so.
And what are the blinds right now?
1224 still.
119,000 is what Everett was all in for.
Hey, chip in a chair, bro.
No, absolutely.
Not over yet.
We had a guy, I want to say it was maybe like our first or second satellite that we ran at this stop. If I'm remembering, sometimes all these stops that you do run together, but I'm pretty sure it was like our first or second satellite. No, actually, I think it was a nightly tournament where a guy had like he doubled up with another player and then had like 4,000 in chips left and was in like on the small blind the next hand or something like that. And we were like maybe 2 or 3 players away from the money at that point, and he ended up not only making the money but finishing like 4th.
Yeah.
So I mean, crazy stuff like that happens all the time.
One of the things Kenna and I talk about on the show, Dominic, is the pay jumps. You know, right here from 9th to 8th, you're talking a couple thousand. Then up to 7th, 17,000. If you can go from 9th to 6th, that's $8,000 difference.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something to be said about hanging around. God, I did it again. I said no rounders reference. But the big money, obviously, up top. That's how poker works. $117,249 for your champion. They also get a bracelet, and we give you the bragging rights. We hoist you up on our shoulders. We give you
you
high
can
fives.
take it. I have very marginal upper body strength, so I'm going to be relying on you to be carrying. But I might be able to handle Mary since she's about 5'3" and 27 pounds. Mike Urbaniak back to moving all in here again, as he's been a little bit inactive for maybe an orbit and a half or so. And he decides his 403,000 is going to go in the center at this point.
Johnny looks like he might have something. Maybe ace something here. Maybe ace 9, ace 10. You know, Mike could be shoving with anything here, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Because he's been our short stack. Well, he's not our short stack now, but he's been on the short stack since we started.
He was one of the 3 major shorties.
One of the 3 majors
coming in today, and along with Matt and Joseph, he's moved all in for about 15 big blinds. Yeah.
So we're still looking at any ace, king 8 or better, king 8 suited maybe or better.
I got a feeling Johnny's going to make this call. I think.
Any pair, obviously.
He's only going to be risking about 20% of his stack if he puts it on.
Right.
Any Broadway. What's the bottom of your range here, Dominic?
For 15 bigs, that's probably a little bit bigger. I usually don't get too out of whack until I get into maybe 12.
Gotcha.
10 or 12 bigs.
So king 8 suited is too
yeah,
wide for you.
I think king 8 suited is a little bit. He's going to lay it down here. So we're going to move over to the button
around this table. I don't know if I can do that.
Mr. Joseph Landazzi, he'll let it go as well. Everett obviously puts about his tournament life at risk. And now one man to get through here.
Let's go back to that hand. I hate to go back, but when Ed made that call with 5-4 of clubs, how many big blinds was that?
That would have been, well, keep in mind, he was the pre-flop raiser.
He was the pre-flop
He tried to do a button
That's
steal
like
with suited connectors, and he made it 90,000. And Mike's shove was like maybe 100K. So in that situation,
Caught with your hand in the cookie jar a little bit, but had suited connectors
and also cards that someone who's 3-bet jamming on you probably aren't going to match. So you say, hey, I'm going to be live. I got suited connectors. I kind of screwed up here a little bit, but I've also got over 2 million chips. So let's
and I was the give it a shot. I was the original raiser. It's another 100,000. You know what? I'm going to put the chips in here and just hope I get lucky. Well, what is Jeremy talking about out there? He's talking about somebody's nails.
I think he's talking about the dealer, our dealer Mindy, who has some multicolored and poker-themed nail polish going on that she sported throughout the week here.
Look at that body language. I don't know if you saw that, Kenna. A little wince. Look at this.
I can see the perch of the lips. Look at you picking up the body language,
well,
James.
This is all I have to do today, but.
What do you mean? This is great. That's awesome. That's good awareness, man.
And, she's really, to me, showing strength there, Kenna.
Well, she's showing concern. Actually, she's showing weakness, but whether she's masking it and throwing in what we call a reverse tell.
Exactly.
Yeah, but she's definitely wearing some emotion on her face, and you picking it up. It's a display. Emotion is a display, right? So if you're picking it up, she's displaying it. The real question is it conscious or unconscious?
Exactly.
So if it's conscious, if she's conscious of it, then it's more likely a reverse tell.
Okay,
if it's an unconscious tick or something, then that reveals the real strength of her hand, which means it could be a marginal holding. It doesn't have to be bluffing. Like you see the concern for all of the brown.
I think she likes it.
Let's see.
I think
she got 3-bet here, so if she's strong, then she'll 4-bet. And
I think she really likes it a lot.
Well, we'll see. We're about to find out.
We're looking at a middle position raise here, so
she could have.
I remember talking this again. This is our player who finished 9th at our last HPT main event here, and she is going to 4-bet this.
This is good. So this is a reverse tell. That's a great pickup.
Thank you.
That's really a great pickup.
So you've actually been paying attention during these broadcasts that you've done the last few years?
I learned it by watching you. Now, Johnny, I don't know what he has, okay? He's a tough guy to read, but obviously he's the 3-better, so now he's got to make a decision.
And again, you as a player coming into this final table, you've probably played with your final table compatriots here.
950.
And he's going to 5-bet this year.
Wow.
This could be.
This looks like
could be. Mary is laying it down. Insta-folds. Wow.
Mary insta-folds.
That could have been either. I saw her. Or at least she said she laid down pocket 10s. It was like a 4-bet or a 5-bet in a 3-handed pre-flop situation close to the money bubble. So she's not afraid to lay down big pairs if she thinks she's beat, and if it was a pocket 9s, pocket 10s, or maybe an ace-king situation, and you just get 5-bet pre-flop, that's something that's tough. It's going to be to commit all of your chips to, especially when she's got so many chips to play with at this point.
All right, well, the action is fast and furious here at the beautiful Ameristar St.
That's our first 5-bet. Yeah, first 5-bet today.
That was our first 4-bet today.
It sure was.
And it didn't last long.
No, wow. We're going there.
All right, guys, so
I believe John now has moved into the chip lead with that pot.
And that could have been legitimate hand versus legitimate hand. Mary could have had 2 jacks there very easily and realized.
I was thinking this is going to be terrible. She has kings and
get the
she's
information and
got
got
the
the
4-bet
information.
though. She makes the 4-bet
With jacks,
yeah. I guess she was.
Because you could be getting 3-bet by a middle pair, 8s, 9s,
the hell did I do that
10s.
for?
So, rather than Jack's a tough hand to
Do me
play.
a favor, Dom. Would you run out there and ask her what she had?
I will do
Just,
that. Immediately. We do want to alert our listeners now that the blinds have gone up with our dealer change. We're now at 15 and 30,000 blinds with a 4,000 chip ante. So that changes things a little bit for some of our players, particularly Matt in the 2-seat and Everett in the 5-seat, as they're already short stacks to get a little shorter now, and they're really going to have to look to find some perhaps more marginal hands to make some moves with here to try and chip up and stay at this final table.
Yeah, I think the average chips is roughly 1.2 million, right?
Yeah, 1.196 right now.
All right, thanks for joining us here at the Ameristar Casino Resort Spa St. Charles. Started with 359, down to our final 9. It's 205 on the East Coast, 105 here locally. And look at that, a great shot of
That's the hat I'm wearing.
That's the hat. By the way, he looks like he's an HPT billboard, Dominic does. He's got the hat, he's got the shirt, he's even got the boxer shorts.
I don't want to know how you know that.
Moving right along.
Matt Bond has moved all in here for, looks like just about 100,000.
His name is Bond. Matt Bond.
Yes.
Now action over to Mike.
I'm all in.
Oh, look at this.
Mike has re-raised all in, and then this is again one of our short. These 2 of our short stacks
Looks like
coming into
ace.
today. Ace Jack maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be Ace Jack Pocket 5, a classic race situation. Boy, how many times have we said that in our life?
Especially when you're attending like a classic race like Monaco or something.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's a real classic race situation. Mike, a little bit of a smile there. Let's go over to Bond.
No, because he's not the one at risk finally in an all-in situation.
Bond, I like his look here at the final table. He's got the greased back hair, the shades, and the beard.
Mike has ace of diamonds, jack of diamonds here. Matt has 5 of spades.
2 black 5s against
Matt is currently in the lead, but his tournament life is
Whenever I
Broadway
say it,
Diamonds.
whenever we talk about the Sammy Hagar, the young folks don't understand it. All right, let's go to the flop. And the flop is 10, 6, deuce, couple of
Pretty
spades.
safe for Matt right
Matt's
there.
still in the lead with his pocket 5s. Matt says this is the
Matt
first
at
time he's
risk
been all
here,
in.
his tournament life. A pot of 266,000. We go to the turn card. Matt hoping for no paint.
Oh, goodness.
Well, we now have the ultimate draw here, my friend.
We certainly do. We've got the 6 pairs, we got the straights, we've got the diamonds,
And
of course the
don't forget
royal.
The royal flush. I want to see. Well, I shouldn't be rooting, but I've never seen a royal on the show before.
Take a blackjack right now.
Get the DVR ready, folks. We go to the river card, and it's the 5 of hearts.
It's the right 5 too.
Not only does he dodge everything, but he gets the dagger with the 5 of hearts. So Matt Bond going to double up.
Speaking of the royal flush, I believe I saw on Twitter last night Greg Raymer, who you may be stopping by later.
We're
on, I'm
stopping
not sure,
at
the
2
former-
o'clock Central.
The former WSOP main event champion tweeted out and he said that in his poker career he had never made a royal flush
Yeah, I
until
saw
last
that.
night,
Last night, yep.
when he was playing Big
Big
O
O.
here at the poker room. And rivered his first royal flush in something like a quarter century of poker play. It's just, I've never had one either, but obviously he's played far more frequently than I have over the course of the last one. To think you've gone that long and never made a royal flush, it truly is the hole in one of poker.
Yeah, but he had 5 cards to use, and he was dealt 5 cards.
Would it be?
I'm
if
joking.
If it
I'm
was
joking.
Omaha, would it have been any different?
I'm joking. And congratulations to him. I've never seen one in video poker. I've never seen one in a live game. I've never seen one. Never seen one. Oh, there's the hat again.
I was actually the dealer for one.
Yeah, I need one more person.
It's over there. Boy, in East Chicago, we just saw very unfortunate turn events for player B. Flops quad 4s. The flop or the turn and river go runner, straight flush
Oh,
for,
I remember
for
that.
his
I
opponent. Yeah,
remember
you
that.
put
It was a
on
steel
Twitter.
wheel. Yeah.
Well, no,
Is it? All right. Yeah, Jeremy, he's really trying to sell the hat.
Displaying the HPT hat there is Jeremy.
I want to thank our tournament director, Jeremy. And Dominic, you are a part of the crew here. I want to give a hats off to all of our dealers. These guys are fantastic.
We had a couple of days that were really brutal on the hours, including the main event. They had 2 main event flights on one day, which overlapped each other, which is a little bit unusual here, but that's what the property here
Yeah, it
loves
was
running.
Yeah.
The players seem to like it, so obviously you cater to your players. Matt has moved all in again here with his recently acquired chips.
John's going to make the call. So now we go over to Joe.
That's got to be a little bit scary when you're in the shotgun and you shove and the guy right to your left makes the call almost instantly.
Matt is all in out of the 2 seat.
And now
out of the 3 seat.
over to Mike U.
it's 268.
Mike's going to fold. Hold it around now to Jeff.
Tom folds over
John,
to
the
Jeff
big
now
deal.
at 9 seats. All right,
He's going to lay it down. Again, Matt's in a 9 big blind situation here, so.
John shows pocket queens. Queen of spades.
Pocket queens.
Oh, that's
for
not what
Johnny.
you want to run into.
Got to get creative here.
Boy, John, you know, talking about him, I was with him when he won that first event back in Tama, Iowa at the Meskwaki Bingo Casino. And he hasn't been back. I don't think he's even been back to a final table since then, but he's played a lot of events. He's had a lot of success over the years. A good guy, has a great farm, family farm that he works with, and a lot of folks listening and
About
watching.
$175K in tournament earnings at this point, and obviously in a dominant position at this point now with the overpair and covering one of the cards.
Ooh, right in the window.
Well, that makes it a little more interesting, certainly. You've got the pair that hits, and you've got obviously some running straight and flush cards that can come out here and help you out. So good job by dealer to make it interesting.
Absolutely good job by the dealer turn card.
And there's another diamond.
You know, this is good for TV. So now Matt's got the flush draw.
A jack.
A jack. Any
Or a
diamond.
diamond on the river is going to leave us in 9th place.
Let's go to that river card. Will
see
it
the
be
river card.
the card that Matt Bond needs?
River
And it's the
card.
6 of spades. That's
There's
what
the
the
board.
The winning hand is 2 pair, queens and 6s. And Matt Bond is going to be our first casualty here at this main event from the Ameristar Casino, St. Charles, Missouri. But not for nothing, fellas. He's going to go home with $12,286. He's grabbing his backpack. He's shaking hands. And he looks like he's in a pretty good mood.
You're out of your mind.
Well, he knew he was one of our 3 short stacks coming into today, so yeah, he knew that he was going to have to get lucky early on in order to stick around and make any kind of significant move and ladder up.
Jeff,
But again, you know, you buy in for
His idea of you want to play
$1,650, and you get a nice little about a 650% return on your investment. That's you're pretty happy about that most times.
If you have a question for myself, Ken James, or Dominic Siebert, you can hit me up at Twitter at HPT James, spelled Jaymz. Otherwise, you can go to at Kenneth James. Is that right?
No.
At Kenna_James.
Kenna_James.
bad for the
I'm Dom JSII.
Dom JSII. We didn't make it easy for anybody.
No.
Did we didn't just do like poker one or anything like that. Oh, we're getting identification cards. That's good.
Well, for the payout people,
No
once you bust out for all the tax forms and all that good stuff.
Matt had that little bit of Joaquin Phoenix look to him, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
With the glasses on, yeah.
I just got a question on my Twitter page. Anthony from Iowa City, Iowa wants to know, Kenna, what was your favorite part of this week's trip?
Wow, great question. Well, off the table, it was going and hanging out with my partner in crime here, James Larson, and meeting Gene Simmons.
Oh yeah, we hung out with Gene Simmons yesterday.
And that was
that was great.
That was a great time. And on the felt, it was, geez, there's so many highlights. You know, it's always great to play in the main event. But I guess the highlight of the trip was, what was it?
Maybe it was playing
on the
cards
felt.
with Fossilman. You got to play with Fossilman for a long time.
I did play with Fossilman. I played cash game.
I'm trying to
It
tell
wasn't.
you
It
what's the
wasn't
greatest part of his
I'll be
trip.
honest. It wasn't a profitable trip on the felt for me. So it was tough. I mean, I worked hard. I did work hard this whole 7-10 days. I was here for every event. I enjoyed playing with everybody. I had a good time, but it wasn't a profitable event. So I had more fun off the felt than on the felt this trip. But I enjoyed it all. HPT is great. And it was really great to be here this whole time with my friends and playing all the events.
I was going to say, if your highlight was spending time with James, that was going to be a very depressing week. but then you throw Gene Simmons at me with that name drop. I'm like, oh, well, forget my stupid ass.
I said, hey, Ken, do you want to go to a bar? Sure, it's Rock and Bruce. Gene Simmons is going to be there, too. It's like, that was a pretty
Oh,
easy
by the
one.
way.
Oh, by the way, yes.
We have another all in here. Everett Lawrence has moved all in from middle position.
Now it is
for
Johnny.
550-ish thousand. It was actually a re-raise of John's initial open. 2.5 the big.
I've seen
2.5
John
bigs,
become this one-man wrecking ball at tables before. When he won the Tame event, he was very similar, and we'll see if he can knock out yet another
All right,
player.
John's going to make the call. He says
John
he's
has
waiting
made the
behind
call,
me.
and
Whoa,
he
whoa,
is
whoa.
run
Yikes.
slap into aces.
Yeah, we call it the buzzsaw here in the HPT. It's a phrase we coined about 2 years ago. I think he's got Jack 10. Is that what you saw? Whatever it is, it doesn't beat aces.
No,
I know
yeah,
that.
it was only one face card and one smaller than face
All
card.
right, John's got Jack of
He's
diamonds,
suited,
10
though.
diamonds.
Jack
10 suited. Okay, well this is the one that everyone said, oh, I love Jack 10 suited against aces. And well, you still have to make 2 pairs, silly boy.
You do still have to make 2 pairs. All right, we'll
or
see if the
something better.
diamonds can show up or running cards. We go to the flop. And it's
There you
king
go.
5 deuce. Just like that. And he could well run a runner for a royal, too.
Absolutely.
The ace of diamonds is not out there yet.
No, it's not.
We're going to hit a royal today,
The
okay?
ace of diamonds, though, would be a fantastic turn card.
That would be a fun turn card. Let's go to the turn card. It's the
That is
nine.
not an ace of diamonds, but it does throw in a gut shot.
Yep, a queen ball.
Everett's going to need to fade a diamond or a queen.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Let's see the river card.
Let's
12
go to
outs.
that river.
3-1.
And it's the 4 of hearts, so
Ace
it's
is
not
whole.
meant to be. I have a feeling if you would have ran one more card off that deck, it was either
The
gonna be a
ocean
diamond
would've-
or-
yeah, okay.
Yeah, I just have a
The
feeling.
ocean card. Somebody's asking who's announcing. Well, Vito is. Vito
Hey,
De
Vito, how
Stefano.
you doing?
Hey, Vito.
Dominic, how do you spell your name?
My name is Seibert. No, just Dominic.
So there we go. I put it up there.
Oh, yeah, KJ, you're logged in.
Yeah.
I tried, I failed.
So Everett now is doubled up to just over 600,000. That gets him out of trouble at this point. Puts him at about 20, 22 big blinds in that range.
John Kirschman smiling, laughing. That's what he does at the final table. He has a good time.
Well, especially you're running into aces. You're like, oh well, let's see what happened. What magic can happen here? And he almost pulled it out there with straight and flush draws on the turn.
We never know, guys, how long the final table is going to last. Dominic, when we sat down, said this one could take a while. Ultimately, it's up to the deck, but I got a feeling it's going to move a little quicker than we think it is because people are already getting their chips in. They're getting them in the middle. There is some aggression so far, so I don't think we're going to be here till midnight. But you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if some of these, if some of the short stacks have been busting out, we get in a situation where you've got like 5 or 6 players who have 40, 50, 60 big blinds for a while. Things could slow down. But Everett is putting those newly won chips to good use. He is
I bet you I know how much you have now.
gone in for over 1 million in chips here.
I'm scared. You got
John's
me
like,
running.
come on, you guys going to make John's going to fold the ace of
And
clubs.
Everett in the 5 seat's going to win the pot.
He's about to barrel roll this table.
All right, I'll get it.
You got to start somewhere.
All right, Everett's going to win that hand. And I got another
This way,
question
if you
here. This
start
one's
at
for
the bottom, you
Dominic.
know what it's like. Work your way up.
This is Andy from
Hi, Andy.
Louisiana.
Thank
He
you
wants
for
to know,
listening.
when these guys win in the state of Missouri,
know
what
what
do they have
happened? I
to do as
didn't
far
have
as
ace
taxes
queen.
go? They have to pay that right
Just-
away? He wants to know if they have to pay that right away.
Yeah, just about all major tournaments all throughout the country require anything that's $5,000 over your buy-in. That's for your prize. So in this case, it would have been anything higher than $66.50. Instant state tax will come out.
Instant right away. So
Right away,
10%
instantly.
right
So-
off the top.
So I believe in Missouri it's 4%.
Is there
Right off the top.
Right off the
Is there a
top that
22?
goes on your tax form that you'll get and obviously hand to your accountant later.
Oh, so they don't take that here. They
No,
just,
they'll take it. No, they'll take it out.
they do take the
They
state right away.
They take the state right away, and then obviously, of course,
Still
it's
have more
your
of me, don't worry
responsibility
about
to
it.
report that to the federal
Probably
folks, so you don't get people knocking at your door.
What if you've had 3 buy-ins? So a total of
No, because the way
just based on
it works is you cashed on this one buy-in.
I gotcha.
And they don't. You lost the other 2. That now you could show those other 2 buy-ins obviously and say, hey, look, these are my losses at the end of the year. Of
course.
But yeah, that's how it'll work
Thank
here.
you for explaining.
And,
And it's state to state, right?
Yeah,
How does it work in Las Vegas?
like
Ken? You're in
in
Las Vegas.
in Illinois where we just were, or I should say, where were we just a minute ago? We were in Southern Indiana. In Indiana, it was 3.4% of state tax. So it'll vary from state to state.
And in Las Vegas, there's no state income tax, so we don't
That's
even
correct.
talk about that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, whatever they put up as your prize, that's what you get.
Joe folds. And we're going to be
Is that decaf, Zach? Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
And
Be sure to tip your waiter.
I want to thank Zach Howard for everything that he does here on the HPT. Great job. Thank you.
We've got Ed and John to the flop here, the deuce 10 deuce. John was the caller out of the small blind of Ed's open. And John's going to lead at this pot. Half of the pot.
Can you guys remind everybody what those orange chips are worth,
Yes,
please?
orange chips are $25K. The white tannish looking chips are worth $5,000. The purple chips are $1,000.
Those look like
That's going to
Stan.
fold one card. We know which one the ace was.
That was awesome. I haven't seen that in a long time.
It looked like he went to grab them, and his card protector got stuck on the second one there. We had a great one earlier today. I don't think it was Ed, but I do think it was one of our other elderly players in the tournament during the main event. Who he had a $1,000 chip on his, he was using it as his card protector on his cards. He said he grabbed his chips in his cards, and like he had to get his cards in his left hand and the chip of the card protector in the right hand, and was going to fold.
Yes.
And he threw the chip in first, and then put his cards back down. They called the over. It's like, he threw his chip in first, and then it was like, and then he threw his cards in like right after. Like, so what do we do? It's like, no, I said I folded my brain, and I just threw the wrong thing, and I had it in both hands. It's obviously, best interest of the game. You say, we understand what you were doing there. Yeah. It's like, we're not going to make you call, because it was like he was facing like a 5x raise or something like that. We're not going to make you call a 5x raise in that situation.
All right, over to Ed.
And Ed is very upset that he had to fold his last hand.
Yeah, I mean, Ed wanted to play with 3 cards this time, kind of a version of Omaha, if you will.
Little pineapple for
a little pineapple
for a
yeah,
round or something like that.
Over to Mike, who might have something here, and
he is going to
get
shove.
them all
I
in the
believe I
middle.
heard. Yes.
Thought about it for a second. He's going to get his cards in the middle.
Still very short stacked here. Looks like just over 300,000.
She's going to fold as well. Mike is currently all in.
Johnny's going to fold. Now over to Joe. Joe gets out of the way.
Round 2, back to Ed.
Never fold.
And Mike still.
And look at this. Pocket rockets here. Aces
again,
going up against queens. What a cooler for Mike Yu.
And is it a double suit coverage as well? Or no, there is a red ace there. Okay, so there's 2 black queens against 1 black ace and a red ace.
Wow, Mike just crawling his way back in this thing. A couple of one double up. And now he was trying to get another one here. It's not over yet. Ace is going up against queens right now. Ed, a huge favorite. And we go to the flop, and it's all diamonds, 8 trade deuce, either player with a diamond in their hand. So one of the things Mike could be cheering for here is winning diamonds.
Sure, why not? Especially if one of those is a queen.
Right. Turn card is not a queen or a diamond, it's the 5 of clubs, so one of the remaining 2 red queens left in the deck. Otherwise, Mike will be eliminated in 8th place.
Let's see the river card. The river card is the 4
It's the 4 of clubs.
So it's a straight for Ed.
That's playing with you, buddy.
And he will eliminate Mike. I kind of feel bad a little bit for Mike. He knew what he had to do. Obviously, like we said, an experienced player. He, coming in with, I believe, 7 big blinds to start the day. And he was very aggressive and tried to play his way back to the tournament, and then finally gets his best hand with the pocket queens and slams right up against pocket aces.
And adding insult to injury, he wins the high and the low part of the pot.
Yes, well, he scoops.
He scoops. He did scoop it right there, and he eliminates a player. So congratulations to Ed Sebesta. We've talked about him before. 73 years old from Iowa Colony, Texas, and he donates his money to the Congregation of Holy Cross.
Wow, so we got a lot of people donating out here tonight and giving back. That's kind of really cool, you know.
It's fantastic.
Because when you know, there is a thing that what you put out tends to come back in this universe, and so maybe it's not just by accident these guys made it as far as they did. So you brought that up, Donald.
I did.
Yeah, it's pretty good, pretty cool point.
So now we've
always nice to give back.
So we go up the money ladder now. 7th place is 17,231. So it's so important to move up that ladder. Obviously, they all want to win
you've almost made 50% more than what we started with. I mean, 12-2 is what the min cash was for this final table, and now you're 5,000 plus. As a result of hanging out for 2 players. Mary's been very quiet since she got that 4-bet, 5-bet situation right there. I know in talking to her a little earlier in the week. When she was thinking, I want to do better. She was so excited about wanting to do better than her ninth, but she was very disappointed in her final table performance last time because she came in kind of middle of the pack stack-wise and ended up finishing ninth. She said, I want to do better than ninth this time. And obviously she's gotten that goal out of the way now. But at the same time, now she's thinking, okay, we don't know obviously if it was a misstep or if she thought she had kind of a better than middling hand that was beat.
And I want to ask her in the break, maybe when we're all done, ask her because she probably doesn't want to tell me.
So we're pretty sure that his other card was not an ace.
You're right. Well, we're pretty sure. We're pretty sure the other card.
I'm going to ask her what her hand was on the break. I'm going to go with ace queen or pocket jacks.
I was thinking tens.
Tens is in
Tens
there.
and nines.
Tens,
I like that ace queen.
Tens. So you're going with tens and nines. I'm going to go with jacks and ace queen.
I don't think she 4-bets with ace queen.
Okay. I'm going to go ace queen suited.
Ace king suited, maybe even ace king off might be a possibility, but I don't think ace queen she's going 4-bet.
Well, you like tens or nines. You like tens or nines a lot better than ace queen suited, huh?
Way better than ace queen.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's talking about the player too. I don't think you're talking about yourself, are you? You're talking about the player.
Yeah,
correct, Dominic?
yeah. I think from what I've seen of her play over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, I've watched her drink.
Because Dom would have folded both hands after the villain.
Well, I would have folded aces. Obviously.
Yeah, of course.
I'm dying to ladder up here. We're talking $5,000
right,
here.
He's all about laddering up. He works in the poker industry. He knows this. He would have mucked those the minute the villain puts his
3-bet in.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
He's gone.
I could have said NBA player though.
All right, let's see.
She's
Mary
having a nice laugh there.
She's having fun. And
Three
that's good.
positions, huh?
She's got the HPT patch on. Now, out of the folks that are left here at the table, would you say John has probably the advantage here as far as experience go? He has been an HPT champion, almost $200,000 in career earnings.
Yeah, well, Matt Bond getting out of the way was a big deal for I think a lot of these players.
I am also
he had
all
the
in.
most career tournament earnings coming in. He had 47 cashes, which was more than double of anybody
We've
else.
got an
in the
all-in.
field.
Nope.
Yes.
It didn't look
We have
like
an all-in and a call. I'm sorry, we were talking there, and it looks like pocket nines and pocket kings, perhaps.
Best hand I've seen so far. So
Jeremy's mic.
This is Joe Landazzi.
So Joe went all in.
Good luck.
We went all in with nines, and Tom, one of our chip leaders, I believe he's now third in chips by about 100,000 or so, but he's got pocket kings and did not waste any time in calling.
Kings versus nines. It was a snap call. Joe was the one who went all in. Cat top, made it easy.
Yeah.
flush draw.
Hey, I'm in the cutoff. I have nines. Great, I'm going to shove. Oh, great, the big blind is kings.
Let's go to the
and
flop.
both my suits covered.
It's my favorite pocket pair. 2 aces and a 7. 2 diamonds, so not even the redraw with the diamonds from Joe. So he's way behind in this hand. As you can see, the percentage is 92 to 8 if he doesn't improve. If he does not improve, he will be eliminated.
He is one of the 2 black nines left in the deck, or he is our 7th place finisher.
If the red 9 shows up, you're all in trouble. River card is the ace of spades, so both players make a full house. So when he goes home, he can say, honey, I lost on a full house.
You know, that is a little bit of a cold deck when you pick up nines and late position and, you wake up with a big pair behind you. It's probably, if I had to guess the odds with him waking up, it's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20 to 1. When you have nines and you get a bigger pair to act after you with like 4 players left.
So that's only 5 pairs that are higher. So yeah,
It's about 20 to 1.
Yeah,
I think
I'll look it up. It's 13 to 1 to get a pair. Right, or
16 to 1.
16 to 1 to get a pair to begin with.
Hey, for those of you guys watching, that's we'll have a little quiz along the way. I'm going to look it up, but without looking up, you guys shoot in the chat box
in the 3%
on the
range.
Twitch. So you're saying more like
We'll be missing out.
33 to 1, like over 30 to 1. I'm saying about 20 to 1. I'm just guessing. So we're guessing 20 to 1, 30 to 1 from Dominic. What do you guys think? Put it in the chat box, and I'll look it up, and we'll be back with the answer. The exact question is, if you have nines with 4 people or 3? 3 people back behind you. What are the chances that somebody has a bigger pair? I think you're probably more right, closer to 30 to 1. But I'll look that up. You guys let us know in the chat and play along at home.
Action continues. Now we're down to 6. And when I started with the HPT 9 years ago, we always started with 6 players. So when we ever get to this point, it always takes me back in time that this used to be our final table. Speaking of singing, Kenna will give us a few bars of our new song coming up. That'll be in the 2 o'clock hour.
Joseph Landazzi, by the way, our 7th place finisher. He was, as we said earlier, he was the guy who only had 1,500 basically in lifetime cashes in poker tournaments. So for him to walk away with just over $17,000,
got an all-in
a thrilling payday for him.
Didn't mean to interrupt you. We have an all-in and a call. I see 6-4, a great blackjack
Cookie
hand.
jar again here. Everett falling in the same position that Ed Sebesti was in earlier when he shoved on the button, or made a raise in the button with 5-4 suited. Everett goes with the 6-4 suited, and Tom, who just became our chip leader, winning that last hand, makes the call with ace queen, and he's only risking about 25% of his stack here, so certainly a reasonable play for him.
2 live cards for Everett, though. The 6-4, he is suited in diamonds, so he's got the diamonds, the straight draw, the 6 and the 4, up against 2 big over cards.
And the low draw.
He's got the low, yeah. We saw Scoop earlier. He does have the low as well. You are exactly right. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, Everett trying to hang around here at this HPT final table. He's going to need some help on the flop. We go to that flop, 59%, 41%.
Yeah, it's actually closer than you'd think, right, with ace queen against 6-4 suited. That is a
horrible
flop.
Horrible
for
flop
Everett,
right there. Yes. Flop comes out king, queen, 8, no diamond, 1 card that fits into his running cards for straight. But
running straight or running 2 pair or running 7.
He really needs a lot of running there.
Well, there's one of them.
Okay. So now the 5 will help him here.
So he improves from 3% to 9%.
Everett standing up, though.
He's not feeling very confident.
No.
Leave us in 6th place.
We go to that river card. Will we eliminate another player here?
5, young lady.
It's the deuce of clubs, and that is going to do it for Everett. A nice payday, though, guys. $20,391. If we keep up at this pace, we might be able to go to the baseball game tonight.
That's really the first, I'd say, out of left field kind of play that we've seen at this final table.
I don't know.
Go make a move for what are we looking at here? 20 big blinds almost. You know, putting yourself in that kind of situation with 20 bigs and jamming. You know, if you want to make a little raise at that point, you know, maybe a 3x or something like that, where you still have 15 to 17 to work with. And not putting your whole stack at risk with a 6-4 in case you get re-raised or something like that with an ace queen, and you can still hang around. Yeah, that was our first play that was a little bit questionable this final.
The blinds, we got a question here. What are the blinds at? Are they still third?
15-30 right
15
now,
and 30 with what, Andy?
4,000.
4,000 in. 15, 30,000, 4,000.
I want to ask you, I don't know what term you professionals use for it, but the deck's been very fair today, meaning the best hand has pretty much won every time. What do you call that? What do you call that? There hasn't been a whole lot of river cards where the underdog wins.
Running pure.
Running pure. The deck's running pure today. So far. So
Uh-huh.
far, that can change, of course, but really it's been almost like a Hollywood script
it's a
so
good
far.
point. Well, so much of poker, right, is trying to carve out edges and having an edge. But there's also having an edge, having meaning you own it, you possess it, your edge in the game. But then there's also having an edge, but there's keeping your edge, you know? You could have a big edge, let be an 80-20 favorite and get outdrawn. Or you can have an edge, let's say it's not hand specific, you could be a better overall have more skills than your opponent. So you have an edge in the game in a more general term. But what happens when you take that beat and you lose? Do you give up that edge? Do you play sub? Do you start playing sub-premium hands? Do you start losing your edge? So there's having an edge and there's keeping an edge, both in poker. And I think keeping your edge in the face of adversity is just as important as having an edge in the game. And when things run pure, as you say, which means, people aren't getting sucked out on the deck's running pure, the best hand is holding up. We don't get to see that other aspect of the game as much, because it's easier to keep your edge. So people love it when the deck runs pure. I like it when it doesn't, when the unexpected happens, when you're tested in the face of adversity. How do you keep your composure? How do you keep your discipline? How do you maintain emotional control in the face of adversity? And I love that about the game. But then again, when I watch the NFL, I'm old school. I like when they play in the mud and the snow, So not the fake grass and everything. Yeah. And that's a wonderful thing about our game is there's great equalizers in it. Yes. You could have a billionaire and you can have somebody who's just put their grocery money together. They start this tournament with the same amount of chips.
Yeah.
And it's a great equalizer. And the game doesn't care who you are. It deals out bad beats to everybody. And
no, it only deals not just to me. I'm the only one.
Well, but see, isn't that a wonderful thing? That means you've been tested, you put through the fire, and it's fashioned, who you are and given you stronger discipline, I'm sure.
Back to the action now. Mary's going to be first. Now, she did that little wince again, kind of. Oh, okay, I'll make the call. Now over to Johnny.
So perhaps showing a little bit too much emotion, not enough of a poker face, we don't know. But any emotion you show, we want it to be by choice.
Tom, on the button now, is eliminated our last two players, or the small blind, I should say, is eliminated our last two players, and he is now our chip leader with just shy of 3.3 million. He's still trying to get his chip colors stacked and organized.
All right, so we go to the flop.
Hey, four-way has our first four-way action pot of the day.
So
flop is Jack, Trey, Deuce, couple of clubs.
Tom's first, he checks over to Jeff.
Jeff's the one thinking about making a bet here out of the big blind.
And Jeff's going to bet.
Jeff does make a bet.
55,000, 54?
55,000.
55,000.
55,000 over to Mary.
Over to Mary now. Mary's going to. Whoa! Down goes
Mary was
Frazier.
almost all in. She almost knocked all her chips. No, just kidding. Jeff has made a raise here. Or excuse me, John has made a raise and Jeff's bet.
Jeff, keep in mind, was in the big blind.
Yes.
Tom folds over to Jeff now in the 9th seat.
Made it 181,000. Pretty sizable raise there on that flop. He is going to win that hand. Obviously, just checking the big blind. Jeff there could have had. He said, "Hey, the flop is Jack 3 deuce. I had to check big blind. Let me see if I can fire something." And I think, well, maybe he's got a crappy couple of cards that actually hit that horrible flop, and maybe I can take it down if I fire something. But
yeah,
easy fold to a raise right there.
So they're coming in with their answers in the live on the Twitch here in the comment section.
Did that happen here?
Kin Weed says 20. Jock Murph over 20. 22 he thinks.
Oh, how many blinds that was the recent shove?
No, this was that quiz I gave to the forum about what are the odds of, I think they were responding to what are the odds with 3 players left that you're going to find a pair over 9s.
Right.
And I do have the answer here. I'm going to give a couple more minutes in case anybody else wants to put an answer out there. 3 players left to act. You have pocket 9s. What are the odds or the probability that you're going to run into a pair bigger than 9s?
Tom's going to raise it up to 85,000 on the button now. Jeff gets out of the way. Over to Mary now in the big blind. We'll see if she decides to defend.
Those 2 eliminations seem to have given Tom a little bit more confidence here as he's been a little bit more active the last couple of hands.
You know what? I'm going to give you some action.
Johnny K says, I'm going to give you some action.
You're going to be really...
What does that typically mean, kind of, when your player says, I'll give you some action? Yeah, I'll splash around.
It usually means he has a hand that plays itself like a small pair.
Sure.
He's either going to flop a set or, he doesn't mind revealing that he's got a marginal hold.
Sure, yeah, give it a shot. Flop is queen, Jack 6, 2 hots.
So you gotta be
2 hots.
John folds 9.
John couldn't have waited to fold.
And Tom's going to take down the pot.
Tom's going to take down.
Oh, he didn't even have a margin. He had 9-3. Wow. So I guess the message he's sending is I'm going to defend my blind.
Absolutely.
That's just going to take from.
I had a monster.
And he's got the chips to do
I thought
that.
I
right now.
was.
All right, so the answer I have.
I threw my chip out there.
Yeah, I see the thing is, there's a little argument going on in the forum about, well, I wouldn't shove with 20 big blinds with 9s there.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do? Are you going to 2-bet fold? Are you going to 2-bet call? Are you trapping with 9s?
I can't
I
beat you when you have flops like that.
I don't mind
Ever in your
2-bet
whole
and then
life.
getting it all in, but 2-bet folding with
about
9s in that
flops.
spot, I think
Gotta
is a
take
little
flop
bit
less
too
than
tight.
I have to agree with you, Ken.
So either way is fine.
9-3
An
on
open
this next
shove
flop,
or a
flop leg.
2-bet, and then if somebody 3-bets, get it all in. Do you agree, Dominic?
It depends on the read that you have on the player. I think at that point, I mean, if you know someone is being a rock and they're not 3-betting you with anything worse than like ace king suited, you're thinking, well, okay, out of the 6 hands right now that this guy could have, 5 of them beat me. Especially in a final table situation where you've been playing with a lot of these players, not just from the final table, but in the last 2 or 3 tables during the course of a tournament. You've run into these people, probably at least half of them, at tables that you've been playing at for a significant amount of time on day 2 of an event.
That's a pretty limited 3-bet range from the blinds to a button raise, though. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely 3-betting very wide. Maybe even ace-10 suited and things like that. So you guys better call me or get it in, because I'm not going to be limiting my range to ace-king.
One of my problems in that situation is that the other player always seems to have it. It's very frustrating. And then of course you play with someone for 4 hours and think, okay, I know they've got one of these 3 hands, and they turn over like no, they'll turn over like a tarot card and a Chinese throwing star or something.
All right, here's the answer,
I guess
guys.
that was his favorite hand.
Well, we don't know if it's the. Oh, you have the actual. Oh, okay.
He used an extensive research.
With 3 opponents, 1 in 14.
1 in 14 having.
So I was around 20 when you were 31. So
and I thought it was higher than 20, so I was way off.
Yeah. So
no
1 in
surprise to the
14.
listeners.
So
Scary Mary, don't be doing anything crazy.
That's it.
Okay. Mary's gotten a little bit more considerate. She's had a
15-1
couple limps
basically.
here, but here she's going to raise on the button.
When you see her stack has gone down a little bit.
Yeah, well,
Tom.
that like we said, she's been very timid after the 4-bet 5-bet situation where she lost about, I'd say, a third of her stack. I think her 4-bet was like 485.
Jock Murph, you are correct. Between 2 and 3% for one player.
Everybody was watching this.
Way to go,
live
Jock
stream,
Murph.
says
You've
my
got
laugh
Kenna
is the
James
most
to give
annoying
you
thing they can hear right now.
a virtual high five.
Hey, I
Good,
want
I'm
to
gonna
shout out
do it
to our
louder
people
and
who are
louder. So you have to
in the
get
chat.
earplugs
They're
in.
participating. They're
Absolutely.
watching
And
our
it's a
show.
good chat today. We appreciate
You
that.
know,
It's been a
I
great
appreciate
chat.
you guys
It's been a great
being
chat.
with
Thank
us,
you.
and we'll I'm going to
Especially that one person.
Let's put out some more quizzes too.
That one lady who said that Dominic guy has a real sexy voice. I was very appreciative of her in the chat.
Well, I'll throw one out there real quick because I got into an argument. Not an argument, but
like a fist fight. Did you
no,
knock Gene Simmons out the other day?
No, but it had Alan Kessler involved with it.
you're
We had a
giving
guy
it
flop
back to
quad
me.
4s on the TV show 2 days ago when we were filming up
Don't
in the
you even
hotel
think about it.
suite.
This
and
is
we want to
for
know,
me.
and I'll put this out there, what are the odds of flopping quads with a pair in your hand? Obviously, you have to. Well, you don't have to have a pair in your hand, but flopping quads with a pair in your hand, what are the odds of that happening?
I'll get back to you on that. So
Okay.
there's our quiz number 2. What did I don't even know why we would be figuring that out, but we know that flopping
didn't
set
realize
is
that was a
about
big blind
8.5 to 1, right?
Yep. So we want to know what.
So what are the odds of flopping quad?
We bring it up because we asked Kenna. He said one thing. Our producer said one thing, and then Alan Kessler says, "Well, come on, guys, this is the real answer." So we'll have to go to Wizard of Odds, I guess, and we'll have to find out.
I said
Well,
like
maybe if
I
you
think
let
I
me.
said just over 6,000 to 1, something like that.
I'm just shocked
Starting
at the
with a
news that
pair.
Alan Kessler may have gotten into an argument about poker.
So my guess is over 6,000 to
Alan.
1 to flop quads, starting with a pair. What is your guess? put it out into the chat, and then I'll get back to you in about 5-10 minutes.
We
for
have
that
some
place
serious
number
action
2.
here. Mary has raised open from the cutoff to 90,000. John 3-bet to 2 1/4, and Ed has just jammed 4-bet style.
Ed says, "I've had it with you kids.
Yeah.
You meddling kids, you're getting in the way of
Get
my
off
tournament."
my lawn!
Look at this.
Ed's all in for well over $1 million. That's
Not
1.2. We've got 1.4 on the screen. It looks like maybe just a tad under that.
Yeah, remember, Dom, we don't know this, but Ed could be playing with 3 cards
No,
here.
I know.
So
That's true. He may have kept his
He
hand
might
from the
have
last
the
time.
advantage.
Make moves on me,
Now,
does he?
Johnny is a gambler,
Ed?
okay? He is a gambler, so he's on the button. He could have any 2 cards here.
He's got the chips. I think that's why he's so happy.
I-
Those look like
Give him his
stacks of
cards
40.
back.
Yeah, he's
actually.
got some big stacks.
And
stacks
those
of high
orange are
society.
25,000 apiece. The brownish ones,
We're looking
5,000
probably
apiece.
about $2.5 million in that stack right there.
That's great,
You
know,
mean
and it's so important
2.5
to be able to do that. See,
million.
and I do that, but like with these, it's confusing to
Nice
me.
hand, buddy.
You can eye a player's stack, and it's a skill, and you should
Folded
be able to know how
10s,
much they have.
face
Hands,
up.
ladies and gentlemen.
And he made a good fold. Ed shows queens.
Well, it's a friendly game, Kenna. It's a friendly match.
Well, it has the appearance.
The audience is gasping for air after that.
It has the
Wow.
appearance
They
of
look like
friendly.
the audience at Augusta after Sergio missed that putt on the 72nd hole
Boy,
yesterday.
was that fun yesterday. We were
That was
watching
a
that
blast.
over at
That
Gene
was a blast,
Simmons'
yeah.
bar. That was a lot of fun, man.
It is absolutely amazing, and I sent a Twitter message to some of my friends from my old sports journalism days. It is amazing how often Augusta National will have the most emotional, dramatic story
Unbelievable.
possible. I mean, you look at like Nicklaus
scared
winning
now.
obviously at 46 when Ben
Right.
Crenshaw
Yes,
won
yeah.
after his
What's it like to be
was his
forced
coach
to
passed away like 2 weeks earlier or something like that. It's just and Mickelson winning when his wife had just had finished cancer treatment and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whatever the most emotional thing possible
down there.
seems to come out at Augusta, and for Sergio to win yesterday on City Ballesteros' 60th birthday, and to overcome the major battle that he had, obviously throughout what had been overall a very solid career, just lacking the one major championship.
Yeah, finally, after
Certainly an amazing
73
story.
majors, the guy gets it done. But hey, I was rooting for Sergio because he's a poker player, and a couple of our friends posted some pictures yesterday of him down in the Bahamas playing poker, and it was pretty cool to see that.
Daniel
on Twitter.
Wyman, who actually just won the WPT Monster yesterday, posted a picture as well of him and Sergio playing together. I think Sergio played a hand for him or something during the
Yeah,
cash
that's what
game
it
or
was.
whatever
Yeah,
it was.
exactly. He goes, look, he played a hand for me.
Jeff checks over to Ed. Ed checks as well.
Ed and Jeff have seen this flop here, 5 deuce deuce, and they've checked it to the turn.
Turn card is the 10 of spades.
Jeff made the call out of the big blind of Ed's pre-flop raise.
Jeff's been pretty quiet before since that big hand.
Yeah,
that
he's waited to pick his spots and has been very solid so far today.
A lot of the folks on the stream thinks Jeff has the advantage here, and I have to agree. You know, Jeff and Johnny, of course, but playing against 3 other great players too. So it's poker; anything can happen.
And Ed's going to make the call.
We've seen a very pure deck. We talked about that already. Things are happening kind of the way they're supposed to be, if you will. The best hand's been winning so far, but we all know it's poker, and that can change. 4 of hearts there on the river, so things slowing down here a little bit.
Unless Jeff has a 10 here, I don't think he's going to fire again.
There's a Cardinal fan in the audience on the phone. He's off the phone. The bet is 91,000, I believe,
91,000.
and a quick fold.
Ed's going to fold, and Jeff's going to take on the pot.
Real quick, guys, I got to do some housekeeping items. Our next event, I'm looking forward to this. It's one of my favorite properties that we go to. It's the Ameristar over there in East Chicago. It's a 1650 event. What I like about this, Dom, is we're so close to the city of Chicago. We can get in for Cubs games, and it's always great to see good friends. And we always see just a huge prize pool and a lot of great poker players from the Chicagoland area.
Last spring when I was there, I'd never been to Wrigley Field, and we actually had a day off between events. So I was like, I'm so excited, I'm going to go to Wrigley Field, and I checked the schedule, and the Cubs left the day before. And I was like, dang it. So I had to settle for the White
Boy.
Sox-Tigers game between Chris Sale and Justin Verlander. I don't know
Man.
how I managed that as a baseball fan.
You are really selling this case of how bad you run, man. And you know
that's
what? I'm gonna be a
absolutely
believer
horrible.
by the time I get out of here.
Wait till he
If-
starts
if-
talking
I
about
have
the
a-
ladies.
I have
yeah.
a donation jar out front. You can just drop your money in
Well,
there.
just talk to these guys at the final table. They like donating.
Hey, real quick, guys, that event I was talking about, the preliminary events start Thursday, May the 4th.
We're
and it
doing
runs.
something special, by the way, and they're one of our preliminary events. We have upped the guarantee in our event 1 to $200,000.
No kidding. I haven't heard that
Yes.
yet. Great. That's
Yes.
great news. All the information at hptpoker.com.
Yeah, so that's a 3 starting flight event. I believe it's a $350 buy-in. if I-
Mary now taking some time thinking. You can see the air has gone out of her a little bit. God love her. She's really fighting and trying to hold on, but her body language. We talk about how important position is in this game. There's many types of position. Most people refer to table position, but there's chip position. Position is the location of something as it relates to something else. So, what's your chip position as it relates to your opponents? Table position is your position as it relates to the button. Another very important type of position is your image at the table and how you appear to the other players. And that's why body language is so important. It's how your opponents perceive you is your image. And Mary just, we're rooting for her. She's taken a couple of blows, and you can see her slouching at the table. The air has gone out of her a little bit. Hopefully on this break that's going to be coming up, I'm sure, pretty soon, she can pull it together. You want to go on break, wash your face, slap your hands together. You see, you got to, but this is what the game is all about. When it's 4th down, you gotta pull yourself up by the bootstraps and maintain your physical body position so that you don't give up any signs of weakness to your opponent.
Those are all great points there, Ken and James.
I'd love to know, we've talked about that hand, obviously, repeatedly. It's been one of our bigger hands here, this event, the 4-bet, 5-bet that she ended up folding to.
Right.
Because we don't have the whole cards, that kind of adds to what Ken is talking about here. What exactly happened in that hand? Did she have a really good hand and she knew she was beaten? It's like, dang it, this could have been my chance to make a significant move and really chip up here, but I know that I'm outclassed. Or did I make a bad move and do something that I told myself coming into today I wasn't going to do? I wasn't going to make a stupid play. I wasn't going to overplay a certain hand. And dang it, I said I would, or ace king or ace queen, something like that. I said I wasn't going to overplay ace king. I coached myself on that coming into today, and what did I do? I overplayed ace king, and now you're punching yourself in the face in addition to the punch that you took
And that's what
from
I think
the other
she probably
player in the
had.
chip stack.
I'm going to say she had ace king. That's what I'm going to guess. Anyway, guys, quick question here. By the way, in the studio, in the booth with me, I've got Kenneth James and I've got Dominic Siebert, James Larson. My name, Craig Hubert, wanted to know, poker is said to be a young man's game. What are the advantages youth has in poker?
You care less.
Right. Something to be said about that.
We just mentioned Daniel Weinman, okay, the guy who won
Yeah.
the WPT Monster. Okay, he won another WPT event, I want to say like 3 months ago. So he's got 2 this year. I believe he is right around 29, 31 years old, somewhere in that range. And he just had a kid this past year. When you get married and you get a kid, sometimes things get a little bit more serious in your own brain. And say, oh, well, hey, donking it off with Jack Force offsuit isn't a good idea anymore. I'm trying to think, there's a guy who had the exact same thing happen to him. I'm drawing a blank on his name, and he's going to kill me when I see him at the series this summer. But he won 1 or 2 bracelets this past year. Had almost like I want to say he had like over $700,000 in cash at the series this summer. And he just got married and had a kid. And how your whole philosophy changes when you're a single guy traveling the poker circuit, playing golf with your buddies on the weekends and stuff like that, as opposed to, oh, now I'm more responsible.
Right.
I have more, or I should say, I have more responsibilities that I have to handle. That can really change your philosophy as a player.
Right.
All right, there's a bet and a raise in this, a raise and a call rather in this pot, and Ed has led out for 100,000, about a half pot.
This is a check raise here from John. This is blind versus blind, by the way. John initially limped, and Ed raised out of the big blind, and now a check raise on the flop. So there's some very interesting action here on what is a very obviously interesting board with an ace and a king out there.
Yeah, it looks to me like John's probably got an ace here.
And that's gonna make the call.
Or he's check raising with a king to force his opponent to an ace. But these are the interesting hands, the blind versus blind hands.
Turn card now is the 4 of clubs.
He definitely should fire again here on the check raise. Otherwise, you're just giving up in my book.
And this, by the way, is another. People always talk about c-betting. Okay, you raise before the flop and then you lead after the flop. This is another form of c-betting. When you make a check raise, it's a pretty good idea in most situations to lead the following street, whatever that street may be. And that's exactly what John has done right here.
John makes a bet.
$275,000 is a bet by
275,000.
And, you know, this is, again, back to position for a minute. He's got chip stack position on his opponent, so he could be leveraging here. And then on a higher level, knowing on a 3-bet, you're going to be putting your opponent at a decision for all his chips, trying to get a weak ace.
Massive pot right now,
Wow,
over a million
pot.
chips.
What has Ed got, guys?
It's definitely defending with an ace here.
All right, no club there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real reasonable draw that you could be playing, I think, throughout the course of this
Right.
hand, the way it's gone down. So this is at least ace versus ace, maybe a 2-pair versus an ace-queen kind of situation, I think.
Action to John. He won one of these events in March of 2009. We'll talk about that after this hand.
I think John here is reaching. I really don't think he has it. I think Ed's got a hand like ace 10, ace 8, and is defending, and I think John's trying to blow him off.
Tell you what, this is a pretty courageous play by John, though, all the way through. You know, you check raise on the flop, you lead the turn. It's basically, if it is a bluff, it's basically a 3-barreler.
That's right.
With some advanced
and I'm
play
going to
here.
call a 3-barreler here.
And I'm going to say the opposite. I think John's got it.
Well, that's what it's fun is.
550,000 on the bet
Let's hope
here.
we find out.
I'm gonna
Almost
say
half
John's
the
got
pot.
the best of it. I think John's got 2-pair with his. I think he's got 2-pair. I think John's got the best of it.
He calls.
He said call.
That shows king 9 2-pair.
He flopped bottom 2.
John shows jack deuce for pair of deuces.
And he was bluffing the whole way with jack
He was
deuce.
bluffing.
Yeah.
All the
Wow.
way. Give him credit for the
I
triple.
I thought he had the king.
So I was right on John's
Massive
hand.
pot,
On
over
Ed's-
2.25 million chips here.
On Ed was stronger than I even thought. But yeah, he's not going to bluff him off 2-pair there. So that was where he was leveraging his chips to put his opponent to a decision to try and get him off a weak ace, like ace 10, ace 8, ace 7. But his opponent actually had a much bigger hand.
So I said I was going to talk about Johnny Kerfman. He won one of these March 29th. That's 2009, Meskwaki Bingo Casino Hotel. That's not far from Cedar Rapids, Iowa, about 45 minutes to the west. And he took down $83,916. It was a total prize. Total players in the main event, 297.
That basically makes up half of his lifetime.
Yeah,
earnings.
yeah, exactly. If you look at it, and I'm going to look at his HPT results here. He's got a 23rd, a 5th in November of 09 in Mount Pleasant, the Championship Open, a 21st at Majestic, a 25th in Missouri, a 54th in Indiana. So yeah, his second biggest score in the HPT would have been in that same year at our Championship Open. 5th place finish, $25,412. And if you guys remember, we always give a entry fee to all of our champions that year. So he went on a free roll there for another $25K after winning the Meskwaki event, and now sits at over about 175. You said via Hendon Mob.
Yeah, I don't know. We talked about Mary and how she's kind of shut down here after that big loss hand. It'll be interesting to see what. I was going to say it was going to be interesting to see what John does now after losing basically half his stack in that pot, and he responds promptly by throwing some more chips in the middle off the butt, and is going to take the blinds and the antes right there. So
and look at Jeff. Jeff's just sitting back, sending a few text messages. Got plenty of chips. Got his jacket off. Got his favorite Cardinal hat on, and letting John not implode, but that last hand took a big cut out of that chip stack for Johnny K.
gonna have to put it in overdrive.
So,
now,
all right, I want to get back to that answer again
It
to the
can't
quiz.
be 6,000.
Well, actually, Jock Murph is correct. It's 407 to 1 to make quads, but that's starting with a pair.
Yes.
So if you're talking about without starting with a pair, what are the odds of
million
making
at least,
quads?
a
It's
million,
6,512 to 1.
That's all.
About half of what I
Starting
had.
with a pair,
Is that a good
407 to 1. Jock Murph is right on it there. So
I
that's that.
misread my
And
hand.
then there's
I thought I
another
had
comment in
deuces
here. I'm always bringing in these
my
guys.
hand.
The guy says, I think this was on your comment. What's the advantage of youth at the poker table?
Oh, shit.
And this guy says lack of wisdom,
At first I
experience
just thought he
is
had
the
a pair of
lure of
kings.
big
I was
money.
like, "Such-"
We
saw
should
that,
talk
yeah.
about. We should talk about what are the disadvantages. Everybody asks that question. What's the disadvantages of being a young gun, of being a young player at the game, or what do you got to overcome?
You know, one of the things probably bankroll. Older, as you get older, you acquire more money. You have more money saved up. When you're younger, you're just starting out. So that can work both ways. But I know our net worth is worth hopefully a little more than it was 20 years ago.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I think one of the things that younger players have a difficult time overcoming is in so many other competitive environments, be it sports or business or school or what have you, that you engage in as a younger person. Hard work and good solid work is often rewarded. That's not always the case in poker. You can play lots of hands and lots of tournaments and lots of cash games really, really well and really, kind of ABC by the book, doing what you're supposed to do, and you can go on massive losing streaks while you're doing that. Variances come in. There really isn't a whole lot of variance, shall we say, in football. Better teams usually win. You execute your game plan better. You don't turn the ball over. You have more total yards. You're probably going to win the game.
Yes.
When you get to poker and you keep getting it in as a 4-1 favorite, and they keep sucking out on you, it seems like for weeks or even months at a time, and that also limits a young person's bankroll to where they think, okay, well, I can't play as frequently or as high stakes as I want to or might prefer to, or I can't play where I've excelled at. I used to be a pretty good 2-5 player, but now things are where I have to only play 1-2 for a reasonable amount of time, and obviously play at a 1-2 table is a lot different from playing at a 2-5 table, and adjusting back and forth that kind of thing can be a problem.
I can sum it up in a word that reminds me my friend Chip Jet, who
would that make it too easy?
years ago, Chip Jet,
That sounds like a famous detective or something.
That's a great poker
a police, a character on a TV show. Yes, this is Chip Jet here.
Anyway, they were putting together this. Ron Rose was writing this coffee table book and wanted quotes from all these poker pros, and Chip and I were in this book, and the question was, what's your greatest strength? And he was a young gun at the time, and he said fearlessness. And the next question was, what's your greatest weakness? And he said fearlessness.
Yes.
And so that's the beauty of the answers. It can go both ways. And as a young person, sometimes, or a young person in the game, you don't realize that your strengths can become your weaknesses.
And they can be both at the same time.
And it takes some experience and some wisdom, and you don't have the pain of the loss from that experience a lot of times in youth, even though you think you do just because you've taken a bad beat. And when you do have that, it can lead to wiser, more considered decisions. And so that's one disadvantage that I would say is experience.
I think when you're a younger player too, whenever you're in a situation like that and you lose a hand, you always find yourself saying, how can you have that hand? How is that what you have?
Yes.
When you get more experience as an older player, you realize, well, of course that's what he had, because that's what always beats me in situations like that.
Exactly. You don't realize that it comes around.
Yeah.
And there's such another disadvantage is the assumptiveness and the arrogance
Just gonna re-raise.
that goes along with you, which is also a benefit at times. But you don't necessarily see the forest through the trees, and this is coming from a guy who's now I've been on both sides of the fence, obviously.
Jeff took down that pot with a 3-bet of Tom's cutoff.
Anyway, it's an interesting discussion. So I think the thing that I could say to the young players is to just look to appreciate the wisdom or the experience of players that have been in the game a long time, instead of discounting it. And in that, you'll just, it's a learning experience in itself.
We are almost done with our first session, our first 2-hour session here at this HPT final table from the Ameristar Casino at St. Charles. Our first break will be in about another hand or two, depending on how fast things proceed here.
I'd like to thank Sean Connery for stopping by.
Sean, how many people started this event?
76,000.
359.
359.
Prize pool for this event of just over $500,000.
Yeah, it's always a good event here in St. Charles, Missouri. Want to thank the property for having us back. The flop, couple of 8s and a jack.
John and Jeff in this hand.
Let's talk about Mary. There's something about Mary.
There is something about
There
Mary.
is something about Mary. As I said earlier, she's one of the most wonderful people that I've met on the HPT circuit. And if you don't like her, you should probably be thrown into the river or something.
Deported, you said earlier.
But how many chips does she have?
She's around, I want to say 700,000-ish. She and John are actually on similar size stacks. John maybe has 100 more right now.
All right, so heads up here. Let's see the turn card.
And we go to that turn card now. It's the 5 of diamonds.
John's gonna be first.
How many chips in play do we have? Can you figure that out? For me?
There's 10.77 million.
Average
play
stack
right
going
now.
in was 1.2. Yeah, I'm reading that now.
So the average stack right now would be over 2 million.
2 million average stack.
130,000.
And John going back at it now. He's going to try and get back some of those chips that he lost. Right now, Jeff is, his game. I like his balance. He's letting the other players battle it out.
206.
The
pots he plays, most of them he wins.
I got a good flop.
All right, guys. Well, you heard Jeremy. We're going to take a short break, so
15 minutes. Yep.
So why don't you go ahead and come on back here? It's the HPT Live right here on Twitch from the Ameristar St. Charles.
We'll be back in 15.
325.
I won't talk about it.
Ed has 2,670,000, 2.670. Tom has 3,070,000.
They must think you're good.
And is our current chip leader. And Jeff has 2,910,000. So 2.9, 3 million, 2.6, 1.3, and 795. Go ahead and wash up cards. Get ready to go. All right, we're at 5,000 Andy now. 20,000.
All right.
40,000 on the blinds. 5, 20, 40. All right, down to our final 5 players here. Let's give our final 5 players a round of applause. Nice job, guys. Started with 359, down to our final 5.
All right, welcome back to the HPT Poker live stream here. James Larson is my name,
Our
alongside
new chips in play,
Dominic
the blue
Siebert, and we now enter the man, the myth, the legend. You misspoke earlier when you talked about Greg Remy. You called him a former World Series
2040. Go ahead and deal.
You're always a champion. Once you're a champion, you're always a past champion.
Past champion for me. You're going to get semantical on me here.
I am, because I'm proud of my friend.
Think of
I'm
it like
proud
boxing.
of Greg, too. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the guy who was the heavyweight champion and won the title in 1990 or something.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff's going to be
enters the
first
room,
act
they
here.
don't say
40,000 is
former.
our big
Right.
blind.
I'm giving you a
They
hard
say-
time.
They say
but-
the champ.
Well, champ,
What the heck,
welcome.
I don't have
Jeff's
that
going to
big ego,
raise
but
to
doesn't mean
85,000.
I don't like it getting stroked a little.
Right, exactly,
85,000
exactly.
actions folded around
And
the end
we'll
of the small
talk about
blind.
some of your other successes here on the HPT, of course, Player of the Year, and I remember that year all too well.
And
But right now,
folds.
let's
Over
talk
to
about
Tom,
the poker in your
85,000
hand.
is
And
the
while
current
you
bet,
were
and Tom's
waiting
gonna
in the
make the
wings
call.
to get on the broadcast, we lost,
85 and a
what, 4
call.
players?
4
so far.
players,
Give me
and we
heads
talked
up.
about how the cards
To
have been
the
running
flop. Let's see the flop.
pure for
Pure,
everybody. It's been table pure as well. The 5 players
Flop
we have
is
left were 5
8 of
of
spades,
the
5 of
top,
clubs,
or
10 of
5 of the top
clubs.
6
Tom's gonna be
stacks coming
first
in
act. He
today. So
checks
the
over
short
to
stacks
Jeff.
are pretty much gone. And quick update on chip counts for everybody tuning in. Mary Sturgis has 795,000. She is the short stack right now.
Jeff's
Starting to
gonna bet.
enter the danger zone a little bit. About 20 big blinds right now. That's 20, 40
105,
blinds with
100,
a 5,000 chip
over to
in.
Tom. He's going to make the call.
John Kerfman has worked his way back
105
up
and a
to
call. Still heads up. Let's see the turn card.
1,325,000. And then a pretty even
card is 5
trio
of
up at
hearts.
the
Tom's
top
gonna be
with
first.
Ed Sebesta
Tom
having
checks over to Jeff.
2.67 million, Tom Morris just a
Jeff
shade
checks
over
as well.
3
Both players
million,
check the
and
turn.
Jeff Landher
Let's see
at
the river card.
2.9 million.
River card is a jack of spades.
And Jeff and Mary are in
Tom
this
is
hand
first.
right now.
Probably had Jack.
Looks like we have Jeff, Mary.
I mean, yeah.
Or, excuse me, Jeff.
neither of
That's
those
Jeff
looks like
and
Mary.
Tom's
No,
gonna
that's
bet.
not Mary. That's Jeff and Tom. I was looking at the
200,000
graphics
over to
there as
Jeff.
I was looking down at my screen trying to read those chip counts for you. So it's actually Tom and Jeff.
It's a shame Missouri Gaming won't let us have RFID. It makes it so
is
much
correct.
easier.
I know.
Like instead of someone have to manually enter all the information, the RFID reader and the software does it for us.
A little bit of a stare down attempt there by the 9 seat of Jeff, but Tom's having nothing to do with that.
Yeah, these are our 2 chip leaders going at it in this hand right here.
It's Tom in the baseball hat, right?
No,
Tom is the
Sorry, Jeff.
glasses. Jeff's in the baseball.
So
hat.
Jeff is bet. Tom is thinking, and the big pot earlier where Jeff had aces full of jacks. He wasn't.
Yeah,
well,
Jeff's going to make the call. Let's see
he
the
wasn't- he
hands.
wasn't
Tom
moving
shows
like
king,
this.
queen. Jeff shows ace 8 for a pair of 8s.
See, and I got confused.
And
Those chips.
Jeff's going to take down the pot.
Tom
Right.
had bet were
They
so
were-
far in front of Jeff. I thought Jeff had bet, and Tom
Yeah.
was thinking. So I was like, oh,
My
Jeff
ears.
is behaving so differently than when he had bet, and had the nuts. But
Tell everybody the color of the chips real quick, guys.
Yes, we have
do
had
this.
because we
you
did
don't
have
hit the button.
a race off during
Yeah.
the break. The purple
call, buddy.
1,000 chips are now gone, so now the smallest chips
They
in
do
play
that
are the
shit to
white
me.
and brown chips
know
that
how
are
to
5,000.
read
The orange chips are 25,000, and the green and white chips that have just been brought in play are the 100,000 chips.
Now, Greg, you played this event. Did you end up cashing? I didn't see the results.
No, I I came into day 2 below average. I had almost 100,000. Average was like 140, and then I literally folded every hand for the first 45 minutes, which was fine because the best hand I
Mary's
had was
first
ace
act here.
5
She folds.
offsuit under
Over
the
to John.
gun. I
John
would've
folds
made
as well.
aces
Over to
and
Ed now on
fives,
the
and
button.
The guy on the button would have had 3 aces with his pocket aces.
Oh,
So
man.
it was all good that I folded that hand as well as all the others. But,
Sure.
it was just one of those days. It was like the cards.
40,000 is our big blind. That's going to raise to 100,000. 100,000 is
no
the
matter
raise.
how
Tom folds over to Jeff in the big
you've gone
blind.
without a playable hand. There's no point in looking down at 10-4 and raising, unless you think everyone's going to fold.
Right.
And since people don't like to fold to me, I don't usually assume they will.
What kind of disadvantage is that being a
Jeff's gonna fold in.
former
Ed's gonna
major
take down the pot.
champion, a very recognizable face in the poker world? People just saying, hey, I'm going to be in a hand with Greg Raymer. I want to tell everybody that I beat Greg Raymer in one hand, and they always call you. Does that happen frequently in your playing career?
I'm confident I'm getting a lot more action than if I was just like the same guy, 52-year-old guy, and no one at the table knew who he was when he sat down. I'm sure I'd be able to run a lot more bluffs than I can right now. I mean, the plus side, though, is, when the cards are coming my way, I get paid off a lot more.
Sure.
So, it balances out to an extent. But, of course, in a tournament, it's not like a cash game. In a cash game, you could just say, like, hey, if I had to fold every hand for 2 hours, oh, well. You've lost a little bit of money, but since blinds aren't going up, it's not that big a deal. But in a tournament, especially once you get past the early levels, if you find no playable hands for a couple hours, that's like an average stack to being blinded out of the tournament completely. Sure. So at some point,
All right, action's on Jeff in the small blind.
So that's the hard part, is when I hit that stretch of, bad starting hands. And I know I can't get people to fold.
I don't think you have to count.
Action here is
going to make
Jeff.
the call. Option
You
2,
guys
Mary in
saw
the big blind.
He asked Mary how much she has
Mary's going
there.
to raise to 150,000.
Mary's quickly
150.
raised as after Jeff limped from the small blind.
Action's back to Jeff.
Seats 9 and 1. And now John's going to fold. Hey, real quick, guys, we've got a contest going
John's
on.
gonna fold, and
That's
Mary's
right.
gonna take down the
Inside
pot.
the
Just
chat
got
room.
word about that.
All you have to do is type in Heartland in the chat for your chance to win an HPT hat and shirt. We'll keep this open. for
The
next
same
hour.
lovely ensemble that I am wearing right now here
And
in the broadcast.
I won one as well. Look at this. They brought me one in here. So, Greg, maybe you'll be a winner. All you have to do, folks, is type the word Heartland. I'm going to type it in right
There
now.
is a shirt here being used as like a little rest for my mic, but it might be tight on Mary by the looks of this shirt.
Might be tight on Mary,
So
so
if
probably
it
won't
might be
fit you.
tight on
3
Mary,
minutes left at this level. We're at
it
60-minute
might fit
levels.
around my arm.
There you
Go
go.
at the final table till we get the heads up
I
play.
doubt
It'll be
it'll fit around
30-minute
my
levels.
leg.
By the way, I've been
5,000
timed out
Annie,
for 5 minutes
20,000,
from the chat
40,000 on the
room
blinds.
because I was using
That's
all
gonna be
caps.
first act
so
of the 60.
the Moonbot has kicked me out. I was trying to type in Heartland, but now I'm on a penalty.
This
right
is
now.
your first time with the keyboard.
Yeah, I'm on a 5-minute penalty at a tournament
Action's
table
over on
that
Mary
I'm
in the small blind.
commentating.
Mary's
It's the
gonna
first time a
raise to
commentator's got a
120,000,
penalty. Well, I'm sure Norman Chad's
Over
had a
to John.
few over the years.
Yes.
Their
John's going to
commentaries never
fold,
lie.
and Mary's going to take down the
Right.
pot.
Well, that's not true. It is for the,
Yeah,
for the November
this
9,
stream,
but
All right, so Mary's got to get back in this,
Mary's
guys.
got back-to-back pots. She, as we said, she is the short stack, and she's a little bit danger zone right now, about 20 big blinds. So
it's
she
not a
out.
good spot though.
Yeah,
I
she
mean, actually even a little shorter. Like
Yeah.
15 is almost better than 20 in some senses.
Yeah, because you think you
that's
can make some plays still, and then you overplay something.
No, not that. It's because like when someone else raises, and they make it 2.5 or 3x, something like that.
Oh, I can
now
call.
15 is the perfect shoving size.
Yeah.
It's enough that if that person has a brain, they're a good player. They're not calling like,
Reverse
let's
double up
gamble.
this
I have
time, Ed. What do you
7
think?
suited. They're throwing away.
Oh,
all
shit,
those
I'm
hands
getting
that they
burned
might
now.
be raising with just because, hey, I'm chipping.
You'll do anything to win.
I'm
Flip your
blowing
cards
the
up when
table.
they're crappy.
But if it's a smart player, they're not going to just call off all that those extra 12, 13 blinds, with a crappy hand. So you're in this perfect spot if you have a loose, aggressive chip
The 9C is going to raise to 105,105.
Now you got the
Our blue
20
turquoise
is
chips
still a
are
good size
100,000
to
chips.
shove in that spot.
105 is the
but now
current
you're
bet.
risking that much more.
Mary folds over to
win
John in
the
the
same
small blind.
amount
Well,
that
we
you
just saw
get
the
when
same.
they fold.
We just
John
saw that
folds
same
over to Ed in the big
situation,
blind.
almost a similar situation earlier with Everett Lawrence when he just open jammed 20 bigs.
It's going to fold as well.
On the button with 6-4
And Justin
suited.
is going to take down the pot.
Ran an ace queen.
Yeah, I don't like
big
that one
blind.
because that's too much.
Yeah.
You're risking too much for what you can win. And obviously with 6-4, every time you get called, you're behind.
Absolutely.
I mean, if he'd done the same thing with ace-4, yeah, every time he gets called, he's behind.
51 minutes, just
at
under
least,
51
like,
minutes
most of your
left at
pocket
this level.
pairs, he has
So
one
5,000
over.
Annie.
Yeah. And he still has like 30%
20,000,
equity
40,000 on the
against
blinds.
kings
Down to our
and
final 5
jacks
players.
and
5th
so
place
on.
today is going to receive almost
And he's got
26,000.
25% equity
And
against.
first place just over 100. 17,000 and the HPT main event bracelet.
Ace king, ace queen, ace jack when he has a bad ace.
All right, we're broadcast. Sorry.
But it's 20 is too many to just open shove unless it's something like bubble of a super satellite or maybe bubble of this whole tournament, and that guy behind you just isn't going to call unless he has a top 5% hand.
All right, the action continues here from the Ameristar St.
Action's rolled
Charles.
around
James
Mary in the one
Larson
seats.
alongside Dominic
40,000 is our big
and
blind.
Greg Raymer. Action here on Mary. Mary's had a tough go of it here as of late. Hoping to
Mary's
get
gonna
things
raise to
heated back up.
100,000.
She's
Looks
got
like
100,000.
she's a little bit more
Action's
refreshed
over to
coming
John
off
on the
this
button.
break right here.
Yeah.
We talked about the body language of her earlier. Seems a little bit more composed as she's made her raise to 100,000 here at the cutoff.
Well, I saw her out here on the
over to
break,
Ed
and she
in
was
the
like
small
on her
blind.
phone, you know, and she was smiling and looking relaxed. So,
Yeah, all the players do seem very relaxed. I talked to a couple, 3 of them on the break as well. Johnny Kerfman wanted to say hi to all his friends and family. He said everybody back
That's
home
gonna
is
make the call
watching
over to
it.
Tom in the
That's
big
what's
blind.
great about the live stream. We're up to
Tom's gonna fold, and we're gonna be heads up.
on the stream. Don't forget to
See the
type in
flop.
Heartland in the message
Let's see the
area for
flop.
your chance to win a hat and a shirt. Don't do it in all caps. You might get a warning.
That's right. Ed's made the call out of the
7
small
of diamonds,
blind
king of
here.
spades, deuce of
Very
hearts. Ed's
dry
going to be
flop
first
instead of
act in the
king
6th
deuce.
seat.
And now Ed's reaching
Ed's going to
for
bet
chips.
125, 125,000 over to
73
Mary.
years old. He's from Texas.
we call this a weak
And
lead or a
Mary's going to make
donk
the call,
bet.
125.
And it doesn't mean it's a
And a
dumb
call, still
bet.
heads up. Let's see the
That's
turn
just
card.
referred to as a donk bet. Anytime there you're like that, your
Turn
head's
card's
up.
a 6 of
you know, the other
diamonds.
player raised pre-flop.
Ed's going to be first.
You know, normally Ed's going to check because when you check, you expect her to bet essentially 100% of the time.
Right.
So when he bets out instead, it's either called a weak lead or a donk bet. And sometimes it's being made for a really intelligent reason, but most of the time you see
Ed's gonna
that
bet.
kind of action. It's a weak player who
200,000
doesn't
over to Mary.
understand that they're making a mistake.
200,000 is the bet on the turn here from Ed. So he's led it this twice, and again, a very
Mary's going
timid
to fold
board. So you
in.
think
Ed
that
in the
Mary
6th
may have
seat's
run
going to
into
take
a
on the
king
pot.
there, and we're not sure about because we do not have hole cards here via the state of Missouri, which allows us to be live instead of on delay. But we're forced to do a little bit more playing along, shall we say, than analysis.
And it's super hard for Mary to continue there if she doesn't have a pair of kings or better.
Right.
You know, but I mean, the issue is that being the case, it's like, well, if Ed himself has like a king with a good kicker or better, why isn't he like letting her hang herself? You know, why not like check, you know, and call her better, check and raise, and maybe get her to commit all of her chips. So, you know, it's the kind of thing where, you know, like a world-class player, and Ed may be making this as a world-class player. I don't know what his cards are.
20,000,
So I'm
40,000 on the
not
blinds.
ever
Mary's going to be
saying
first act in the
anything
1
negative
seat.
about Ed here, but I'm saying if a world-class player played that hand the way Ed did, it's because either he's really sure he can get the bluff through this way and not some other
Mary's
way,
going to fold over to John.
or because he thinks like, oh, I've got a great hand and
John
she's gonna
folds
pay
over to
me
Ed
off
on the
because
button.
I'm doing this donk bet, this weak lead. It looks weak. It might induce her to like shove with, you know,
Ed's going to
something
raise
I have beat.
to 100,000. Tom folds.
Ed's
Over to
gonna
Jeff in the
raise
big blind.
Raise to 100,000.
100,000 is the current bet.
Ed folds. Now action over to Jeff in the 9th seat. By the way, 6th place money right now, for rather 5th place money, $25,999. Up top, $117,249.
Jeff's reaching for a re-raise.
So it's going to
chips.
re-raise to a total bet of
230.
330,000 is the re-raise amount. Action's back to Ed in the 6th seat. 330 is the current bet.
Jeff's been very solid throughout the course of the day. He has not been making any crazy plays.
Who's the button in this hand? I can't see it on the.
The button is Ed,
I can't see
who's
the
facing
table.
the action right now.
Ed's going to
And
fold
he is
in,
laying
and Jeff's
down.
going to take down the pot.
Jeff's going to win this pot.
Okay, yeah, so that's, I mean, you know, you got the button raised. You expect that to be a really wide range of hands. You know, Jeff can be 3-betting there with almost anything potentially. If he thinks Ed's weak this time for whatever reason, you know, he doesn't, you know, he can have deuce 7 and he's just like, I think you're going to fold. I'll 3-bet.
Jeff's best HPT finished 9th place at River City. He's had a couple other cashes. 32 years old. Professional.
Just under 46 minutes left at this
His,
level. Still
biggest cash
5,000, Andy, 20,000, 40,000 on the
Sorry, I thought you
blinds.
meant Jeff was the 9th place finisher?
I was talking about Jeff, who just won the hand.
Yeah.
Yep.
I might have misheard you because I have bad hearing. I thought you
Oh,
said
yeah,
Ed.
you don't have a
Tom's
headset.
gonna be
No.
As soon as you got to
in the
the
3 seat.
32, then I'm like, okay, you're not talking
Yeah,
about Ed.
right, we're not talking about Ed.
I don't think Ed has led such a tough life that he's
Folds over to
got
Ed.
that much weight here at 32.
Jeff's
Actually,
biggest cash was at the
folds
WSOP
over to
event
Tom
in
on the button.
Choctaw, where he finished 2nd in the main event
Tom's
last
going to
year
raise to
for
100,000.
almost $250,000.
Over to Jeff now in the small blind.
No stranger to a final table then.
I played with him a bit on day 2. He's a good player.
Has
He was the
15
chip player at my
cashes.
table. Sorry, Dom. Cut you off.
It's all right. What am I going to do?
I was going to do the Dr. Evil on you.
Jeff won a big hand early, aces full of jacks over Ed, I believe it was.
Yeah,
right?
no, that was over Lawrence.
Over Lawrence.
Actually, yeah. And he had it was ace versus ace.
335,000 is the re-raise amount. Mary folds.
Mary gets out of the way.
335 is the total re-raise.
Jeff again has 3-bet here after a button raise, but this time he's done it from the small blind.
And Tom's going to make the call.
And Tom's going to make the call.
Yeah, so this is our two big stacks right now going head to head.
If you're wondering about the hole cards, we're in the state of Missouri, so we are unable to show you those, so we'll just do our best to guide you through it. The flop is king, 6, deuce, couple of hearts.
And the 3-better here is first to act, so.
And this is what you
The
expect.
C-bet from him is not surprising.
Yeah, when you're in a heads-up pot, the last aggressor is almost always betting. And, I mean, the truth is, even if this is a horrible flop for Jeff's hand, if he had pocket 5s and he's like, king, I don't want that, 2 hearts, you know. And
yeah.
He still is like, well, but I want to get him to fold. Like, maybe he has pocket 7s and he'll fold on this flop.
Tom has announced a raise to 800,000.
Wow.
Putting Jeffrey to the test here.
Well, can you try to guess what these guys are holding here, Mr. Raymer?
Well, I mean, they still should have a pretty wide range. You know, and I just don't know, like, you know, I mean, how much would Tom be willing to do something like semi-bluff here? If he had, like, ace-high hearts, but no pair, would he still ever make a play like this in this situation? I don't know. There's certainly many players who would. And there's nothing wrong with that play because, oh, hey, you know, like if he does have a pair, if Jeff has a pair, you just got him to lay down the best hand, so to speak.
Sure, yeah.
You know, but more often than not, you expect Tom to have like top pair bet at that point.
Yeah, can I get a couple of those?
Unless you can beat top pair better, you give it up.
Tom has now moved back into the chip lead, taking it as he and Jeff have been swapping that the last couple of hands.
I mean, I don't know Tom's game at all, but in general, you know, when you see a player who's, let's say, older than me, you expect them to mostly be tight. Most of them, they're less likely to be bluffing and semi-bluffing.
Woo, I thought that
than
was
if
going
they
to be
were, you know, someone in their 20s or 30s. Obviously, that's not true overall, but as a rough generalization, it can be true. The tricky part, though,
mine
you
did. This guy
you
sucked
see a
out
player
on me
who's
at
tight, whether
29.
they're
Did anybody
an
see
older
that?
player or not.
I had him trapped.
Some of those players are really tight. Like they wait and they wait and they wait for a good starting hand before they'll play a hand.
I don't know what
Nobody
you
got
call
They
that.
come in,
that.
and now
I
they
think
just
that
stick
was
to it.
just
It's
me
like, hey, I
wanting to
waited a
give you
long
my
time to
chips or
find this
something.
ace jack. Just because it's been raised and re-raised doesn't mean I'm going to fold it. So you got to know, like, you can't look at a guy and say, oh, he opened for a raise, but he's so tight, if I 3-bet, he'll fold. Like some of them now, once they finally decide to enter, they get super, super sticky. They just don't want to give it up because they've been waiting a long time for a good hand.
I had to wait 3 hours for this ace-jack suited. I'm not going to get anything better, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I passed that test yesterday. I mean, I waited 45 minutes to play a hand on day 2. Never had a good situation. Then finally I get ace-queen, I raise. Jeff, who's the big stack at my table to start day 2, is a couple seats to my left, and he calls me. And then a guy, an older guy, who I was sure would never, ever, ever be bluffing, now goes all in. And I'm just like, I waited 45 minutes to finally get a good hand like ace-queen, and I get this? And the guy later told me he had kings. So, I mean, I did make a good fold, but it was just like so annoying to wait. You know, I didn't want to let it go.
All right, so quite a bit of royalty there, Dom, on the flop and turn. Action is, I believe, John made the bet, and Jeff's going to make the call. Has anybody got an ace? 9's
got
good
the bottom
enough.
end.
Got the bottom end. He shows the 9. So, John, you see his chip stack sure has gotten smaller than what we saw earlier. He had quite the castle.
Look out, I got a green one, boys.
Yeah, that hand where he lost basically about half the stack bluffing off with Jack Deuce against Ed's bottom 2 pair on the flop. Really has changed, obviously, not only his stack size but his strategy here. And you just saw him. He had 9-7, so he defended his blind, and then he just sat and waited until His bottom end straight
hope
ran
that's
out.
your
Then
hair or her hair, but
when
that's
Jeff
probably-
didn't
it
bet
looks like a
at
gray
any
hair.
point during the course thing, I said, well, I'll fire and see if I can get paid off, and he did. We didn't see Jeff's hand. He might have had a queen or something like that, just to keep him honest.
Yeah.
But the bottom straight was good enough.
And that's a great strategy point because a lot of players might like, oh, I better bet the turn here. I made this straight, but there's 2 hearts. I don't want to give a free card. And that's like, but the problem is, if you bet that straight that's on the bottom end like that, if the other player raises you, you're just stuck. Like, does he have an ace and I'm
Sure.
crushed, or is he bluffing or semi-bluffing? Maybe he just has 2 hearts, and he figures like, well, if you don't have an ace, you'll have to fold, and if you don't fold, I can still make a flush
Right.
and beat your straight. But then finally on the river, it's like, okay, now I can go for value. Now, if you get raised on the river, you are in a tough spot.
Right.
Like, obviously, the guy has the ace or he's bluffing. There's no in between.
Maybe it'll
You just have to make a poker
maybe it'll
decision,
multiply.
figure out what your man is doing this time, your opponent. But, betting the turn with that 9 for the straight is really not a great idea because it's hard to get paid off by worse.
Right.
You might get a call from someone with a flush draw now, and they wouldn't have paid you off on the river when they missed it.
Tom has continued after his pre-flop raise that John called out of the small blind on this ace 8-7 rainbow board, and the c-bet is going to be enough to extend Tom's chip lead here at the final table.
I couldn't see the bet sizing. I mean, another interesting lesson here is, you raise pre-flop, you get 1 caller. The flop comes like that. I mean, fairly dry with an ace.
Right.
Let me correct that.
It's kind of like if your opponent doesn't have an ace, it's hard for them to have a hand with any value.
Right.
Now, that board was a little 7-8. I mean, someone could have the 9-10, they could have straight draws. But, I mean, make it like ace 8-4. They can't have any real draw. And boards like that, where the pre-flop raiser is the one who's expected to be most likely to have an ace. When you're going to c-bet there, that's where you can c-bet small. If you raised pre-flop,
like maybe 40, 50%,
like
something
here
like
it's
that.
20, 40. Well, here it's 20, 40,000. Let's say you made it 100,000 pre-flop.
Better when you fold your big
You can just
blind.
bet like 60,000 on the flop because if your opponent doesn't have an ace or better, what really can they want to call with?
It's like it just happened.
If they call you there, they either have an ace, they have better than 1 pair, or they're floating you. But all those other hands, if they don't want to float you and try to outplay you on the turn in the river, then they just have to fold. So in other words, maybe you normally would c-bet 110, 20,000.
Sure.
But now you can make it 60 or 70 or something even smaller than your pre-flop raise.
You would have flopped 2 pairs.
But just make sure if you're going to do that you do it when you have an ace or better and when you don't like that flop. And so that lets you steal cheaper when that isn't really a good flop for your exact hand. But it also,
I'm not going to play,
7 deuce and that disguises those situations when you do have these.
Is that something that,
I got to tell
lesser experienced players should try to consistently move in their game, or something that should be generally for kind of like medium range tournament players?
No, I mean anyone can. I mean, no matter what level you're at, you always want to get better, and so that's the thing. If you're going to c-bet, and my general advice is, I mean, there's circumstances and situations that will change things, but unless you have some really good reason, my general advice is if you're the last aggressor pre-flop and you get 1 opponent, you always c-bet 100%. And I have a consistent c-bet size. It's always like 1 chip bigger than my pre-flop raise. But when I see certain boards where it's like, okay, this board, my opponent has a monster or nothing, and there's really no in-between, then I have a smaller c-bet size that I use. So also if the flop comes something like 10-10 deuce, it's kind of like, what can you really have if you don't have a 10? I mean, yeah, you can have some kind of pocket pair, and maybe you don't want to fold to my c-bet because you're thinking, oh, Greg can have an ace-king, and he can have one of those ace-high hands or king-queen. My pair of 6s is still ahead on the 10-10 deuce. But if that's the case, you're probably going to call when I bet small or when I bet, so if I c-bet 110 or if I c-bet 70, you're going to call just as often probably with those kinds of hands.
John has made a turn bet here after he got his pre-flop raise called by Ed from the button on an ace-king deuce-7 board. And Ed has announced a raise here. That 150 is going up to, I think, 350 is what I saw. 350. Yes, it is. 350,000.
7 dudes, yeah.
I've only played against Ed a little bit, and it's funny. I mean, he's always seems tough to play against. It's like
200 to me.
He's fairly active, and yet I don't see him turn over like weak starting hands.
Sure, yeah, no.
So I'm just like, are you just that good that every time you have a weak starting hand, you manage to, like, it doesn't get to showdown? Or are you that lucky that you just get dealt like big starting hands over and over again?
Well, we mentioned that Ed is the guy who is on a roll here. This is his third HPT final table this year.
Yeah.
In the main event. So.
And that's it. Until you see the whole cards, you can't tell.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I haven't played with him a ton, but when I have, it just seems like every time there's a showdown, he has it. Like he has a good starting hand.
That's very annoying.
That hit the flop.
Too. Right.
And yet, you're like the frequency of hands that he's playing more than 15% of his hands, and yet he's never like showing you less than like a top 10% starting hand that hit the board. So you're like, well, those other like 50% of the hands you're not showing. It's like, did you just manage like, oh, there was no showdown? You either lost or you won without a showdown every time you had a mediocre starting hand. It's just amazing, sometimes how that goes. And my sample size is so small, I can't draw a conclusion.
Now, John is really thinking about what to do here on this river that the diamond flush came out. I don't know if a runner thing would be in Ed's wheelhouse here, but remember, John lost a big pot to Ed earlier on. We were just talking about that.
It definitely can be. Ed could have because he can have like the ace high flush draw, the king high flush. He could have ace high diamonds or king high diamonds on the flop, and he flopped top pair or second pair. And then he hit runner to make the diamonds. And the same thing though for John. John could have king X of diamonds or ace X of diamonds. So he had a playable hand on the flop, and then it improved to a draw, and then it improved to a flush on the river. So both of them, that's in their range.
John,
how likely it is, but
yeah, I had you that time. I'm disappointed.
That was a very, very critical pot there, especially with that river bet, because John just basically bet half his stack on the river. So if Ed had either made the call on one or obviously raised, John was going to be in a very, very bad situation here. Probably about 10 big blinds.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. Text Corey with what you guys want here.
We have the menu here.
James Larson with you here at the Ameristar St. Charles, alongside past HPT player of the year.
He's still smiling, and that is really the sign of a good player in many senses.
I don't know how the other John handles you.
If you get too down, negative when things aren't going your way, it's hard to play this game a lot because that's going to happen to you so often, especially in tournaments. I mean, even if I say, oh, here's a player 3 times better than average. Well, 10% make the money.
Yeah.
He's only going to make the money, like 30. I mean, in other words, like he's still losing the significant majority of the time. And then even when he does make the money, a lot of those are min cashes that don't do much for your bankroll.
I need my money, man.
So tournament poker is definitely a game
you just
where
catch it now. I want to play this hand now.
It's like being the number 100 player in the world on the PGA Tour. Like you might be going out making money, but you just aren't winning hardly ever at all. And I finished 30th in the PGA Tour event, and I made $20,000 or whatever that might pay.
Right.
Like, great, I made money this week, but at some point that might grind down on you. How come I can't break through and start winning these things?
Well, here's also the frustrating thing. A lot of people get into poker after they see it on television. You always see the big action hands, or what always makes television, which is when they edit a 12-hour session of poker down to 2 hours. And so you think that all the time, this person's winning all these hands. And then, like we were talking about, you're saying 15% of hands is what you see a particular player playing. You might play only 10 to 15% of your hands to see a flop, and then you might only win 20% of those. And so you're only winning maybe 3% of the hands, 2% of the hands, 5% of the hands that you play.
Hopefully you're winning more than that. I mean, if it's a full table, hopefully you're winning about your fair share.
Yeah.
Like 10-11%, but
if you're in a situation where only winning 2 or 3% of the hands, then it can get very frustrating. It's like, wait a minute, this isn't what I saw on TV when this guy was just raking in pot after pot after pot.
I mean, when you're having a bad day, I mean, years ago, it's a different game than this. It's a no-limit single draw tournament at the World Series.
Sure.
And no-limit single draw is 5-card draw for low.
Buddy.
Right.
You're trying to make the
Pump
lowest
fake?
possible
The pump
hand. And that game's a lot different than Hold'em. Here, if I do something screwy and I just like shove all in, like with 6-4 diamonds we saw. He got called by, was it Ace Queen?
Ace Queen.
And he still had, what, 35% equity or more?
Yeah.
You know, pre-flop. He still had, you know, like, oh, he's only like a 2-to-1 underdog or less to win. In the single draw game, if you shove with a hand that's the equivalent hand strength of 6-4,
That's like,
and
like
get
shoving with 2
called,
pairs,
and
something
get
like that,
called
right?
in that game, you probably don't have 30. You know, instead of 35% equity, you have like 10% equity. So you can't make a move in that game as much, where your hand really has almost no value when they call. And here I am, like chip leader, day 2 of the $10,000 buy-in event at the World Series in this game. And I win a couple of pots to go from like a big stack to the chip lead.
Did you
And
have
then
an
literally
ace?
for
You didn't know why
3.5
you had an
hours,
ace.
I folded every single hand because I had 0 hands that were even slightly playable. And then finally, I get a really good hand. And now I've become a short stack, and the chip leader, David Baker, young David Baker, they call him, opens on the button, and he's been this aggressive chip leader. His range is very, very wide. I can shove for like 15 big blinds, and he's probably going to be folding at least 80% of the time. And he says, I call. Sorry, Greg, you can't win. I have a wheel. And then he's like, oh, shit, I forgot about the draw. Like, we haven't done the draw yet. And he's just told me. But I'm like, in other words, he had the absolute best possible hand. Now, my hand was deuce 6, 8, 9. So if you're not familiar with deuce to 7 single draw, you like we're thinking, so what, like that, you know. But you're trying to make the lowest hand. The best hand is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. And now that I know he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, I mean, my plan had been if he calls me, I'm throwing away my 5th card. I'm keeping deuce 6, 8, 9.
Right.
I'm hoping to catch a 3, a 4, a 5, a 7 to make a 9 low.
Not really, but
Now I have to throw away like the king that I was going to throw away, and the 9, and the 8, and the 6. And I have to draw 4 cards. And the only way I can tie if I catch a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 7 exactly. And I didn't even come close, you know. But I was just like, you know, like how annoying is this? Like you fold like you're supposed to for 3.5 hours, and you get rewarded by shoving all in into the stone cold nuts.
Right, yeah. And look at this, Mary.
Speaking of shoving, Mary has shoved here.
Hopefully she didn't shove into the stone cold nuts. That would not be good for her.
Kind of committed.
She's lost
But
about.
if she did, it's pre-flop and hold'em. It's aces. Like she still has, you know, as much as 20% equity.
She'll have 2 live cards.
I didn't even have like 1% of 1% equity.
Well, Mary doesn't have to worry about it. She's going to win this pot.
Yeah.
Mary has she started this session here coming back from break with about 800,000 and lost 1 small pot, and obviously the blinds being 20-40 and only 5-handed, things are going to come around pretty quickly. She only had about 5 or 6 orbits to do something with it, and she just did something right there to get her stack back up to
She has between 6 and 700, which is so that's a size I would rather like 3-bit shove rather than open shove.
Looks pretty.
You're looking about 13 to 15 bigs at this point.
All right, the action continues here from the Ameristar St. Charles. James Larson, Dominic Siebert, alongside our past HPT Player of the Year and World Series of Poker main event champion. You know, he beat a friend of mine, this guy did. He beat my buddy, David Williams. Yeah, he took him out.
But he wasn't your buddy at the time.
You're right. And I wasn't. You and I weren't buddies at the time
I'd
either.
never met you.
So we all became buddies after the fact. So it's funny.
Kind of hard to hold me.
So basically,
to that.
you saw the 2 guys.
You could be out friending everyone I beat in the tournament just so you could like tell everyone what a jerk I am.
Right.
So let me see if I have this right. 2 guys finished 1 and 2 in the WSOP main event, and you suddenly were sucking up to them. Trying to be their friends.
Yeah, immediately after they finished first and second. Oh, that's funny.
He was right in line with everyone else to become our friends and borrow some money.
Yeah. So talk about that magical year that you had on the HPT. We'll talk about the WSOP in a little bit, but that HPT year, I was on the sideline for every single one of them, Greg. I was as close as you can get to the table without actually playing. I witnessed them all. It was magical. It was awesome.
It was just, I mean, what it was, I mean, it was good luck, but it was concentrated. Like if I won 4 events in 2012. I, traveled to 6 HPTs that year. So I won the first one in New Mexico in the spring, late spring, and then in the fall I don't remember that it was 3 in a row on your schedule, but it was 3 in a row that I attended.
Yeah, pretty close.
Finishing with the season championship that year was in Belterra. And so I won 4 of those 6 events, and of course it got a lot of publicity and all that, and I'm happy about that. What I always find interesting though, like I played HPT events before that year. I've played many HPT events since then. If I had won the same 4 HPT titles, but they'd been spread out over, like a 7-8 year period,
Right.
like every other year or something, I would have gotten nowhere near as much attention.
Yeah, right.
Somebody get that noise
So
fixed.
true.
It's
And
almost
it's like statistically, I'm like,
annoying as
okay, if I
Ed
look at
stacked
every
all my
HPT
chips.
I've entered, I'm like, the odds of winning 4 of them are the same no matter when they occur.
Right.
Unless you're going to say, 4 in
I don't
1
really
year, what
care
are the
about Ed
chances? I'm like,
stacking my
okay, but
chips.
now
I
you've
mean,
created that
I gave 'em to
artificial
him, I guess.
Of course.
construct. So, I mean, I'm very happy about it. I'm not trying to put it down. It's just,
Don't worry about it.
it's the same thing like after I won the
I
main
really
event
need
in
that extra
04, I
400,
went really
I
deep
bet.
in 05, and I got beat by a runner flush in a pot for 10, where I would have had 10% of all the chips in the tournament.
Should have bet 50. You had
And
to
would have
put
been
it
in an amazing spot to try to repeat, which, this would be so hard to do. But
I had
again, like,
hard. I had
it's
hard
not any
in that
harder to
hand.
win 2 main events,
didn't
over a
work out
10-year
well, though.
period. Let's say, whenever you win them. But if you win them back to back, you're going to get that much more attention for it.
Right. Of course. Of course.
I
That's
wish
just
I'd
the-
won that. That one cost me a lot of money. I mean, I was representing PokerStars still, and I would have said,
You have an
okay,
A?
you
Been some
guys,
bonuses
you
in
guys
there?
want me to keep representing
You
you?
did?
I want some stock. I want some ownership. And I mean, then they later sold here for
Double
$5
up.
billion. So
Double up.
just imagine, a point or 2 or 3 of
Right,
$5
yeah,
billion.
exactly.
Way to trap them Annies.
Lunch
So-
would be on Greg.
It would be, yeah. Speaking of that, you need to text Corey what you want.
I could just buy the HPT and like give you guys lobster for breakfast.
I would be
lunch, and
fine
dinner.
with that. I would be fine with that.
Well, one of my rules of traveling on the road is never eat seafood in a landlocked state. And it has served me quite well. So I don't know if the lobster in Missouri would be quite as fresh as, say, the lobster in
You had dinner
Massachusetts.
when I treated everyone to dinner at Belterra after the
remember it
4th
very
title,
well.
and you were there, right?
I was there, yep.
Didn't you have lobster?
Of course I did. That's
in
exactly
Indiana.
What I had. In
So
Indiana.
he doesn't buy your.
when it's on someone else's tab A
Right,
and you don't
yeah.
have to work the next day B.
Right, yeah.
You can
Well,
kind
and
of.
it was live lobster from the tank.
Well, there and
It
that
was
C,
yes.
yes.
Very nice restaurant in Belterra is where we were for the your fourth
Two
title,
walks in
and
a
we
row.
all ate like kings, and I remember that night very well. Thank you. I'll thank you on behalf of the entire HPT crew.
I told the waiter, like, give everyone whatever they want, but if they want like an expensive bottle of wine, run it by me first.
Exactly,
Like,
yeah.
I wasn't gonna buy someone the $2,000
How much is
bottle
that?
of wine.
No.
I'm like, dude, like I bet the $200 bottle of wine will taste just as good to you.
Right,
In
exactly.
Mary
fact,
has
it might
a-
taste better if you didn't know which was which.
Right.
Mary has 3 bets shoved here off of Jeff's initial pre-flop raise. He made it 100,000, and Mary is now all in for just over 600K. And John in the big blind. Mary made her move from the small blind. John is looking for a stack and counting out chips here.
And this is what Mary's supposed to be doing. I mean, this is a perfect spot. Jeff raises. She now has 600. She has over 6 times his bet. It's enough to get Jeff to fold. But it looks like she ran into John having, he must have some very good hand to even be thinking about it. It's not like if John had been the pre-flop raiser, he'd be wondering like, well, I'm already in for 100. Maybe you're making a move. But the fact that he's now coming in or thinking about it with a raise and a re-raise means he has to have a premium hand.
Looks like he's contemplating on how
So-
much he'll have left.
Yeah, he's
if
counted
he makes
those
this
out
call.
several times here, Dom. He's put them in stacks of almost 40
Yeah.
and chopped them down, and he's done this and he's done that.
But every time Jeff, raises here and, maybe just, like if I'm Jeff, 5-handed, I look down at like 9-10 suited. I'm like, that's a good hand to raise with. If no one 3-bets me, it hits lots of flops. It's lots of playability. But, you shoved for that much. I
Right.
can't call.
Right.
Like I know you have 10 high beat. I can't call. I'm not getting the right price to suck out. So, she has the perfect stack size for making this move with a wide range.
Okay, so we were talking earlier about saying playing 15% of your hands. That's roughly what
At a full table.
like 25.
At a full table.
That's like 25 out of the 169 possible starting hands. If you're 5-handed, how many more starting hands are you playing comparatively?
Well, it's a little bit oversimplified, but the way I like to look at it is this: like a full table, the biggest tables anywhere, are 10-handed. Ooh, a lot of things.
John's going to fold. I'm going to bring Kenneth James in here, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. Off to my union break.
Union break. And action's now back to Jeff as he's got another 500.
And Jeff is the best target for Mary
Change to
too,
call.
because he's the player who you would think is more likely to come in like with a loose starting hand. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm in there with, like, if it folds on me on the button here, I'm raising like suited connectors and small pairs and weak aces, just because more often than not the other 2 players can fold, and if they only call me, hopefully my c-bet's going to get through if I don't hit the flop.
And it's also the player directly to your right, too. Which is where you're going to make most of your money.
But he's just the one, again, like Tom over there, he's an older guy. I don't know his game. You expect him to have a tighter starting range, more weighted towards premium hands, less likely to have the suited connectors and those kinds of things in his opening range. You expect Jeff to have a much wider range just because he's a younger guy. And that might change now that he's not like one of the biggest stacks anymore.
And he does lay it down here. The Mary takes a big sigh of relief right there.
Wow.
Well, she's sweating that out. Even if she has two aces, she's like,
sure.
Oh, come on, call. I mean, so she's eager for a decision whether she wants a fold or a call there.
So, hey guys, I'm back.
Welcome back, Kenneth.
Thank you. Good to be saddled up next to the world champ, Greg Raymer. Back from break. Dominic, and give me a general overview of what's happened in the last 30 minutes while I've been away.
Well, we've had Jeff. There's James on the TV right here. So he didn't go on his break. He went on his camera.
That's
time.
our marketing guy right there.
That's
Corey
right
Stewart
there with the camera.
Right there, yep.
Play's been pretty solid so far. We haven't had any big.
We had a bust out, though, right?
No, we haven't had a bust out yet. No, we entered play with a 5-handed, and we're still 5-handed.
Okay, cool.
After the break. The chip lead changed between Tom and Jeff a little bit. They switched it back and forth, but now Tom has got it pretty substantially now, just over almost $3.5 million. Jeff has settled back down just under $2 million after losing that last pot. But he has made back-to-back pre-flop raises here now. Ed's been pretty solid still. And
right. And what was the hand that Jeff and Tom, the swing hand that Jeff and Tom got in?
We didn't get to see what their cards were.
Oh, we didn't. Okay.
So
it was taken down without a showdown.
Yeah, no showdown. So
gotcha.
Some back and forth action, and I don't think we even got to a river, as a matter of fact, on any one of those hands.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the update. It's good to be back with you all here, and thanks for joining us on this live Twitch broadcast. As we're going to go all the way till we have a winner.
A winner of over $117,000.
Jeez. I almost feel funny getting giddy saying that number, sitting next to the champ over there who took down, I don't know, what was the prize pool in your event, that little event you played, Greg? What was the winner? I mean, not the prize pool.
Oh, that little daily tournament the other night?
Yeah, little tournament that you played called the WSOP main event.
I tried something like that one time. It worked out
would have
good.
been like $25 million and change for the little prize pool.
Right. And you took home what kind of payday?
$5 million.
5. See, when you win tournaments like that, Dominic, you don't even add the zeros in. You just go 5. It's just 5. 5.
For me, you ask me for a 5, I actually bring out an Abraham Lincoln. Just put it on the thing.
We gotta go to Greg. Gotta go. Hey, what was your first 7-figure cash? Yeah. All right, back to the action, Dominic. Get me back into this, baby. Jeff, he was, when I left, I liked his position. He was balanced, playing solid. Sounds like he just mixed it up, probably a hand-on-hand situation.
I think you get raised, or your raise gets called, and you don't hit the board, or you call some raises and don't hit either way. It's just basic poker stuff. I mean, nothing extraordinarily out of the ordinary has taken place here so far in this level.
Okay.
Which, by the way, is 20,000, 40,000 blinds with a 5,000 ante. And we're going to see a flop 3 ways here. All hearts, King Jack 5.
See, and it's great to have so much play too. I mean, we have over 250 blinds on the table, over 50 blinds in the average stack.
Yeah.
That is great.
Four of our players have over 45 too at this point. So you're going to be able to get some situations like we did, for example, with the last all-in that Mary had, where people had some real decisions they had to make.
Well, and it's nice to be able to have some post-flop action and not just pre-flop, all-ins.
Yeah.
And the question is, will they get called and we see a run-out, or, So the early years of the HPT, I mean, how much of that's still on the YouTube channel and stuff? Because the old structure way back at the beginning, very first seasons of the HPT, in those final tables, they might be sitting there where the average stack isn't even 10.
Yeah.
And it was still funny because people played so bad back in those days, and Kenna knows this so well. I mean, you'd have the guy with like 6 blinds, and he would open raise for 3, and then fold to a re-raise. And I'm just kind of like, okay, if not both, then at least one of those decisions was horrible.
That's right.
And to be honest, both.
I don't know. I was
both
one of those
were
bad
horrible.
players. I'll tell you. I don't know. I think I got.
You never raised, folded half your stack
I didn't do that, but I did a lot of other bad things. I'll tell you.
But everyone
I got
did
through
bad
on
things
blind
back
ass
then.
luck. That's how I got through.
Everyone did stupid things back then, and
I got away with it. You get away with it back
but
then.
everyone's
not so much
doing
today.
stupid things. You just have to do fewer stupid things.
Yeah.
It's amazing how that still holds true even today.
Well, it is true, but it's just that people don't do. People like that you will not see anymore. I mean, I can't even remember the last time I really saw someone like open raise like half their stack and then fold pre-flop to another raise.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone knows that if you're going to open raise for half, you just shove.
That's a good point, Greg. It's a standard of play, even amongst the amateurs and the enthusiasts, has gone way up in the last 10 years for sure. Thanks, Greg. You're partly credit to that. I figure, hey man, if this guy can come out with fossils and rocks, and I can do it too.
Well, I think Chris Moneymaker had more of that.
But you're part of that
he came
too.
across as the everyman a lot more than I do.
James and
I come across as the every 2 man.
Every 2 man, right? I remember playing with Greg. First time I played with Greg. There's a shot of our.
You probably don't remember the first time we played because I'm pretty sure I played with you way before I won the main event.
Can we watch that?
Yes. No, the first time I remember playing with you was at Foxwoods
You're getting us
Casino.
confused.
Back, I could almost remember the table it was at too.
You were peddling
easily
You were peddling,
can be wrong.
and I mean this in a loving way. That was way before he won the main event. He was out peddling rocks.
Well, I wouldn't say out, but I always had my fossils at the table. I was at the table peddling rocks.
Yeah.
In peddling rocks.
I would say that in a loving way.
You know,
They're
I wasn't
beautiful,
out
by
on the
way.
street. I wasn't out on the street flagging down cars.
No.
I wasn't walking past the stopped cars at the red light.
They were unique. They were beautiful. He laid them out. He had his like a pouch. I think he had a pouch of them.
Oh, I had a bag like this. I had a big bag full of them.
Wow. It's just
Mary
great.
has re-raised all in here out of the big blind after Jeff raised her from the small.
Oh. Mary,
and
all
insta-fold from Jeff.
Look at Mary pushing it around.
But her body language was like, well, shoot, I'm all in.
Yeah.
Like,
That's actually
happy
about
yet.
as confident as she's played a hand from a body image standpoint. She has in about an hour.
I couldn't hear the language at the table. Like she was like hadn't yet started pushing her chips in, and she looked defeated. And I thought like someone already snap called her, and so she was like, "Oh shoot!" Like I ran into a big hand.
There's
a look at our prize pool right now. We got 5 players left, so everybody's guaranteed $26,000.
When's the pod?
At this
Can't
point.
Annie.
Let me pick up that point for a second, Greg. How much, percentage-wise, if you're looking at when you're playing and you're sitting, if you could just generalize for a minute and talk about how much body language and reading physical tells on opponent factors into your decision making during a hand. I know it's different for a lot of different hands, but just in general, what would you say?
I mean, it's always a factor, except when you're in one of those spots where the cards just make one decision mandatory.
With cheese.
Royale with cheese.
Royale with cheese. We're ordering lunch here. Everything's better with cheese.
I mean, you know, obviously,
Well,
like,
I'm sorry,
if
so what's
you
the
shove
answer?
all in and I have a weak hand, it's like it doesn't matter if I'm sure you're bluffing. Like I have 7 high and I'm sure you're bluffing, I still can't call.
True.
So
That's
I
true.
mean, things, you know, you get in some scenarios, like you have the nuts. Like, I don't care if this guy's weak or strong. I have the nuts. He's all in, I call.
Yeah.
You know, so there are times when the body language is irrelevant, obviously.
So that's like
because
25% of the time right off the top.
And there are many times, too, where the situation is such that the body language, the tells would have to be massively, overwhelmingly 100% certain before you would change your decision.
Gotcha.
You know, as well. Like, you know, you have top full, and you only can lose to quads.
Yeah.
Like even when the guy is showing every bit of confidence.
Yeah. So what
it's
you're
like
telling
he
me,
can
what you're
have
telling me
all
is
these
in the decisions where there was really not a decision. It doesn't come. It comes more in factor in marginal situations. When you're slightly in front, slightly behind. That's when you use it.
I mean, you should
How
always be
often
trying
is
to
that?
take it
I'm
into
scared
account.
of them
How
blue
often
chips.
is it?
That's why I don't have any of them.
I'd say, to rephrase your question, how often does it change my decision?
Okay.
That's maybe the relevant thing. Because, sometimes you're thinking, like, if I was playing online or whatever with no tells,
No, that
I would
was
make
good full
this
light
decision right
picture.
now. And because of the live
Unfortunate
read, I'm
for
going to
me.
do something else.
Right. How often is that?
It's not often.
10%, 20%.
Probably not even 10%.
Really? Wow.
But sometimes it does make that big of a difference.
Does that shock you,
You
Jeff?
like
No, well, we were talking about earlier how people look at poker differently because of television, and how people think, oh, there's all this action happening, there's all these pots being won, there's all these bluffs going down. When they see a 12-hour session of poker edited down to an hour or 2 hours for television. In reality, like for example with bluffing,
Now it's time to outflop both of
most
you.
of the top pros only put out a serious, like a 3-barrel bluff in a full game, maybe 1 to 3% of the time. But you see it happen all the time on television. Because when you're playing a 12-hour day and you're only playing maybe 10 to 20% of your hands, you want to have it most of the time so you can chip up. You're not going to be laying down all these bluffs and trying to run over the table, and especially you're not going to be laying down a lot of bluffs and showing people what you have, which seems to be a very popular thing in a lot of people's eyes.
Wow, I think
don't
I'm
know.
way on the other end of the spectrum because I got to tighten up my game.
I just take them where I can get them. Now,
Well, I actually met Greg many
It
years
just
ago.
depends, how much. I mean, you and I are both old school in the sense we've been playing for a long time.
I don't have enough chips to play that $1 million pot yet.
But I've always been a math guy my whole life. I was a math science guy. Math comes easier to me than psychology and stuff. So all those early stages of my poker career back before the boom, a lot of my time and effort was being put into the math and hand ranges and all those things.
If not, don't fold yet.
And then it was only, later in my career that I started putting more effort into the live reads and tells because I was getting to a point where, the room for improvement.
Yeah, you needed to improve. You needed to get that
it'd be
other
like
10% in there.
If you're a golfer and okay, I've gotten to the point where I'm hitting the fairway, I'm hitting it long, hitting it straight. I mean, you could work harder on that and hit your drives even straighter and longer, but if you're already like one of the top 5 guys on tour in that stat, maybe you should work on your putting or your chipping.
That's right.
The place where you're getting beat.
But
by
interesting
everyone else.
point about that though is people tend to go to their strengths instead of their weaknesses. It's the smart ones that go to the weaknesses and develop those rather than continuing to hammer on their strengths. Mary now taking home a pot. Back to action for a second. It's 40,000 blinds. Is that 5,000 anytime?
5,000 any, yes. Still
so,
40.
and Mary here
trying to work her way back up to $1 million, where she hasn't been there in probably about an hour 15 minutes or so.
Is there anybody at the table that doesn't
now
have
just
blue
looking
chips?
at that stack, those are the 5,000, those tan and brown. So that looks like about 150.
She's looking at about, I'd say, 950,000 at this point.
950. Yeah, because those orange are the 25K once again. So 20 of those are $1 million, and she looks like she's got about 15 of those, maybe. So yeah.
What do we want that for?
No, this is where she has to get careful now that she has more than 20 blinds.
And then I tripled out.
Now 3-bet shoving is going to be a lot less correct.
Really?
Because when she had 15 blinds earlier, it's like you're risking 15 to win like a raise in the blinds and the antes. So if someone raises 2.5x, and there's already like 2x in the pot with the blinds and antes, you're risking 15 to win 4.5.
I was just going to say,
if you're going to get the original razor in full.
Right.
But now she has like 21 or 22, so she's risking like 50% more chips to win the same amount.
That's right. So it's got to win that higher percentage of the time.
Yeah, she either has to get called that much less often or win that much more when she does get called.
Good point. Wow.
And so that's one of the real tricks with these tournament scenarios. Once you get past the early stages, is really paying close attention to the stack sizes.
Wow, how about this? The champ, Greg Raymer, with the insight, bringing our games to the next level. Dominic Siebert, great to have him here as usual. He's the standby. He's the solid
the solid
I'm
pillar,
just- I'm
the pillar
I'm
of the
just the supervisor
HPT
guy,
live
yeah.
feed,
Just the solid,
and I'm slopping it up here, Kenna James. Great to have you with us here.
I thought you were trying to think of like what? How bad of an insult can I
know
sling
it.
at him?
No,
that I won't have to like bleep myself before it goes on a live
I
stream.
was giving him the foundation of
I
the
know.
three of us,
I
because
know.
you and I, we can talk philosophy,
You guys are the nutty players. I'm
strategy.
just the supervisor guy.
No, hey, you keep us in line here, Dominic. So take us through this hand. Let's get back to play for a little bit so we don't get too far off course, at least for a few hands here. And let's get into the play and the strategy a little bit. But call the action for us, Dominic.
Certainly. Mary is going to be the big blind in this hand. And action is going to fold the Tom on the button, and he's going to put in a raise. That was 100,000 I saw.
I mean, a good question
It
to
is
ask yourself,
100,000.
too, with your pre-flop raise sizing here. I mean, 100 is a perfectly good raise. It's 2.5 times the big blind.
And raise and
but
take
I
it
would
for
ask
Tom.
myself, like, hey, if I raise to 90, will they fold really just as often?
Sometimes you do.
Yeah, you get into the detail of
In other
it.
words, you
Well, what
might-
about
Every
I'm
chip
gonna
helps.
I'm gonna interrupt and just strategize with you. What about, do you ever well, not ever, but how often would you over raise to get into the psychology of your opponent's mind to let them think that you're stealing when you're really not? Like over raise with ace queen there,
Oh,
or
you do? Wow.
2 9s or 2 10s.
Well, you make a very valid point about, like, maybe if you do different raise amounts at
Right.
different times,
that?
you might induce
Did you shit yourself?
a decision that you want
That's right.
out of the opponent.
But that's what
The,
you
the
want.
hard part, though, is
I've
you
turned
also
this
can
mic
so
off, so you're gonna think
easily
you're a dirty girl.
fall into a pattern you're not aware of.
Yep.
Of like raising more when you have it, or maybe you're raising more when you really want them to fold.
Right. Or you could
So
out level
either
yourself. You could
extreme,
outthink
yeah.
yourself, right?
Or yeah, like, oh, he's 3-bet here because I raised bigger this time.
Yeah.
He made him think I'm weak, and that's why he's 3-betting, not because he has a hand. And yeah, you're right. You can level yourself.
I did that. I've done that with.
So I'm more a fan of consistent, like.
Okay.
Here, like, I'm going to pick a number and I'm going to use it this entire level.
Right. Right.
The only reason I'm going to make a change is, like, let's say I pick 90, and, like, man, like, everyone else is raising 100, 120, and they're getting folds a lot more than I am, then maybe I have to raise bigger.
Gotcha. Good point.
But I'm not going to, like, switch it back and forth. I'm now going to move
See,
from
now
90 to 100.
I'm the opposite. I like to mix it up and never get in a pattern, but in that way, I throw confusion into my opponents. I don't know what I'm going to do myself, and sometimes I'm min raising, standard raising, over raising. So I have a lot more tools at my disposal rather than limiting myself to a certain standard.
It's like you're both right and wrong. You're right,
Yes.
but it's kind of like, I mean, think of like videos on YouTube and a guy showing you his nunchuck skills. The guy that like pulls it off,
Right.
looks like the Kung Fu King from a movie.
Right.
It's like he's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon or whatever. And then the guy that like whacks himself in the face, and it's an epic fail video. So in other words, by getting fancy,
It's a small line. It's a small line between
that's
genius
it.
and stupidity.
Yeah, if you get fancy when you pull it off,
Yeah.
you're going to get a lot more value out of it. You're going to get better results. But you got to be careful because it's not that hard to fail when you try to get fancy. And now you find out, like, even if you weren't aware of it, like I said, maybe you are tending to choose that larger raise when you really want us to fold.
Yes.
And so, I mean, I've seen players who mix it up and don't do a good enough job.
That's right. No,
And
you're
in
right.
general,
It's a good point.
As human
more
beings, we're
fair.
not good random number generators.
Let's go
We've
back
got
to the
three-way
action for a
action
second.
here.
Three-way and
bring
a
us in.
very wet flop.
It was a limped pot.
A limp pot. Ooh.
From under the gun and small blind. And with an 8, 9, 10 board.
That's going to bet 100,000.
2 diamonds. Ed is out of the big blind is going to lead and be called very quickly by Tom.
Going to be heads up.
And we're now down to heads up on the turn. Ace of spades.
That's definitely an action card, too. I mean, everyone who had one pair hates that ace, but...
And a quick check from Ed was met by a bet from Tom of 175,000.
So in these limp pots and checked around on the flop, Greg, do you like to check your on margin here, like say when you have a 9 or a straight draw, or do you like to go after and pick it up what may be the dead money?
That's a river card.
That is a river card. 7 of diamonds puts the 4 card straight and the flush, and check on the turn.
Ed shows Jack 5.
Ed gets Ed rivers the straight, looking to induce the bluff, I guess, there with the check. And that was a very interesting hand because Ed bet his straight draw,
his semi-bluff,
on the flop, and got called. Then checked, and then it was Tom betting his third pair on the turn. And then when he finally hits his hand, he checks it over. So a little bit of non-standard action right there, but Ed's going to take down that pot at about 200,000
I like
chips to
Ed's
his
river
stack.
check.
Yeah.
Because it was a diamond. He's kind of like, how many worse hands are going to pay me off? I
Sure.
made a 1-card straight. If you somehow have queen jack, or whatever, if you flop the nuts, I'm not going to get you to fold. If you made a flush, you're going to raise me, and now I'll have to wonder if you're bluffing or not.
So that's the old principle: never make a bet on the river, a value bet on the river that's only going to get called when you're beat, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were some hands that were going to call him that he beat. Obviously, if he was against 2 pair, he's going to get paid off maybe, or 3 of a kind or whatever. But it's also a spot where if you get raised, you're just like throwing up in your mouth. I told you. Because you're just like, I beat.
And you don't stop throwing up in your mouth.
Like throwing up in your mouth and swallowing it.
Right.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
let's just
swallowing it or spewing it all over your clothes.
Spewing.
I mean, like,
spewing.
But I mean, you just hate to be in that spot. I mean, if you know your opponent so well that you're like, he would never raise me without a flush or better.
Hey, look at this. He's raised to 90,000.
Yeah, we were talking about what you said earlier with
I don't know.
different raise sizing, and he's shortened it up a little bit here to
90K. Boy, you're picking on people's thought clouds.
I mean, you remember back before the boom. I mean, a 3x raise was small pre-flop.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't uncommon to see 4, 5, 6.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, people did that all the time, and they're like, "Oh, you got to protect your hand," which is one of the dumbest phrases ever in poker. It's like you should never be thinking you have to protect your hand. You should only be thinking which decision on average is going to put the most chips in my pocket.
Well, that's true, but there are times, especially in tournaments, Greg, where I'll disagree with you,
But you're not protecting your hand. You're maximizing your equity.
Yeah. True.
I'm just saying, always maximize your equity.
Right.
Only think about that's the only if you're going to have one broad concept.
Yeah.
Like protecting your hand is a broad concept. It's not a specific strategy.
Right. Yeah.
So the broad concept, in my opinion, should only be maximize equity, and that might mean making a bet in a spot where you don't expect to get called by worse, but you're going to make sure the draw is full.
I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely.
We've got a board pairing and a double flush draw on the turn now. Tom made the call of Jeff's pre-flop raise and then check called the continuation bet, and it looks like Jeff is going to continue firing here after Tom checked on the turn. Looks like 210,000.
About 180,000, 180.
Oh, 180. 180 is the bet on the turn, and Tom is going to call once again.
Yeah, Tom's going to make the call, 180. And the call still heads up. Let's see the river card. River card is the 9 of spades.
Another pair on the board now.
Tom checks over to Jeff.
And check, and we'll see both these hands here.
5 show pair of kings. Jeff shows king jack, 2 pair of kings and 9s with a jack kicker.
Both players had a king, but the kicker for Jeff is going to play, and he is going to take down that pot of 800,000 plus.
All right. So, hey, listen, a couple of updates. One, they're switching out dealers. Our guy, James Larson, is going to take over the mic down there. He's gone to the dark side.
Oh, he has.
Yeah. So we got a few changes going on.
So Jeremy needs a break then.
So Jeremy needs a break. Everybody's getting their breaks, and there is a question for Greg in the chat. Greg, you can answer or not. But it's.
We prefer if you answer that. That would help the conversation along. Saying "screw you" that wouldn't be very helpful.
But anyway, I like to acknowledge those people that are participating on the show and watching our thing. It says, Greg, do you play games at the casino other than poker? I'm assuming the pit games.
Yeah, I assume that's what they're asking as well. And the answer is essentially no. I used to be a card counter before I got into poker.
Yeah.
So I played blackjack. But I don't ever play games unless I reasonably believe I have the advantage.
So edge, yeah.
But I don't think I have an edge. Now, I might make a mistake, think I have an edge, Same thing though, like if I was going to make a prop bet with you, Kenna.
Yeah.
I mean, if you and I are going to bet $100 on whatever, some kind of
Like
prop
running,
bet.
like a running race.
No, because why would I? I mean, if I got to cut off one of your legs first, I might bet you on a race.
Maybe we'll get a prop.
If
bet.
you're bleeding out somewhere,
I get three free swings with a baseball bat, and then we race 100 yards.
See, we could handicap.
We could have
in a
that kind of
certain way.
prop bet, maybe.
What about
Not
golf?
because I
Do you
want to
play
hurt
golf?
you.
What about
I haven't
golf?
been playing golf for years. But
All right, we
again,
gotta
if
find
you and I
something.
made some kind of prop bet, like, okay, who can get closest to pin from this sand trap? I wouldn't make the bet unless I thought I was the favorite.
Right.
If I thought you were better than me, I'm not going to be like, well, he's
How
only
much of a favorite do you need to be to make the bet?
I don't. I mean, it depends.
2%?
Like
5%?
Kelly criterion.
What's Kelly criterion?
It's a mathematical concept related to gambling that to maximize your bankroll, you should never bet a higher percentage of your bankroll than your advantage. So in other words, like let's say
that's awesome.
If I'm a 60-40 favorite against you, let's pretend.
Right.
And however I know that,
Right.
it might be an
judgment.
estimate.
Right.
But that means I have a 20% edge.
Right.
So if you're willing to make this bet with me over and over again,
right,
I should never, like let's say we know it's 60-40 because you're going to give me 3-2 on a
Gotcha.
coin flip.
Okay.
Like Greg, you go find any coin you want. Greg, you flip it. You know I'm not cheating you, but I'll give you 3-2. I still shouldn't bet like my whole bankroll. I should only be betting 20% of my bankroll at a time.
Got it. Wow.
And even if you're only going to do the flip with me one time, I should still only bet 20% of my bankroll.
Gotcha. Yeah, because the young players too, they think that they should push any edge, and that's where the final table. Talk about the final table, the World Series of Poker. Yeah, you could use an equitable decision, but you're only going to be in that particular situation once in your lifetime. If you're lucky, twice. For some players that have done it, I know you're trying to get back there. So, is it really? How does that balance out when you're talking about making a positive, equitable decision, but you're in a situation once in your lifetime?
Well,
you're lucky I left. I know what
I'm gonna rephrase your question a little bit because I got a better way to answer it, maybe.
Good. Thank you.
One of the things I've done at a lot of my seminars is I'll ask the students, imagine this hypothetical. You get to the World Series of Poker main event. Your day one has just started. It's the first hand. You're the big blind. It folds around to the player in the small blind who says, all in.
Is that what you think I should do?
Of course, you're going to be pretty gobsmacked. Like, 300 big blinds and this guy just went all in?
Right.
So let's say that what you say out loud is, what, really? All in? And this guy doesn't really understand you. Maybe he speaks a foreign language primarily. He hears you say all in. He thinks that means you're also all in. You're calling his bet. He tables his hand. Now, you and I know that when the floor man comes over, when everyone else, including the dealer, says, no, clearly Greg was asking the question. It was all in question mark.
Right.
The ruling is going to be to the other guy, sorry that you tabled your hand, but Greg can still fold or call.
Right.
And I've seen his cards. So now my question to the student is, you're in this situation. You've seen the guy's hand. If you're behind, obviously you fold. I said, but if you are ahead, how big of an edge would you require before you would personally make that decision to make that call? And I've also done things like in the past where I've done WSOP academies and I've got, Phil Helmuth and other top pros up there.
Before we
and
get
I
too
ask
far
them
away
the
from
same
the
question.
story, what is your answer?
What I get to is because
Are you getting committed now?
some people will tell me, like, even if I had two aces, I wouldn't want to call because that still means
right.
like this guy might be beating me 20% of the time. And I don't want to risk 20% chance of going broke on the first hand.
Gotcha.
And I've had some good players say that they would need to be a huge favorite, like 3-1 or better.
That's right.
Because their attitude is like, hey, I think I'm like, I'm more than a 3-1 favorite to double my stack before I go broke in this field. But my personal answer is just equity. And like a friend of mine wrote an article for Card Player many years ago where he created a hypothetical player who's 3 times better than average in the main event, in this scenario. And he said, at what point will this guy, who's clearly way above average, will he make more money calling than folding? And the answer was surprisingly was only 6%. 53-47, he makes more money calling than folding in the long run. Now, a lot of the students say, but if I get to the main event, this will be the only time I ever get to play. And my response to them is, so it's the only time you're ever going to get to play and you're going to knowingly make the wrong decision.
Right.
Like for me personally, that would bother me more if I folded there.
Gotcha.
Unless I went on to like win the whole thing or something.
Right.
I'd be thinking like, what if I hadn't made that first decision wrong?
Gotcha.
Like I might have gotten a better result.
So right and wrong to you is positive equity versus negative equity.
Yeah, if it's maximum equity.
Gotcha.
Now saying all that, that doesn't mean like if you put me in a situation here at this final table where, you know, the player has shoved all in and, I look down at my hand and I'm like, well, here's the range of cards I put him on and I'm a 52-48 favorite against his range. That doesn't mean I'm going to call. Because let's say I'm at this final table and I'm like, these guys are letting me push them around. They're letting me bully them, and I'm chipping away and I'm winning small pots.
That contradicts what you're saying, Greg.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, because they're in that situation.
You're using judgment.
I am going to say that I'm going to make more money on average by passing on this opportunity to like flip for all the chips.
So then, what's the difference between being on the WSOP and
because
you know
I
that
am
you're
a week
52?
away from the final table, and I am 4 days away from even being in the money. Here, it's different. Here, it's like I can give up an edge because I'm going to get it back so quickly.
Okay.
Plus,
so I don't know about you, Dominic. All right, let me ask Dominic. Was that confusing to you?
A little bit. I can see why
Does it go with? Let's leave Greg out of the conversation for a minute. Do you think, listening to that, do you think he goes with the edge if he's in front, or does he sometimes see the forest through the trees and wait for a better spot?
I think the experience level is a much bigger factor. And there's Tom has one of his fan club there, has his shirt, a T-shirt with his picture on it.
I've never had anyone show up at my final tables with a picture of me on their shirt.
What about like your old glasses that you used to wear, the fossil, what are those X-ray glasses, whatever it was that you used to have?
I still have those. I just don't use them anymore because they're dark sunglasses and it's too easy to misread the board. My eyes aren't as young as they were.
But that was an interesting pot we had the last hand there. Is John took a far less aggressive line than he had been throughout the day, and then finally decided to bet on the river there, and Tom called him down and won the hand and extended his chip lead here at this final table. And John's now getting into the danger zone a little bit here, down to 1.6 million.
Okay.
And I think it may even be a little bit less than that, actually, as I'm looking at his stack there.
So that's like 40 big blind, yeah?
Ed defended his big blind here against John's raise.
To the flop we go.
Ace 5-5, a couple of clubs. And, I don't think that 1.4 there on the screen we have there on the screen is right. I think it's a little closer to 1 million.
So now this is a check. So the initiator does not c-bet here, and I don't mind this as long as he bets the turn. It actually almost gives more validity to his hand, I feel, in spots.
John has put in a very small bet here, 100,000, which was less than his initial raise. And Ed has There you go, Ed's play that you were talking about.
Look
at
this.
You check in position and then you raise what amounts to a delayed c-bet on the turn.
Well, John raised pre-flop according to our graphics.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So and then John checked.
Then it went check on the flop, and now John leads the turn and gets raised.
And this is also blind versus blind, which is a very different dynamic as well.
Yeah.
But
I put Ed here, with that jack chopping a lot of weak aces. He could easily be putting in a raise here with
either one of them could have. I mean, their ranges are really wide right now for both of them because
they're both
even with the checks on the flop. It's like, well, that includes slow playing an ace or a 5.
Could he have a 5? Is Ed going to call a raise with a 5?
No, John's just re-raised him here.
I would call. There's plenty of hands with a 5. I would call the pre-flop raise with. I'm in position.
But I'm asking Ed.
Well, I don't know Ed well enough, but I'm calling with all the suited connectors that have 5s in them, the 4-5 and
Right.
5-6 and 5-7.
This is a min 3-bet right here. We've gone from 100 to 300 to 500,000 now.
John's got to have a Wow,
And
what
Ed's
a
gonna-
So
player,
that's
John.
a great sizing there.
Yeah.
When you're like, your opponent either has to have a monster or nothing.
And yeah, you're talking about looking at chip stacks of your opponents. That 500,000 that he put in there was probably about half his chips right there.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
And-
saying, like, it's only 200 more to Edge. You're thinking, like, how can he fold? He's getting such
Right.
a great price. But I'm like, what are you going to draw at here? Even if you have clubs, you're almost like, I'm almost afraid to make my flush for fear that you have a full house.
Right.
So it's a spot where you don't have to make a big raise, because Ed, when he raises on the turn, he usually either has a huge hand that he's never going to fold, or he has nothing. I mean, it's the bad players that would, like, raise there with a jack. If Ed had a jack in his hand and he raised, that was a really, really bad raise.
Right. That's true.
And that's the kind of mistake we used to see a lot
Yeah,
more
and
often in the
do
day, and we
see-
don't see it as much now.
Yeah, but I do see raising on margin here with, where you have a marginal hand where you're supposed to call in spots. I see players oftentimes make the mistake and put in a raise, and I do it myself. I'll be honest, from time to time. Just
I mean, if you raise with a jack there, if it's because you know your opponent so well and you know he'll pay you off with worse, I mean, that's fine. You have a really good reason. Whether I believe that you can read the guy that perfectly or not is another story. But or if you're like, even though I paired my jack, I feel like you have an ace, but I think if I raise here, you'll fold it and give me credit for a 5.
Yeah.
So even though I have a hand with showdown value, somehow I'm sure I'm beat, but I can get you to fold. Then again, that's different. Then it's a good play.
Yeah.
But again, I'm going to say, can you really read the guy that well? 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
and
really-
know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I mean, that's so narrow to figure
a
your
good point.
opponent out that exactly.
That's a good point, Greg.
But players in the old day used to be like, I check behind you on the flop. You think I'm weak. I think a pair of jacks is the best hand. Since I have the best hand, I'm going to raise. And that's all they didn't think about, like, but only I'm going to get every worse hand to fold and every better hand will not fold.
Jeff attempted a position bet here on the flop of 10-10-5 after being the pre-flop raiser. Ed and Tom had both made the call, but Ed has only been the only one to call the turn bet here, so we are now heads up.
I mean, that's almost a mandatory C-bet there, whether you have it or not.
Sure.
Because if you don't have it, you really want them to fold. But if you only bet when you don't have it, eventually the opponents will figure that out. So you got to bet when you have the 10 or better.
Both players checked the double flush turn, and another check here from Ed on the river.
And now
And
this
Jeff's
is
kind of giving
where-
him the stink eye a little bit, saying, "What did you call me for?" And you haven't bet anything since, and so now he's going to fire on this last
And I
street
think this is
here.
a value bet. Whether he's right
Yeah,
or
I
wrong
think
about
so
it, I think
too.
this is a value bet.
I would think so too.
Like
because
he
he's
has a
gonna get
pocket
called.
pair that he
He's gonna
thinks
get
is the
called
best
by-
hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he just hit the 8.
Call was announced. He did hit
Ace
the 8
eight.
on the river.
Yeah.
So he had
So,
the
yeah.
nut club draw on the flop and then hit the second pair on the river. And that's going to take this pot down.
And today, like I said, the inexperienced players do not make the same kind of huge mistakes they used to. But this is where the better players still separate themselves. There's a lot of players would never value bet that 8 on the river.
Yeah, not sure where they're at or
But
be
I'm
afraid.
just like,
Yeah.
there's just no reason to think Ed has a 10 at this point.
No, because he would have bet
You know.
either
But he
raise the
also-
flop or
right.
bet the turn.
It's
One
like,
of the
why
two.
is he checking the river?
You also got to put into that calculation that you're going to get paid off. You're against a player that's going to pay you off with the worst
Yes.
hand.
But I mean, a lot of the less experienced players are just like, I'm afraid to get check raised and fold the winner. They have thoughts like that in their head, so they do not make that value bet.
Yeah, inexperienced players. The two most crippling thoughts I think to them are, I don't want to fold a winner, and I don't want to get a bluff shown on me, and that influences a lot of their action and forces a lot of their mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, like everyone knows, the weakest poker players are referred to as calling stations, and I feel like the reason they're calling stations is that their decisions are driven by fear. Like, I'm afraid to fold because I'm folding what might be the winner, but I'm afraid to raise or bet because if I don't have the winner, I'm going to lose more.
Right.
And so it's the fear that drives and they're just thinking calling is like the safe middle ground.
Yeah.
Fear
drives a lot of action, and usually the action to withdraw or to move away from betting or being aggressive. I agree. What's this hand got for us, Dominic?
We got Ed, who made the pre-flop raise, and Jeff has called and defended his blind. This is a button raise for 105,000, and a continuation bet from Ed.
Ed getting a
buck and a quarter.
Getting a little sloppy there, maybe with the betting. Let's see. Is he getting? Is frustration coming into play yet? Boy, I like Jeff's position. Look at his body, his,
very
his
erect
image.
at the table.
Yeah, I like his posture.
Erect posture, I should say.
The best in the game at that is
people are
Phil
chuckling
Hellman.
at home when I say the word erect.
Chuckling.
Well, yeah,
We've got two flush
see.
draws now on the board. Queen 4, 8, 6. And a paired 6 on the river after both players checked.
Looks like Jeff's going to go for some value. Again, trying to take
Like
another
about
player to
240?
value town, the same player.
The same player.
Yep.
Ed and Jeff have locked horns here the last two hands, and it looked
I
like Ed
very
is
much
going to
doubt
see
Jeff
him
is
look up
bluffing.
again.
Jeff has probably got an 8 here again, or a queen.
King deuce of clubs is table.
He was.
Look.
King 8 is table for Ed.
Jeff had a king high flush draw that did not get there. He flopped king high flush draw, and he was called down by Ed, who flopped second pair. So 8s and 6s is going to take that pot down, and they're going to. Jeff's basically going to give back the chips that he just won from Ed the previous hand.
I think that's a misstep there by Jeff. Obviously,
I mean,
because,
given the scenario and the body language, I wouldn't have expected Ed to fold a hand with any value.
That's right.
I mean,
and so you're beating all the other hands.
Maybe you get him to fold a better king, with a kicker that played. Or no kicker could play, could it? There was a queen out there, and the board was paired. So there was, every king was tied.
Yep. So small misstep.
Maybe you
there
get
for
him to
Jeff,
fold
for
another
sure.
king that would have chopped. I don't know if you get.
Maybe,
I don't know if you get Ed to fold an ace
but
there.
maybe he was going on the success of his last hand, getting that value bet to go through, and then playing on that image and seeing, hey, maybe my opponent will think I don't want to pay him off twice.
Very true.
So maybe he was leveraging his past image just in the last hand there. Didn't work out though.
You're absolutely. I mean, your thought process is 100% correct. I'm just the only reason I was disagreeing on this exact time.
Agree with
was
you.
like Ed's body language.
Yeah.
He just it's like he did not look like a guy who wants to fold.
Yeah.
So like if he thought, hey, I beat all bluffs. If he had any hand that he thought beat all the bluffs, I think that was good enough for him to call with there.
Yep.
Once again, Ed Sebesta, one of our remarkable stories here at this final table, making his third consecutive HPT main event final table. That's this year alone. He was at the final table in New Orleans, where he
is he going to be like the Player of the Year point leader after this?
It could conceivably be so, especially if he wins this. He was third in New Orleans at the start of the year, and then 7th in Blackhawk just 2 weeks later, and now here he is in St. Louis with another top 5 finish at the minimum. And he has just had his pre-flop raise from the cutoff 3-bet out of the small blind by Jeff. These two going at it again, trading punches.
This is the thriller at Manila. This is the third hand back to back that they've played. Now 3-betting from the blind. And
Ed's going to lay this one down. So now 2-1 for Jeff these last 3 hands. And their stack sizes are just about the same here. I think maybe about 100,000, maybe 200,000 chip edge now for Jeff.
What year was that, Jeff? I don't know.
That place ain't even there no more. Quit talking about it. Quit talking him up. You're giving him confidence.
He says in the event history, HPT event history, he's got a 9th place finish in River City, a couple other cashes, but nothing really major.
Well, his big one was at the WSOP main event in Choctaw last year when he finished second.
This isn't the month.
And that was almost $250,000.
Oh, well, there you go.
There. So that represents
a lot of cheeseburgers.
well over half of his career earnings.
No, just the water
in live tournament play.
I'm going to have to do a run like you guys.
So still 20 and 40K blinds, 5K ante.
Have to do a run.
Mary hanging strong. Jeff and Ed have been active.
And Jeff is going to make a button raise here. I think that's 110,000. Yes, that was it, 110.
Mary taking an extra long look at her cards there. I think it's very important to, timing in the viewing of your cards.
Is that a re-raise that Jeff put out there?
John put out?
225,000.
It's now 2 1/4
2.5 the re-raise total.
after John makes the re-raise there from the big blind.
So we've got some 3-betting going on, and now Jeff calls in position on the button. To the flop we go. This is a 3-bet flop with Jeff with the initiative, but John with the lead.
King 7-7 on the flop.
That's a check by John.
And John has checked after 3-betting.
Yeah, so the lead checks. And remember, he check raised last time instead of c-betting the flop, and then led the turn. So this is a similar pattern he had in that one hand if he leads out here, and that's what he's doing.
A small bet of 100,000. Or 100? Is that 100 or 125?
See, I put Jeff when Jeff checks behind on the flop. Jeff was the last aggressor, right?
No, John.
John was. Okay, so our graphic isn't right. It says John calls.
Yeah, Jeff made the initial raise, and then John 3-betted from the big.
Okay, then I take back everything I said.
So now, I expect Jeff to have either a good ace or a pair here. Maybe
might have hit his jack on the turn. A very innocuous 4 there on the river.
Could have ace jack. Could have 6s, 8s, 9s. Less likely, but
I mean, when John checks this flop instead of c-betting, a lot of his range should be like a good hand that isn't a king or a 7. Like every pocket pair.
Here we go.
You know, that
Both
isn't
players
gonna
check
find
the
out.
river.
Pocket 6s for John.
6s for John.
6s and king 10.
And a king for
Oh,
Jeff
wow, I
there.
like
So
that.
he
What a nice,
that's
he
he checked behind on the flop
Those
there.
are both. Those are exactly the kind of hands
reasonable
that they
hands.
should be. If you're going to check the flop, those are exactly the hands.
What do you think about? Let me ask you this, Greg. What do you think about John's 3-bet pre with the small pair? Do you think it's overly aggressive, or do you and it's shorthanded in the spot, or do you like that type of a play in general, based with these chip stacks and this situation?
Well, you've got an opponent on the button, who's a good aggressive player. His opening range on the button is really wide, and even though he's in position, he's going to have a lot of hands that he really is going to fold to a 3-bet, as long as it's not a tiny 3-bet.
Really? You think so?
I do, because he called with king
fold
10.
the button a lot to a blind 3-bet?
I was missing a 6.
I mean, it depends what I'm opening with.
Right, but if you're opening wide, don't you like a high percentage of the time flat and take the flop in position, or do you just give up 2-bet? I mean, obviously,
I'm not saying even a
total
majority of the time, but I'm just saying, like, if he's opening with 50% of all starting hands,
right,
he probably should be folding 20 of those 50% to the 3-bet. So that's 40% of the time he's folding now that he's raised.
Yeah.
And so that makes it worth re-raising there with like the small pairs and stuff.
Wow.
To get him to fold out that 40%.
See, yeah, I think in this particular situation, that hand plays so bad post-flop a lot of the times. I like it when it's 9-handed, 8-handed, but in spots like this, I don't know.
Well, but you're talking about playing. You're talking about set mining when you say it has more value at a full table, right?
No,
you're talking about playing a small.
set mining, but you're also just know that you're going to have trouble post-flop playing this hand when you don't flop a set. And so to put when you're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, taking stands and taking control of the pot with these small pairs can be trouble.
It can be. I mean, but it also can make sure you win. Like, that flop could have been a lot worse for 6s. It could have been something like, king 9-7 instead of king 7-7. Now you got 3 overcards, and you just don't have any clue where you are. And if you check, you expect him to c-bet, but his range to c-bet is every hand he raised with pre-flop, and you're ahead of a lot of those. You're ahead of the ace queen and the ace jack and the ace 10 and the ace 8.
Yeah, but you're the one that's out of position, remember?
Yes, you are.
So you're going to fire like 2 or 3 bets at this pot, hoping to.
It's definitely one of those it depends answers. I mean, I don't think he is wrong to 3-bet. I don't think he's wrong to call.
Right, I don't either, that's why I asked you. It's a tough spot.
It depends upon who your opponent is. It depends upon your image. How often will you be able to get paid off when you do hit huge? All those factors.
Mary is really contemplating her decision here. She was the pre-flop raiser on the button.
to 140,000.
Yep.
Got re-raised by Ed out of the big blind to 305. And
Wow.
she's been looking back at the clock and at the payout area to see where it is, to see where she stands right now.
This is
What
part
you
of the
have
thing here is
left.
the 140 was too much. The blinds are 25.50, right?
They're 2040.
Is it still 2040?
Yeah, still
Oh, then
2040.
140 was way too much. Because now she's kind of like priced herself in almost. I mean, not really, but it feels that way. Whereas if she had raised to 100, now.
And she's also
you
thinking,
wouldn't
what do I
feel
have
like
if
you're
I have
stuck.
left here? What do I have if I fold here? I'm sitting on.
I don't think she can't just call here.
I'm sitting on 15 big maybe if I
Realistically.
fold. Yeah, it probably is going to be a shove or fold situation.
I mean, calling here would be very strange, and it would have to be like, I'm sure I have the best hand, and I think you might actually fold for some reason if I shove. So I'm going to just call and let you bluff the rest of it into me, so to speak.
Right.
But
You
that
can
would
see
be
the
very
pressure.
strange
The pressure on her
for that to be a
face.
correct play.
You can see this is the pressure of tournament poker right here coming out, and not wanting.
she's going to lay it
She's
down.
going to lay it down.
I mean, and this is where the bet sizing issue can come in. Like, if she's not always opening for over 3x like that, and she made it 3.5x.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen her do that
it's
actually.
like, it's like she was
all final
saying,
table.
like, I really, really, really want you to fold. And it's possible that Ed re-raised just because he thought, okay, she really, really wants me to fold, which means if I put her all in, I don't think she'll call. And so he might make that move with a bad hand that he would have folded for 100.
Right.
I mean, possibly. I'm not saying that's the case, but in some. I mean, the one issue I have, I talked about c-betting small when like the ace comes. I run into some players, like I haven't been playing with them. It's like, early in day one, we don't know each other. And I think some of them, when I do that, they immediately think it's weakness. I go, why is he betting so small? He's afraid of the ace.
Making a weak bet, yeah.
And so I always wonder, like, how often, like, if they don't just fold, how often are they calling or raising, not because they think they have the best hand, but because they think my bet size is weak?
Yeah. Yep.
Which I always find amusing, because if I'm playing against someone who's got like a really good resume,
yeah,
like if I'm playing against you at the table, Ken, and I see you make a bet, I'm never going to think, oh, Ken is betting small because he's afraid. Like, no, he's too experienced. What's to be afraid of in poker? Like, I can win or lose chips. It's not like if I lose this pot, that like
an arm's coming off.
Yeah, the samurai doesn't come out from behind the curtain and cut off the head of the loser. So I mean, there's nothing.
That would be a lot more interesting tournament, though.
Well, you wouldn't get as many entrants.
Probably not.
Yeah.
You'd have to put up a lot of dead money.
Literally.
Dead money.
To get us to enter that tournament. Like, how much of an overlay do you need for a poker player to enter a tournament where you get beheaded when you lose?
Oh, man. That would be something.
Well,
you don't have to enter anything.
You'd find out who the real degens were then.
You enter your life, But, some players, especially it's hard to overcome those emotions because some players feel like their life is on their line. It's a tournament life, but they do. They put their heart, they put their soul in there, right or wrong. And so that's why, the fear comes out. And that's why these emotions come out, is they're putting their heart and their soul out there.
Jeff takes that pot down with a continuation bet on the flop and is now looks to be over $3 million in chips.
Wow, he's getting the work, huh?
So he's just behind Tom now for the chip lead.
But I mean, you can put your heart and your soul into it and not have to actually be afraid.
True, but when you
mean?
put your heart and soul into something, you take it more personal, is what I'm saying.
True.
And then when you take something personal, that's when the emotions come into play. Fear, excitement, enthusiasm,
But you want to figure a way around that because, I mean,
of course you do. No, I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely, I'm in agreement with you. I'm just saying the reality of most of the players that play the game. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I agree with you. The great players play on logic and reason, not on emotion.
But it's also, though, I mean, when the player is emotional, that's when they give off the most tells and are easiest to read.
Of course, right? But we'll see it play out right here, even on the final table, which is
together we couldn't beat him.
we've seen it with Mary, and I'm just acknowledging
And
and
with
saying
John
it
a
is
little bit,
part of
too.
the game.
Yes, it is.
Because your opponents, whether it's in you or not,
But that's one reason, like, my final table record is so strong.
He said dinner break.
Because I've been there often enough now that it's like I don't get that emotional.
They fired you.
You don't get that emotional charge.
You know, no, I mean I get excited, but I'm not sitting there.
They're
You know,
powerful,
even if
man.
I'm
I love
bluffing and
30.
want you to fold, or if I'm betting the nuts and desperately want you to call, I don't think I'm really displaying any of those emotions because I've been there, done that enough.
That's right.
that
And
it
and
doesn't
remember,
come
that's
out.
what emotion is, a display. It doesn't mean you don't have them, you don't display it. So an emotion, to be an emotion, is a display of how someone is thinking and feeling. So you can actually experience anger, but not show it, and therefore it's not an emotional display.
And that's why I wouldn't be that good of an actor. It's like I don't have the good looks to be the leading man, you know, to get jobs despite, you know, not having, you know, as much emotive skill. You know, character actor has to display everything really well. And since I don't do that as effectively.
I don't know, you're quite a character.
What are you laughing for?
Dominic.
But I'm not acting.
True. Well, you may not be
When you
aware
tell
of
me
it.
to act like
He's
a
not
different
aware of the
character.
role he's playing. He's playing the role of world champion.
But when you
He doesn't
ask me
even
to
know
act
it.
as a different character, I don't have that in me. That's your talent, maybe. That's not my talent.
You're all serious now. You can't double up being so serious.
Ed is our first to act here.
Ed wanted to double you up. That's why he did that.
Under the gun, facing the 40,000 blind.
Hey, Ed, that's my big blind, just so you know. Oh. Go for it. So you know, I might have something this time. I haven't looked
Reaching
yet.
for raising chips. And has thrown out five of them. 5 of our 25K orange chips for 125,000.
Exhale. Angry one. Exhale.
And it's around to John in the big blind, who has been pretty defendy today.
Look at me, Ed.
Well, then you're five-handed.
I
You
gotta
know,
get a
it's-
read on you.
And he is going to make the call.
It's a lot easier to defend when, you know, like, if you're at a full table and your opponent's a fairly tight player, well, that means, you know, they have big pairs, you know, a not insignificant part of the time, and now you hate defending, you know, with, like, Jack-9 suited, flopping top pair, and still being behind.
Ace deuce 6 on the flop with a couple of clubs.
Now, see that check?
Yeah.
Unless he's a great actor, that's a I have nothing check.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys can do that when they actually have something and it looks consistent. But again, unless you're a good enough performer or practiced at it, that kind of oversized check that you don't do every time.
Yeah, the dramatization.
It's very seldom that is not legitimately like, I check because what else am I going to do?
Right.
But apparently he does have something.
He's counting out some calling chips, it looks
So
like. And,
either he,
yes,
you know, I
that's
mean, I haven't been watching him enough to know
I think
how
he's got
overly
some acting
dramatic that
skills.
was.
Yeah, I think he's got some acting skills.
Ed's bet of 150,000.
I mean, if you have a dramatic check like that every time, that's different.
That was a less dramatic check, and Ed instantly checks behind as the third club hits the board. And a fourth club now on the river.
Wow.
Exciting card.
Yeah.
And again, like any bets or raises here could be like anywhere from the nuts to nothing. You know, I mean, there's just no telling.
I think John's going to make a bet here. He's just now. You see, his eyes went up. He's calculating how much.
And you always wonder, though, is the guy, you see the guy and you know he's calculating a number, and you're like, is he trying to figure out how much do I have to bet to get you to fold? Or is he figuring out, like, how much can I bet that you'll still call?
Yep.
Or is he figuring on another level, just maybe make it look like I'm trying to calculate to make it look like I have a stronger hand than I actually do when I have nothing.
And the bet was 175,000, which is not much more than what Ed bet on the flop.
Right. I think he's got it.
And not much more than what Ed raised with pre-flop as well.
Card in history.
But Ed's reaction here seems to indicate that he does not have a club of any sort. No, he throws down ace-queen.
I guarantee that's the worst river card in the history of river cards.
You're right.
King, queen of clubs.
John
Yeah.
shows king, queen,
So
of
that was
clubs there.
dramatization.
So he turned. So he when he
You're outplaying me right now.
made his drama check, he had flopped a king high flush draw.
That's right. Yeah.
I hate showing the king queen of clubs.
Yeah. You don't like
You
you,
just
don't like
showed
giving
Ed-
the information, right?
Well, it's just that, no. I mean, my opponent just made a good, and he showed ace queen. That's a big
Right.
fold. Like I beat everything basically that isn't a club.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I doubt you'd be betting here. I mean,
That's the goofy
when
I
John
was
bet the
like,
river,
do
he
you really have
either has a
ace of
club
clubs here? This
or he
is
has
the goofy
nothing. He
symbol
probably
I
isn't
have.
even going to bet three of a kind.
Right.
Because I don't expect to get called by worse very
Now, if you
often.
show
or
just
whatever.
one club in that
But
situation,
now,
some are prone to
no,
doubt.
because that's still a flush. I don't want to show the guy that he made a good laydown.
Right.
But you never
Really,
know.
I
At this
mean,
table, I've seen
Where I will show that the guy made a good laydown is something like I button raise pre-flop, the blinds both fold, especially if one of them agonized a bit.
Right.
I'll show them the ace, like good fold, like hey, I'm not just stealing. But that's because I'm trying to like get them in that attitude of folding in the future.
Right. To do so. So what do you
But
think John's
here I've
trying
now
to do?
made Ed feel better. Ed feels like, oh, thank God I didn't pay you off.
What is John trying to do here?
I don't know.
I do.
Okay.
I think.
what you're supposed
I
to
think.
do.
I don't know.
You're thinking.
My thinking is this.
Well, he just
That-
got some food, so now his blood sugar.
Yeah, my blood sugar's high, but I think what he's doing here. Well, before I get to that, let's get to Mary. He's
Mary
moving
has
all in
moved
here.
all in.
Bada boom.
After Jeff made an
Bada
opening
bing.
raise of 180,000, which is
180.
higher than what he's been doing, certainly, and
4.5x.
higher than what everybody's been doing at this final table.
That's a crazy number.
I got Mary on ace jack suited or better.
Mary's all in for looked like about 600,000.
Jeff, you would like to count?
Jeff wants a precise count.
So we're getting a official count here.
Like to.
I mean, making it 180 is like, kind of like saying like, hey, you don't have any fold equity.
640,000 is the official all-in, which is just about, I think, the danger area where he might consider folding here.
Yeah, it's enough, but I mean, it's almost like his oversized raise is like saying to her, like, but wait, I mean, she's the button. Like he still had the blinds behind him with lots of chips. I just don't get the 180. Like I can't think of any good reason to make it 180.
Well, let's say he's got a small pair like 4s, 5s, 3s, and he wants to try to induce more folds from marginal hands so he doesn't have to play
But
his hand post flop.
Even if you're flipping here with
hands like king 9.
Yeah.
And
You're right, but then the problem is if he's only doing it in spots like that where he has a reasonable hand but really wants you to fold.
Right.
Eventually his opponents are going to figure that
he
out.
does make the call here.
Has been made, and here is the tail of
King
the tape.
queen maybe.
Is that king queen or something like that?
Mary
Yeah.
is in the lead with pocket 7.
Mary
Seven of
has
hearts,
pocket
7 of
sevens.
spades. She's going up against 2 big overcards, the king of hearts.
Yeah, I don't like the 180.
King Jack offsuit for Jeff.
It's a classic race
I had
situation.
A6, and that kicked
Mary, as a reminder, of course, our 9th place finisher here. The last time we were in St. Louis, she is in the top 5, looking to obviously get higher with a double up through Jeff.
And the
Flop is queen 4-9. So in addition to his pair draws, his overcards, Jeff adds a gut shot.
We got some drama. A king jack or 10.
Yep.
More outs.
A 3 is no help.
One card to fade for Mary to double up,
So
or
it's
she
a
will be the
2-1
fifth place finisher.
situation
Oh,
here.
sorry. Ace king jack 9. I misread that.
Here
Ace
it
king
goes.
jack 9.
Oh!
It is a 10, and there is the gut shot straight
I misread everything.
for Jeff. And Mary is eliminated in 5th place here, taking home just under $26,000, $25,999. So
What a
she
great
improves
turn
from
for Mary.
9th place to 5th place.
Yep. A local favorite,
Absolutely.
great attitude, great for the game, awesome, wonderful finish. A long run at this, all the way down to 5th place.
A little mistake in the
Congratulations, sir.
graphics there. That's
Yeah.
But that's why I was like, I'm looking at the graphics and then the board. Like, the board, he needed the 10 for the gut shot. The
Right.
graphics, he had the open ender.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, he had 10 outs there as opposed to 14.
I'm wondering if the 180 was like maybe a typo or something. Like, I mean, the dealers are there verbalizing these numbers, and it's going to our technicians who are typing it into the software to get displayed on the screen. I wouldn't expect Jeff to ever make it 180 with the blinds at 2040. So I wonder if he made it something else and the 180 got typed in by mistake.
Could be. These guys are working so fast and furiously.
Yeah, it's just so easy to do that. It's so easy to just type in the wrong thing. I mean, if I was doing their job, the mistake rate would be about 4 or 5 times higher.
25 and 50K blinds now with the 5K ante. We are now four-handed. Greg, talk about the dynamic change from 5 to 4.
It does make a big difference. I mean, the next pay jump is that much bigger. So you might have someone who's more willing to hold out now. Just kind of sit back and let someone else get knocked out so they can move up to third. We were talking earlier about like starting hand selection and how many hands you should play. The oversimplified way to think about how many hands you should play overall.
Right.
Like if you're at a 10-handed table, usually it's you should be averaging like 2 people playing a hand voluntarily. So sometimes there's 3 of us in there. Sometimes there's more, but sometimes someone raises and everyone folds. And you could call that 0 or 1 player. But I mean, like 2 is your typical number. So
for
2 out of
for how many hands?
Well, for any number of players at the table, 2 people like seeing the getting past the getting to the flop or beyond 2. So 2 out of 10, that's 20%. But you should be a little tighter than that. So maybe long-term average, you're only playing 15 to 20% of your hands in that ballpark.
Yep.
Now clearly, if you're at a table, you're the chip leader, 10-handed, and everyone's letting you bully them around and they're folding a lot, you're playing a lot more hands. And if you're in a spot where you've got huge aggressive players to your left with huge stacks, I mean, you got to play a lot tighter. But long term, like at the end of your career, that number probably is supposed to be 15 to 20%.
Right.
And then take any other, like here we have 4 people, so 2 out of 4, that's 50%. You should probably be playing now something in the ballpark of 40 to 50% of your hands on average.
We just had the first mistake, I think, of the day from Tom Morris, our player in the 8th seat here, who's been our chip leader for the majority of the day. He just called a bet of 310,000 on the river with the butt end of the straight. And Jeff had actually turned a 6-card straight all the way to the queen. Actually got kind of hurt a little bit there with the queen on the river as far as his hand went, but he ended up picking a pot there of just about 700,000. And he now moves into the chip lead at about 3.9 million.
Jeremy taking over the mic on the floor. And James just popping his head in here, checking on us. He'll be back probably in short order. Ed raising on the button to 125,000 now. Action to Jeff. I like how they got the stacks there for us. 3.1 million. So he's got his opponent 2 to 1. He takes a flop, probably a little wide here. These guys mixing it up.
3 clubs on the flop, king, jack, and 3.
Yeah, this is standard to check here.
And a hard stare from Jeff at Ed, too, as he's eyeing his potential action, and Ed is going to continue. It's the same bet the size that he had on the flop, pre-flop, I should say. Buck and a quarter, and a quick call from Jeff.
Got an interesting question for Greg after this hand here. Betting a call of 125 with the turn card of 3.
Checks over to Ed. Ed checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card.
Double check on the paired board at an offsuit 7.
Let's say you have a missed flush draw here and you're in the big blind, but you have chip position on your opponent. You ever want to leverage your stack on your opponent here and polarize it by shoving here, Greg?
I'm not sure exactly how deep Ed is compared to the. I mean, the pot
it's about
is
a 2 to 1.
$500,000, and he has like 3 times the pot almost. I wouldn't really. I mean, obviously the point would be if you're risking 3 times the pot, you got to think he's going to be folding over 75% of the time.
Right. That's right.
I mean, if you are so confident he's going to fold,
yeah, gotcha.
Then sure. But I mean, again, that the problem is when it fails. Now you've taken a huge hit. And you're not the chip leader anymore.
Yep.
I mean, the advantage when it works though is that you really are sending that message to everyone, like, hey, you know, if you even enter a pot with me, I'm going to make you play for all your chips.
That's right. That's really good.
And
you know, speaking of that,
can be a great thing.
I have a question for you. I was reading listening to Gus Hansen talk about donk betting, you know, like everybody just standard checks to the razor.
Yeah, we discussed that earlier, the weak lead donk bet.
Yeah. That he feels that players don't use the donk bet often enough, betting into the pre-flop razor. What do you feel about that?
Walk, maybe.
He may be right. I mean, certainly good players donk bet at least some of the time.
Right.
Because it is the best play some of the time.
But do you donk bet on margin there?
If I'm watching a table play and I see a donk bet, it is a bet by a donkey much more often than it is a smart bet when it's being made. So usually the donk bet lives up to its name. A person is making that bet for not a good reason, and they don't know what to do if the opponent doesn't just immediately fold. Like, they don't really know how to continue on the turn or the river now that they've created that new dynamic with a donk bet. Whereas a great player, they're doing it for some specific reason, like here, Jack 3-7 Rainbow.
And this is exactly what we're talking about.
I flopped a set, and I think you have a good hand, and I think you'll think I'm just trying to push you around because this looks like a flop you missed, because most hands have missed this flop.
Right.
And so you will react by thinking I'm trying to be a bully when I really have a huge hand.
So let's say in this flop here, you have a hand like 8-7 suited, and you're against an average player, just average. Are you ever but they're the pre-flop raise and you're defending from the blind. Are you ever donk betting into this pot, or are you generally checking?
It will depend a little bit as well, like how often, if I think there's someone who's going to c-bet 100% of the time.
Right.
I very seldom donk bet into that player.
Gotcha.
355,000.
Because now if I have a good hand, I know I can get more chips in the pot by checking. And if I don't have a good hand, hopefully I'll get a read.
Like a 7.
Yeah, like if there's someone who's always going to c-bet, and I'm like, well, let me get a feel for them. Like, let them bet, try to get a read on this. Like, do they feel like they want me to fold, or do they feel strong?
Gotcha.
So then I'll let that guide whether I fold, call, or check raise.
Nice.
Now we've gone from donk. We've gone to
the live
hold on, guys. We've gone from donk bet to all in here.
Ooh.
Because Jeff led at the pot that John raised pre-flop. John then min-raised on the flop. We talked about a very dry Jack 7-3, and then after the min-raise, Jeff shoved for 10x, almost.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't get to play with Jeff a lot on day 2 before our table broke, but I mean, I didn't see anything that didn't make me think he's a really good player and is very smart and knows what he's doing most of the time,
that
at least.
He isn't, or he is.
Jeff is.
Yeah.
And so, my thinking here is that when he did that donk bet on this flop, he really does have at least a good jack or better.
Right. Yeah.
Because obviously he can't have a draw. There is no real draw here. Gut shot straight draws are it.
He could be making a move and leveraging his stack here against another player.
He could be. But I mean,
John, so it's polarized.
John here has been a little bit stickier. And John has seemed more likely to induce bluffs too. We've seen it where he checks a good hand and calls down.
And he shows a jack and lays it down.
Is that a jack?
Yeah, he showed the jack of hearts.
I couldn't tell which rank that was.
So look
I don't have that good eyesight. That's why I don't wear dark sunglasses anymore.
So look at Jeff now putting the
He's now over
pedal
4
down,
million in chips and our chip leader.
I mean, that's where John is in one of those spots there with top pair. It's like,
what are you leading into me with?
Well, it's one of those funny spots. Like if we had seen both hands, we'd know whether he was right or wrong. But right now, anyone out there could be thinking about John and saying you had top pair, four-handed on a dry board, you're an idiot. You can't fold that. Other people would be like, it's obvious Jeff has a monster to play it this way. Top one pair isn't good enough. You have to fold. So it'd be the kind of thing where it's if he folds there, if he was right, Like if we could see the hole cards now,
like he had pocket
if he
threes.
was right, we would say he's a genius.
Yeah.
And if he's wrong, people would be saying, "What an idiot! You folded top pair."
Yeah.
But if he had called, if he was ahead, they'd be saying, "What a genius!"
Sure.
And if he called and was behind, they'd say, "What an idiot!" Of course, one pair was no good. So he
much
was
of
in a
this-
spot where whichever decision he made between the two, if he was right, people were going to label him a genius, and if he was wrong, they were going to say he was an idiot. Which isn't fair. But that was one of those situations where people will call you a genius or an idiot just based on the result.
Yeah, good point.
I got John's stack actually a little bit lower than what we have on the screen right now. I have him about 800,000. And he's going to lead 75,000 at this very razzy-looking board.
I think he still has 8 like in front of him, or almost 8 in front of him. I can't tell how many of the green chips he might have. Couldn't tell if he had any
King
of
of
those.
clubs on the river. I don't think I see any green chips actually in
Yeah,
John's stack.
but I mean
right
that
there.
I think that orange stack is at least 25 high,
Yeah.
maybe 30. So I think he's got at least
maybe
600 to 700 there, and
maybe
plus what he's put in the
800,000
pot.
tops, yeah, behind right now. And looks like he's going to fire on this river about 135,000. 160 actually is the bet. One extra orange chip in there.
See, and he didn't look strong there. He kind of like hung his head looking down after he threw out the bet. So again, like either that's a good performance or
That's going to raise to 320,000.
Ed bin raises. Him and John's going to lay it down.
see, and I feel like it's just as likely Ed raised there
Deep in that time.
as
I should've called that
a
last hand.
as a read, as opposed to like like oh I hit a king or I had the trips already. I think Ed's definitely someone who will like play his reads right or wrong.
Joking around here with all the chips on.
So now John is the major short stack at this table.
I know Kenna will sympathize with me. Isn't it the worst, Kenna, when you make the right read and the guy doesn't have the hand that's supposed to correspond to the read?
Yes.
It's like, in other words, like
you knew he was
he
bluffing,
gives off
but he was bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah,
you're
he was
talking
bluffing
about.
with a
Yeah.
hand that he never should have bluffed with. Like,
Well,
he
I don't
instead of
know. I
checking
don't want
behind
to
on
put
the
that kind of
river-
judgment. I just want to say that I agree with you, and I do sympathize that when you make the read that the guy's bluffing, and you call him, but he was bluffing with a better hand
Than what you were bluffing with.
than what you have, and
I think the only thing that may be worse is when the other guy has the hand that you're trying to represent you have when you bluff.
that's another good.
Well, but that's just, oh
Yeah.
well. But it's like
Yeah.
here, it's like I read this guy perfect. He was desperate for me to fold. I call him with ace high, and he shows me a baby pair.
Right.
And you're
Yeah.
just like, oh God, like, no, why,
Yeah.
why did you do that?
Yeah.
Or
Well, you got to factor in the thinking and
Yeah.
when you're leveling your opponent, you got to think of the level.
of course.
That they're playing
and in that sense, it was a bad read. I didn't take who they were into account. Maybe,
There you
but,
go. That's exactly
but,
right.
I
That's
mean,
what I'm saying.
It's like I read them. I mean, I've seen spots where a player was like, their whole body language was, please fold, please fold, please fold.
Yeah.
So you're like, okay, I call, I have jacks pre-flop. And
Yeah.
then they show you 2 aces.
Yeah.
And they're like, God, I could have
Yeah.
sworn you wanted me to fold. And they're like, oh, I wanted you to fold. My aces always get cracked.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're just
yeah.
like, are you kidding me? Like, I did read you right. You were,
Yeah.
and it wasn't like they were bluffing where they shouldn't have been or whatever else. It was just like, oh, I always run bad with aces, so I wanted you to fold. And I'm like, what? Like, I wasn't getting 5-1 on this call where
Yeah.
you want me to fold when you hold 2 aces. I was getting, 3-2. You should have wanted me to call. Take
Really
the
got to
ri-
wonder
take
what
the
John's
risk.
holding right here, because we had a limped pot pre-flop, and then Ed led from first position for about 2/3 of the pot. And John snap called him and is now down around 550,000 left in chips and is facing a second bet here on the turn of 175K. And he's probably contemplating here either shoving or folding. No, but he calls.
Interesting.
That is even more interesting.
And he does not look confident either.
No,
I
he
mean,
does not.
He's drawing. Yeah, for sure. I think
And
he's
a 9
drawing.
of diamonds
That might
pairs
be a
the
good card
board.
for John. He might have been like making a crying call with a 9. and he just got there.
My
it's
guess,
possible.
Obviously possible.
Ed says all in.
I see now.
Though.
This is, I think, as a misstep because it's a
and
fold.
John quickly folds.
Yeah, I think a check by John
and
here.
Ed looks upset that
I mean, a
that
check
he didn't get all the chips.
Well, I think a check there, he might have induced a bluff from a draw, and that's important. You know, when there's a draw-heavy board, you put your opponent on a draw to check the river to allow him that opportunity to bluff.
Yes.
Is important.
Man, how valuable would it be to have timeouts in this game? Because John right now would probably love like
he
that 10-minute
could
timeout.
He could use a dinner break right now.
Especially if he has like
one.
poker buddies there on the rail that he could go talk to, and they could psych him back up.
What would you have called?
Because when you get down like that, it's like sometimes you look at the clock and you're like, next break an hour and a half, and you're like, son of a bitch.
it was even worse than that. What I was chasing.
I ain't gonna be able to fold my way to the next break. And
you didn't notice.
I remember the first WSOP final table I ever dealt was a deuce to 7 single draw game that you were talking about earlier, and Mike Matisow ended up winning the bracelet, and he said afterwards the most important thing to happen to him during the course of the final table was the dinner break. He began losing chips and getting frustrated, and then he went about four-handed. They went on dinner break, and he came back with a completely different attitude. Ended up chipping back up and winning the event. John's going to move all in here under the gun.
John has a hand that justifies an all-in, but it's not a monster. That's my read.
I don't think that 720,000 is right either, and a call from Ed on the button.
Yeah, I don't think John wanted a call.
No, I don't think he did either.
Ed has made the call. Action is currently on top of the small line. He folds.
Here it'll be John will have the 2 aces.
And the 2 chip leaders are happy to let them go at it.
Oh, good, Ed. I can beat that.
Ed has ace, king.
Well, that's the good hand you want to run into. You have 2 live cards with your queen 5.
Queen 5, I believe, is what I see John having there.
Yeah.
John's tournament life is at risk.
Ace, king off versus queen 5 off.
It's also one of the things that's annoying is when you move all in with a weak hand, and they call you with a hand that.
Oh! And he hits his queen.
They call you with a hand that you really thought they would fold, and it has you dominated. Like if he'd been called here by like queen 7, you'd be like, God, I thought you would fold queen 7, but now you have me dominated.
Speaking
of queen 7,
just got to dodge an ace or a king, and he'll double up and stay in this tournament to the river we go. It's a 7.
There's 7. John makes his 2 pair and is going to double up here to about 810,000.
I don't like that shove either. He wasn't under the gun. He could have waited.
Actually, he wasn't under the gun.
He could have waited one more hand, right?
That's
true.
He
is under the gun.
He is. He is
under the gun. Well. All right. Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, he only had 8 blinds. If he went through the blinds, he'd have been down to like 6.
6, yeah.
So, I mean, that's one of those spots where I'm like, well, shoving with queen 5 sucks, but folding the next, 3 hands also sucks.
Hey, now, speak for yourself, Ed.
He had no winning choices. He had to choose which was the least of his losing options.
But 2 live cards.
Well, this choice paid off. He's doubled up. He's still in the tournament. And only a minute left at the 25-50K blind level. Then we're going to be really moving it up.
It took me a while to convince my dad back when I was a card counter. He was like, why would you split 8s when the dealer has like an ace or a 10?
Yeah, that's
He's like, you're just losing twice as much money. And I finally convinced him. I'm like, no, you lose when you split 8s there, but you lose a little bit less than if you play the 16.
That's a good point.
So if you hit the 16 or stand on the 16, like standing on the 16 loses you the most. Hitting the 16 loses you a little less. Splitting it loses you a little less than that, but it still loses.
Yeah.
It still is a losing play, but it loses a little bit less on average.
Sometimes you gotta make the best choice with what little you have. And he did that there.
And
John was able to get out.
And that's something that people, all of us in general, we're not good at.
Right.
If I give you 3 good choices, like, oh, Kenna, here's A, B, and C you can pick for dinner, and you like all 3 of them, you'll have no problem picking the one you like the most.
Yeah.
But if I give you 3 choices of things you absolutely
go on
hate and
break
find
now if you
disgusting,
Yeah.
now you'll have a hard time picking the least disgusting of them, so to speak. So when you give someone 3 bad choices or 2 bad choices, they struggle
You know that
to make the
you have
best
the king, queen of
choice.
clubs?
All right,
guys.
Tom won that last hand, and that is the last hand of this session. And we're down to 4-handed now.
No, I know, but
as
would
we
you have
will
called
head to
my all
about
in
a
on the
15-minute break. And we will
When
see you
you
back
were-
here from the
you
Ameristar
bet, like-
Casino at
We
St.
would've got to the
Charles
river
on
if
Twitch
you had
TV
that
with the
in your
Heartland
I
Poker
think
Tour.
Yeah,
In just a few minutes.
And
yeah,
we'll
we
get James
probably
back in here for you guys.
Oh shit, my bad.
I think the Raz is missing James. We'll get him back here for you, baby. No problem. We'll miss him
How
too.
much time we got? An
And
hour?
we'll see you all in
said
about
dinner
15.
break.
Thanks for joining us here on the HPT Poker
I mean, you
Net.
know, I hate to lose with Ace King.
I know, yeah,
but,
yeah.
but
I know,
that
yeah.
happened.
Well, Johnny called Luck Box perfect.
Whoa, pretty skimpy.
There's only one reason
I like the
pulled it.
situation.
I'm like,
Easy call.
terrible. I got him full to it. I swear to
Yeah,
God.
he's got it.
One of them, I'm snapping them off.
I've been on the
I know, right?
Oh,
Oh my God.
which one was it now?
I fucking had him trapped.
Oh, right now? Oh, I had.
How did he have him trapped in his hold? What?
It was bad. It was terrible. I know.
I had ace little.
I had
ace
him, but I couldn't pull the trigger.
The big one, I had an ace of clubs and the 7, and the flop's an ace, and they got like 800,000 or 900,000. I could have taken this guy out because he had a king. Hollywooded in that.
We are.
And very important to take a look at this chip count here. Jeff up top, 94 big blinds. That's huge with 5.7
yes, it's
million.
more than half the chips in play here.
Wow.
He had a lot more chips than I thought. I had him at about 4.5.
Yeah.
But it turns out he's got 5.7 now as we've done the.
Okay.
We've done the after the at-break chip count.
Then Tom with 41 big blinds. He's got 2.5 million. He's in a good spot.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, Tom and Ed really are both fine. They're sitting on 30 and 41 big blinds respectively. Still plenty of play for them. It's John who's now got the M factor of 7.
Right.
That's in a bad way right now.
But
Only
Dominic,
14 bigs.
I think the toughest point is where Ed is at, because he's got something to lose if he goes out 4th instead of 3rd.
Well, we are looking at some significant pay jumps. Easy for me to say. 34,000 for 4th, 49,000 for 3rd, and 74,000 for 2nd. All, of course, our first place winner getting over $117,000. So it gets pretty high cotton area right now.
Yeah, $15,000 pay jump to the next out, and that's what I mean between Ed Stack, 30 big blinds, and
John?
John, yeah, John's on the short stack right now.
John's got about half that.
And that's one of the tricks. I mean, the players who win more than their fair share of tournaments, like in Jeff's spot right now, they're good at knowing when can I bully Tom and Ed because they don't want to go broke before John does.
Knowing that, yeah.
And when will they not really take that into account very much?
And
I won't be able to run them off of a good but not great hand.
And we've got a 4-bet here pre-flop, just our second 4-bet of the day. Jeff had opened for 135. Ed had re-raised to 360 out of the big blind. And Jeff has re-raised to over $1.5 million, and all in from Ed. And Jeff makes the call. Man, that is a misstep from Ed.
Okay.
Absolutely.
He has not made a play like that all day. I don't think.
I want to see the stack size.
Ace-9 of clubs against Ace-King. It's
Ed's got 30 big blinds.
Yeah, Ed moved all in.
I didn't catch all the numbers though. And when Ed shoved, was Jeff already in so far that you couldn't expect him to fold?
Let's go to the result first. King Jack 4 here.
It's pretty. I mean,
now it looks pretty bad for Ed.
We need a queen or a 10 of clubs
Ed
for the
entered
most
this
sweat.
hand with 1,795,000 in chips, and we're playing 30-60.
And that's going to do it. We are going to be down to 3 players.
No, Queen of Diamonds, and that will give Ed a big misstep and a 4th place finish. But once again, Ed has now finished in the top 7 in 3 consecutive HPT main events. A 3rd place finish in New Orleans, a 7th place finish at Blackhawk, and a 4th place finish here today, which actually turns out to be his largest payday of the 3. $34,665.
What a great finish. And you talk about a misstep, but look at this. I mean, Greg played this tournament. I played this tournament. We're not there. I mean, to misstep and make 4 finals and go away with 35,000, I'd hate to characterize what you and I did.
What a luck box.
But I mean, forehanded.
This was
I just don't like to over criticize players, that are making judgments. They're forehanded. He's got Ace-9 suited. It's a misstep in the single
I didn't see
result.
the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, when Ed shoved, if he was raising for enough that Jeff could fold his weaker hands, then it's not necessarily a misstep. But if you don't expect Jeff to ever fold, then I don't like the shove at all.
Not
I mean, if he didn't have enough chips left behind, then I think it's a horrible shove. But he might have done the stop and go play at that point. But I'm pretty sure Ed's thought process was, we've just come off this break. Jeff has half the chips. He's going to try, and then we got John short stack. So just what we were talking about, Jeff is going to try to bully me and bully Tom, and I'm just not going to. I'm going to take a stand. I don't care.
If he
maybe Ed was playing for first, not for equity, and he just said, "I think you're being a bully. Screw you. I'm all in."
Yeah, as I said, as we came out, I thought he was in the toughest spot of the 4, being in the 3rd slot there. Now, back to the action here. Tom in the big blind, Jeff under the gun.
Jeff was the aggressor pre-flop. 160,000 chip raised. Tom made the call and an 8-7 deuce flop. And Jeff has continued for 180,000.
Even a better
call.
Tom has a bet for Jeff to stay aggressive here too.
Well,
because now Tom can move up to second by letting John go broke first.
Absolutely.
Even a bigger pay jump.
Yeah. Now he's got 60% of the chips in play.
5 of diamonds on the turn.
And if
goes
you're
check,
John,
check on the turn. To the river we go. It's a queen. And Tom checks.
Tom checks over to Jeff.
And
boy, you could imagine anything from a check to an all-in to a small value bet from Jeff. Any of those.
yeah, it looks like a value bet here.
380,000 is the bet from Jeff.
So that's kind of a normal bet size for this pot.
Yeah, about a standard bet size. And it looks like he's going to call. Tom's going to make the call.
I think Tom's going to win, too.
Ace, king of diamonds. Jeff shows king of spades, 3 of diamonds.
Wow, nice call with
Very
ace
nice
high.
call. Ace
Real
king
nice call by
high.
Tom there.
No pair is good for Tom.
You gotta like this. Tom's been kind of quiet. I think, you know, Tom Morris.
He had gone through some serious dwindlings. He was our chip leader for coming into today and for a good portion of the day as well. But the way Jeff's mowed down the last 3 or 4 players, he has taken that lead. And Tom just probably lost about 25% of his stack, mostly through blinds and antes the last couple of levels. But he picks up a nice spot right there.
You know, and it's really important to really balance your play between and your timing, and sometimes sit back. He's from Little Rock. This guy, I like. What did he say? His. I thought I was looking at his sheet here.
They got more chips.
Oh, that's John. John's plans for the prize money. Bills. That's not Tom.
That was a huge hand for the dynamic at this table too, because now if I'm John there in yellow, the short stack, I'm thinking like, oh,
I bet I'll get one.
I have more incentive to sit back because Tom is not avoiding risk until I go broke, which means he's more likely to go broke. He's also more likely to double up, but he's more likely to go broke and let me crawl into second.
Who is?
Tom.
Tom
obviously is not. I mean, if he's willing to make that call with ace king, he's saying like, "Hey, like if I have the best hand."
I disagree.
So
I think Tom is. I think Tom is avoiding risk. He's played very conservatively the past, couple hours. Anyway.
If he thinks he has the best hand, it's not like he's just going to fold anyways. You know, he's not going to give it up there. And certainly there was every reason that he just accidentally had ace king get beat. I mean, when you get to the river with no pair and ace king, it's like if your opponent has 2 random cards, he's got a huge chance to make something.
You got checked down.
Sure. But I'm just saying, like, if I'm John, that makes me slightly more likely to think if I avoid risk, I might be able to crawl into second here.
I disagree. I think he's too short.
I'm kind of like, no, maybe I can't bully John.
See, I disagree because here he is now. He's not trying. He's going to go after it. He knows his position. And he's going to win. So, I don't think his strategy is going to be that.
Well, John should be shoving every button right now. I don't care what his cards are.
Right.
Because he's got Tom behind him who's like, Tom doesn't want to call that much and lose it. Tom doesn't want to call that much, have Jeff like re-raise behind him, and then Tom has to fold.
Right.
So Tom's going to be very tight in calling. And then Jeff doesn't necessarily want to knock John out because he would rather pick at both of them at the same time.
Again, you're talking optimal tournament strategy if the opponents actually, if your opponents actually are adhering to know it first of all, are aware of it, and if they're going to adhere to it.
No, when you knock him out,
as you know, what players are supposed to do, quote unquote, supposed to do, and what they do. Or what we think they're going to do are sometimes 2 drastically different things.
But I mean, Jeff should be raising every button, basically, and I think Tom should be basically raising every button for this current dynamic. Tom is by far in the toughest spot in terms of he's being put to the most difficult decisions of the 3 every hand.
He did call this button raise from Jeff, defending his big blind with a 3-5-4 flop.
Thomas first. Checks over to Jeff.
I mean, it's like when you're Tom here in the big blind, I don't want Jeff to run me over, but I also don't want to, like, somehow get involved into a huge pot and go broke in third. So, I mean, he's just in a spot where he really has to make a lot of tough decisions unless, miracles happen and he, flops monster hands.
I would have liked to have Tom taken over the betting here on the turn, steal position, but he checks. And look, maybe he could be check calling for value here as we go to the river. Jack 5.
165,000 was that bet.
Yep. To the river we go.
Another spade and a fourth straight card.
If Tom checks here, I'm liking a big bet from Jeff, whether he has it or he's bluffing.
Tom does not check. He fires out. I think that was 300,000.
Yep.
Jeff must have. I think Jeff had something good, and now he's like,
rut-row.
4 spades. Like I flopped the straight, or I flopped trips, or I have pocket aces, or something big.
I like the way Tom played this hand.
I'd love to know what Tom had. If that was a bluff, I'd be like, high five, buddy, you're the bomb.
I think he had a spade. Yeah. But we're all guessing up here. We won't know till the broadcast. Hope you'll join us when that comes out. But in the meantime, thanks for joining us here on Twitch. Great to have you guys along with us. It's Dominic Siebert, the old standby, the rock of the group here.
Sure, I'll take
of the
it.
Live feeds.
I mean,
right?
Isn't he the youngest of the three?
Definitely the young gun of the
so
three
why is
of
he
us.
the old rock standby?
Yeah, the rock. I must have been in my thought from
You're making it sound like Dominic's like 70 years old.
Well, no, meaning that you do a lot of these live feeds, don't you?
I've done a couple of them now. Yeah, the last.
Okay.
I know what you meant. I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean on that. All right, back to action. We're three-handed here, playing for a top prize of over $115,000. That's the short stack right there, John. And we're playing 25 and 50,000.
No, 30-60.
30-60,000 blinds now.
With a 10,000 ante, and we've got an open raise of 125,000 from John that Tom has called. And it looks like Jeff is going to be in this one as well. So all three players will see this as well.
Okay, it's a three-way to the freeway. To the flop we go. Ace, Queen, 7. So much of this now when you flop big, Ace, Queen, 9, when you flop big cards goes to the initiator here. So a nice C-bet here. It's always tough to C-bet, though.
Look at that head shake.
On, which indicates from him he's showing weakness, which indicates strength, as we saw before. So I expect him to have, a decent ace here.
175,000 was the bet, and Tom is reaching for chips to call. Jeff is going to get out of the way.
Giving off false tells can be a hugely valuable play, but you do have to be good at it.
Another queen,
and not fall into a pattern, like you're saying.
Yeah, like if he acts, body language weak every time he's strong, well then he becomes an open book later.
Yeah, but when you're throwing false tells, the key is to
pocket kings.
Yeah. Wow, look at this.
Kings versus Ace King, and
somehow,
where's the rest of the pot? Yeah, I was about to say, where the hell is the money?
All in pre-flop.
I guess I could have raised India.
And how did none of it? Well, Tom, this is his conservative approach. See, the queen comes. He wants to make sure his opponent doesn't have a queen.
That's a death board for Ace King. I mean, you're talking with the straight and the flushes and the foot and another board pairing.
I would like to know why Tom called. If he was thinking let's see a flop before I commit too many chips,
right?
I hate that thought process.
Not a flip.
If Tom was thinking, what a great spot for Jeff behind me in the big blind to squeeze raise with any two cards. I'm going to flat here, expecting Jeff will squeeze frequently, and then whatever John does, I'll then go all in. And Jeff will have to fold unless he accidentally woke up with a big hand.
You would have folded though.
If that was Tom's thinking, then I'm like, genius, you're playing at a high level. But if he was just like, I want to make sure I hit something first before I commit too many chips, then I don't like that. Ace King is a monster 3.
John is now under 10 big blinds here, and in dire straits.
Which means Jeff is going to shove or fold probably. Or just call?
Option.
Okay.
John the big blind. He checks his option. And we're going to be heads up to the flop. Let's see the flop.
A lot of players either shove or fold there when their opponent in the big blind is down to 10 or less.
6, 7, 6 on the flop. It's 2 diamonds. And both players checked.
All right, both players check the flop. Let's see the turn.
Well, most likely scenario right now is no one has anything.
8 of clubs.
But I mean, that could give someone a pair. Could give them a straight draw.
Jeff
Someone could have been slow playing after hitting the flop.
Jeff could have been trapping pre, limping,
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to induce a shove from his opponent.
And then minimum bet of 60,000.
Boy, if I was trapping pre-flop with aces, I would be sick on that board, though.
And he does have aces.
So that's why I left. He was like, I was hoping that I would induce John to shove.
John would instantly shove.
I was trying to induce him to shove with any 2 cards.
And he doesn't cooperate.
You could let
And I
me
hate
peel
when players
something so I
don't do
can
what I want them to
fire
maximize
two
my
on?
value.
Dare you not cooperate with me, you bastard.
Give me all your money, you rotten players. It's no fun at all.
I mean, the only cooperation I got in this tournament was the guy who got it all in against me on one of the last hands of the night with his aces. It's like, I was like, I wanted someone to get it all in with me when I had ace king suited, and I'm kind of short.
You can afford to take it now.
But I sucked out.
44 minutes left at this level.
I don't want to double.
I mean, it was, guarantee. I call those 50-50s. He only had 15 big blinds, and I only had like 18
Okay.
at the start of the hand, and it's one of the last hands of flight B.
Look at this.
And,
So now we've got
it
a
was a
fold
guarantee all
on
the
the
chips
button,
were going
and then
in.
a shove. John on the small blind, and Tom gets out of the way.
Double up.
John jokingly screams, double up. Not quite.
Yeah, I like that shot.
Added about 20% to his stack.
Yeah,
though.
there's a certain liberation that happens when you're so short that you know.
But you have
wouldn't-
only one decision.
I wouldn't put him down if he shoved there with even the worst of hands.
Yeah, with 5 high or something like that.
It's kind of like, hey, this guy's going to probably fold over 80% of the time. And when he does call, I probably still have at least 30% chance of getting lucky.
And that's also the function of when you get this deep, the pay jumps right now. I mean, someone who's not a regular tournament player is going to say, "Oh my God, there's 25,000 between third and second place." You know, Am I gonna call here and then risk out a chance of losing my position in the tournament?
I'll just look at
I don't
one. and
usually
decide,
talk when I'm
"Ooh,
playing the
maybe I
game,
better look at the other
But I
one."
love to chat with everyone between hands.
Yeah, it's good enough.
And that's one of the things I'm doing is I'm trying to learn from them, how big a deal is this event to you? How experienced of a player are you? And because then you'll figure things out. Especially when I'm playing the WSOP main event. If I'm at a table that probably isn't going to break all day, I really want to get to know who these people are because you'll have some guy who's like, this is the 3rd time I played the main event. I've never made day 2.
Just by asking.
And now it's like, okay, cool. I can be pretty sure that if you and I are both still here at the end of the day, you will probably avoid risk to make day 2 because you want to finally make a day 2.
True. I think communication is a very important and big part of the game. Not to be confused with talking.
Hopefully I need it, but it's not looking
communication with a
currently
purpose.
for this guy.
Very important. Talking, just to talk, not so much. But to, like you say, to actually extract information, and then remember, information not utilized is a waste. So to then use that information to your advantages seals the deal. Back to the action. Good point.
John's going to raise it up here from the small blind and pick up John's big blind.
Well, plus, when I talk to the guy, and even if he doesn't seem to be that
He's
skillful
got
of a
enough
player,
chips. He don't need
but
no
then if I
chip.
learn from him that, I own a chain of car dealerships throughout the Southeast.
How does that help?
And it's like,
What'd you say? He needs
this
them
guy's
all?
worth many millions of dollars.
Right. So
So
how
the
you leverage
$10,000
that?
doesn't mean anything to him.
So was that gonna? Well,
I'm
how
gonna
do you know
eat
that,
him.
though? I disagree. How are you gonna know just because a guy, maybe a guy having money means more to him than a guy who doesn't have any money?
Well, that's possible, but I'm making a stereotype that's true.
Maybe
more
I'll get
often
one
than
of
not.
them
I disagree. Stereotypes.
100K chips before this is over, maybe.
Unless you have nothing else to go by, and you need to make that to make a decision. But if you don't need it to make a decision,
when I see that guy taking risks, playing hands in a risky way, whether he's playing them intelligently, so even if he's playing really smart, or if he's not playing so smart, but if he's taking chances, and he's semi-bluffing and doing those kinds of things,
then
I can feel confident that this guy is not someone I'm going to ever be able to just push around because he wants to make day 2 or something like that.
John has gone all in from the small blind after Jeff opened from the button for 140,000. And Tom looks to be asking for a count.
Yeah.
This could be it here.
So Tom obviously has to have
It's
a
like
hand.
just over
You
600,000
don't need
here.
those that count. All
I
right,
mean,
I got
if
Alex,
Tom's the
maybe.
big blind.
Tom is called, and Jeff has instantly folded, and Tom
It's coming, baby.
has
He's got
pocket
aces.
aces.
Wow, three-handed? Are you kidding me?
Hell,
talk about
you got
figure
your
out a way
ace.
to
I might as well
timing
get a
call.
couple
John
jacks or
looking
something.
slightly distressed.
Jack,
Sitting back.
Obvious reasons.
I limped.
And
but
that's
I'll
get
take
the
it.
Well, this is
Jack,
just
Jack.
a cold deck.
Those pocket aces.
Given Tom's stack size, this is like what I said before with 50-50. If we switch those two hands, all of Tom's chips are still going to go in the middle.
Them
Queen
hearts,
Jack
good
suited for
thinking.
John here.
Oh, no, Queen Jack not
It
necessarily.
does not get a whole lot
Ten
of
of
help.
hearts.
Tom might have
Harold.
folded Queen Jack to this shove with Jeff behind him.
Only one heart. And
We
he's going
want
to need
a heart
running
turn,
cards.
maximum sweat.
See the turn card.
Give us a heart here. We got 10 of hearts.
Ooh, there's hope.
Jack
You're
of
telling me there's a
spades.
chance?
Slight
That's a little bit sweaty.
two pair possibilities.
No, there's
a
That's
jack.
a
Five
set
outs now.
possibility. Still only 10% though to
Jack ball.
stay alive in this tournament.
Turn card is 8 of
River
clubs.
card is 8 of clubs, and that is going to make John Kirpin our third place finisher, taking home $49,704, his second highest career payday.
Shit, my bank already wants
A
that.
fine effort here at the HPT main event, Ameristar St. Charles.
Congratulations, John. You're going to be able to pay some bills there,
Yes,
buddy.
which is what he wanted to do with his money. So we're going to take a quick break right now and get set up for our heads-up play here at the final table between Tom Morris
for a trip to
and
Europe.
Jeff Lander, two local products. They're now living in the St. Louis area. And we will be back in just a few moments here on Twitch TV with the HPT Poker Series. is out there. There we go.
We've got Tom, your second
See if we
chips.
can we
What's
hear
going
him
through
from
your
in
mind
here?
as you're
Let's
about
see
to
if,
start this
a little
heads-up
bit.
match?
Well, I feel calm. I guess I feel a little bit confident. I'm sure my opponent feels confident too.
Oh, there we go.
I guess
We're
we'll see
getting
what
the
happens.
patch in there.
How happy are you that you made it this far so far, Tom? You're one of the 2 remaining after we started with over 350.
Well, it's pretty fun. I'm happy. I'm not a jump up and down anymore.
He's happy on the
All right,
inside.
that's Tom. Give him a big round of applause. And now I'm going to move over here to
75 big
our
blinds.
chip leader. First question for you. Do you think the Cardinals can win the World Series this year?
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely. All right. Do you have a strategy that you can tell me without
Yeah,
Tom listening? What's your plans to take down this title?
No strategy.
No strategy. Last question. Are you having fun?
Yeah.
Well, good.
Well,
and
Jeff,
you both are going to be having a lot of fun when this thing's over.
How
One person
about
will go
James
over
with the
117,000,
questions,
the other,
right?
Not too
Right.
shabby.
Well, yeah, how are you going to
175,000.
approach
So,
this heads-up
with that, I'm going to turn the
play?
microphone
Reveal
over
your
to Jeremy Smith,
strategy.
our tournament director. Let's get the cards in the air.
It makes me think of a funny story. Like when I had that final table for the main event in 04,
Yeah.
it wasn't November 9, it was the next day.
Yeah.
But still, it was like one of the, I was the chip leader. I had a huge stack. I had like a third of the chips.
Right.
But the second chip leader, who had half as much as me, was on my immediate left, which could be a problem, obviously.
Right.
And then I got some intelligence, some inside information from a buddy of mine. He'd been a guy I played poker with at Foxwoods back in Connecticut. And now he was like working as a dealer in Vegas. And he comes to me. He'd already been like railing me a bit and cheering me on. He comes to me before we start the final table the next day, and he's like, "I got some great news. Like, I ran into someone who's a buddy of that guy on your left, and
Had me
his
nailed.
plan
I had
is
deuce 5.
to sit back and wait until we get down to like 5 people, and he's guaranteed at least $1 million payday, and then he's going to try to win the tournament." But he's going to play super tight until we get,
Wow.
until he gets,
That's
until
valuable
we bump
information.
up to the,
Absolutely.
So I'm like, oh, that means I can like still be super aggressive early on and not worry about him like 3-betting me and
Right.
stuff.
Did you pay for that information? Did you toke that guy or no?
We'll just say everything worked out well for everybody.
We started off heads-up play here. Jeff Landher, 6,275,000. Tom Moore, 4,495,000. So about a 3-2 chip difference.
Good point, though, Greg.
Jeff here in our Cardinals attire will be on the button and in the small blind, opening the action. Looked like 160,000. Blinds are 30 and 60,000 with a 10,000 chip ante. The raise was to 180, and Tom's going to lay this one down.
And with the stacks being so deep, over 70 big blinds for both players, and also Tom being a more of a conservative player
and a relatively inexperienced tournament player as well.
Right, but with that, I think this could be drawn out for quite some time. My guess is well over an hour, maybe even 2 hours of heads-up play. But you never know. You could the deck. We say that, but then
As
the
soon as
deck
you say
could
that,
come
then
in-
it's aces versus kings, and we're all done.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, these could be, like I said, these could be the 2 nittiest players in the world, and it could be a one-hand final table, one-hand heads-up. But if either or both of the players are very tight, nitty, then it does take a while. But I love the nitty opponent because now I know, like, I can grind this guy down with like 100% certainty, basically. And that's where I'll really like get away from the math in terms of an individual hand.
Now we talked earlier about how your hand ranges change when you go like from a full table down to like 5 or 6 handed. How do they change when you go from that point down out of heads up?
I mean, for me personally, in a heads-up match like this where the stacks are still deep, I am going to either raise or fold my button. I don't limp in. If I'm ever limping on the button, it's because I've come to learn something about the other guy that makes me think it's correct against them, as opposed to, I don't think it's an inherently correct strategy to ever limp the button. So I'm going to raise or fold, but I'm going to start off only folding about 10 to 15% of my hands. And I'm going to be raising with the other 85 to 90%. So that obviously includes a lot of hands that are considered very, very weak.
Had a card above an 8
Sometimes
yet.
when I open up heads-up play, if I feel I've got an opponent that's a follower or that I can mold a little bit and I've got the lead, I like to open limp on the button as a start to see if he will
do the same.
Yeah, see if he
that's
will
an excellent
sympathize and kind of follow play. Or if I raise, I want to see his mimicry, because sometimes you get players that will mimic your action, and if you can do that, then you know you can control the match and you can control the action. So that's another.
Well, that's probably even better though for someone like you or me if we're a known player, because most people don't have much heads-up experience, and so now if they see you like open limp the first hand, they may think, well, that's the correct way to play. Because Kenna knows what he's doing, so limping must be right.
That's a good point.
So you might be very correct there. It might be a smart move to like limp, 2 out of the first 3, 4, 5 hands.
That's right.
Set
Just to
that
dictate
tone,
pace, set
and
the
then
tone, yeah.
kind of stop doing it for the most part for the rest of the match. Because it isn't technically correct. But like you said, get him to start thinking it is correct.
Right.
We had Jeff.
I actually love it when if I'm the button on the first hand of heads up. I love it when I get a shitty hand and then I just like fold the the 7-3 face
then
up.
fold it, yeah.
And I'm kind of sending them the same idea, like, hey, you are allowed to fold your button.
Yeah, you're sending messages there. So there's this secret communication that goes on for sure, and it even goes on even more so in heads-up play, where you're sending signals and communications to your opponent. What is acceptable, what's not acceptable, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. And you're trying to see if they pick up on that, or sometimes they don't, and they just have their own agenda.
We had Jeff make the first heads-up 3 bet there the last hand. Tom had opened to 130. Jeff made it 390 and took down the pot. He is going to continue with his aggression here to 150,000.
Thanks, Dominic. Yeah, I want to really start to focus on some of these hands now, and calling the hands and seeing what's out there.
And Tom made the call, and we will see our first heads-up flop.
All right, let's see the flop.
We got Jack 8 deuce, rainbow.
Very dry. That's the kind of flop that hits a lot fewer hands because no one can have a real draw. The only real draw is the 9-10 for a straight draw. No other draw is possible.
And you talked about earlier about continuation betting 100% of your time, especially heads up. That's very important.
Yes. I mean, what is my opponent? If he didn't hit that flop, he can still continue with a pocket pair. He can still continue maybe with a good ace. But he's going to have lots of hands that actually still potentially have lots of value that he really isn't going to want to play. And of course, then you're also out of position. I mean, this is a spot, too, where I still min-raise my button. Because if my opponent has, the 7 deuce and all that kind of junk, I'm giving them this great price. They're getting 3-1 to see the flop. But, I mean, what do you do all those times like that? Jack 8 deuce, my 7 deuce just flopped bottom pair. But I'm out of position.
3-1's not the right price with 8 deuce, 7, 3, 9.
Yeah. I mean, a player might think they're getting this 3-1 price, and that's a good price. But, with hands like that, those junk hands,
you still need to win 25% of the time to be profitable.
Well, but it also, you have to take into account the money you win or lose in the future rounds of betting.
Right. Yeah.
Those implied odds and reverse implied odds. And so, I mean, I'm not calling your button min raise with 7 deuce.
That's right. Yeah, I don't think it's
so I'm giving them a chance to fold those worst hands.
Now we had our first limp on the button here from Tom, and Jeff promptly jacked it up to $250,000, and Tom wasted very little time.
Easy money.
In sending his limp over.
I wouldn't
to the
make
other
that
side.
raise. If I'm Jeff, I wouldn't make that raise unless I had a monster, because I don't want to discourage him from limping.
Yeah, you want to encourage them.
I want to tell him, like, yeah, this is good. You keep limping, and I won't punish you for it. Maybe start punishing him later after he's developed a habit of limping, and he might not get out of the habit.
So it doesn't tell him that you can't limp on the button. But you know what? Tom, to his defense, Jeff's defense here, it may not matter what Jeff does. Tom looks like he's going to play the way he plays, and he's not going to change it up anyway. So as he extends his lead a little bit now, almost a 2-1 chip advantage. Started as a 3-2. It's 117-61 now. Here he has the button, Jeff that is, and he makes it
125.
125, yep.
Oh, yeah, 150. He has 30 in there. He added 120.
2.5, yep.
And a quick call from Tom.
All right, let's take the flop.
Tom's sensing he's got to play more hands probably, but maybe not comfortable doing so.
Queen A6.
Well, and that's the
two
thing.
spades.
I mean, even though the poker players today are so much more experienced on average than they were before the boom or the early years of the boom, there still is only a tiny percentage of the poker world that has more than the tiniest bit of experience playing heads up.
180,000 is the bet.
Now I like what Jeff's doing here, Dominic. If you can, you see, while he's
John
betting,
comes back for a courtesy crotch shot. Thank you, John.
Thank you, John.
Sorry, Ken. I
That's
couldn't
okay.
miss the opportunity there.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I see. Well, but watch when Jeff bets. His eyes and his focus is on his opponent. So he's gonna make a bet, and he's gonna look at his opponent to see how he reacts to his bet. See that? See how he's eyeing his opponent as well as his bet here.
A slight increase in the bet sizing to 195.
You want to see how your opponent is responding to your action.
And a raise from Tom, 475,000.
Wow.
And Jeff has been given some pause.
I mean, he's getting this huge price, but it's like, wow, like if you have a flush and I don't have a big spade, I'm drawn dead.
Jeff is going to lay that one down, and a pot of just over 1.35 million is going over to Tom's side.
How about
of the
Tom
table.
putting on the gloves here, ready to duke it out in this heads-up match? Not going anywhere.
Again, I'd love to see Tom's cards because, like, if he has a big, if he has a flush, then it's like, okay, fine,
Yeah.
you know, you made a great hand. If he has nothing, then I'm like, okay, that means you really are a player, you know. And
Right.
So we don't know without seeing the whole cards, and I'm not suggesting he's one or the other. And obviously, he's supposed to raise there whether, you know, he made a great play or whether he had it.
Well, you'll have to tune into HPT.
Yeah, but
at your local stations to
I'd
find
love to see
out.
a 3-bet from Tom at some point before we get too deep in this match, where he 3-bets one of Jeff's button raises. I mean, that's something players really don't generally do enough of.
3-bet,
It's
yeah.
3-betting and stuff like
What
that.
kind of
pre-flop.
3-bet? You mean 3-bet bluffing, 3-bet light,
Just a
3-bet on
3-bet.
margin?
Either
3-bet
because I think you're full of crap, you're raising your button
Okay.
so much, or it's because. But instead of like calling, you know, with good hands, like let's say he had Ace King that last hand with the spade, with one spade.
Yeah.
So he was, you know, raising the turn with top pair and a great draw if top pair wasn't enough.
Right.
Well, then why not 3-bet pre-flop with those hands?
And here's a 3-bet from Jeff here.
You say it there, they do it there. He
And
3-bets.
Jeff
Jeff
has
Lee.
already done it. That's at least the second time. But I mean, I want to see Tom do that. But again, that's something that like the older players aren't as comfortable doing. It seems.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in an age-related sense per se, but if you're not at least approaching middle age, you weren't playing poker seriously before the boom. And before the boom, 3-betting just wasn't something you ever saw much of.
Right.
Because people just felt like you're not supposed to like even raise, let alone 3-bet or 4-bet without a really good hand.
Well, you can see the cash in the middle, the difference of what they're playing for, nearly $40,000.
Finally.
Over
Over
40,000.
40,000.
43,025 is the difference.
I believe you.
That's a lot of
Second and
cheeseburgers.
first. It
I was
certainly
starting to
is.
wonder if you were, shuffling
I
the
mean,
deck.
you remember, you know, the phrase in the McAvoy-Cloutier book about
And I've had
if someone 3-bets, they have a
unusually bad
monster,
ones.
and if they 4-bet, it's 2 aces.
Yeah.
And that isn't strictly true and never was 100% true, but it was reasonably close to 100%
Relative.
true
Relative.
15 plus years ago. Nowadays, obviously, there are players who will 4-bet with deuce 7 or whatever with absolute garbage hands just because they're like, in this spot, I think you all are going to fold so often that it's correct.
Yeah.
And if their judgment is on, then it is correct for them to do that.
So see, once again, Tom has limped on the button, inducing a raise from Jeff. And let's see if he
Tom's
back
thinking
raises
about
it all
this.
here. No, he's just going to call. So
185,000
once again,
total pre-flop.
it hasn't discouraged him at all, you see, from limping
Yeah.
on the button there. To the flop we go.
6-4 queen. A lot of queens on the flop here. Has another rainbow board as well.
See, now there, I don't feel like Jeff has a hand. Like, I don't think he hit that. I don't think Jeff has a pair. Just that quick look at him, that was my quick read, which is often wrong.
Yeah, I see what
I mean,
you're saying.
I'm not putting 100%, but like just the look Jeff's body language when the camera cut to him and he was making that bet.
Wow.
Tom announces a raise.
Now I put Tom on a queen here. He had a slight indication of weakness, like I might fold, and then picks up a raising chips.
Just barely above a min raise too here, from 195 to 410.
Obviously, I'm wrong.
I'm
Jeff
going
has
to
to have,
take
Jeff has to
Tom.
have something. He would fold.
Who do you want in this hand?
Oh, I think Tom's more likely to have the best hand right now.
Yeah, I would put Tom ahead.
Yep,
Jeff can't have air. He wouldn't have called with, Jack
Yeah.
7 or any of that stuff.
Now that might have been a card that he called with right there. A pocket 8 situation would be something that
of course,
or
check,
5-7
or
or
called with, and check on the turn, and now a third spade. So a straight 3-card straight possibility, unlikely as it may be, and a 3-card flush is now on the board.
more likely that Jeff
is knocking
actually
chips over.
had like a king, like ace king, king jack. So he didn't want to give up what was usually 2 overcards on the flop to the check raise.
290,000, which is
I call
relatively small compared to the pot. About
Tom
Would Jeff
doesn't
be
look like he wants to call.
value betting a queen here?
I think you got a king. I haven't seen it yet. But
Ace queen,
ace
yep.
queen,
Ace
okay.
queen, yep.
So my read was horrible.
Yes.
When he bet the flop
Yeah.
and I said he felt weak, I was dead wrong. Absolute opposite.
And that is a pot of nearly
Interesting
2
check
million
back
chips
on
that
the
goes
turn though. I mean,
to Jeff.
I'm sure he checked back that 8 of spades on the turn just to look weak so he could get paid off.
I think I disagree. I think his check was in respect for his opponent and managing the size of the pot. He's playing against the image of a conservative guy, and he's got 1 pair, and it's probably the best. But like you said, why not manage the size of the pot and have pot control and take this guy for the long grind? Notice that he value bet the river there with 2nd pair only after his opponent showed weakness.
And one of our few walks that we've had here, heads up so far.
Yep. So Tom now, I think Jeff's pacing here is good. He's in it for the long haul. He's patient.
Okay.
He's not overplaying his hand.
And he's now over 2-1 in terms of his chip lead.
Yep. Looks like the plan is going according to Hoyle here.
Well, I mean, again, he made a good river bet on that hand too, because a lot of people get scared like the king comes.
Yep.
For ace queen, that's like the worst card in the deck. Let alone and then it's a spade, and just in case, Tom made runner flush on me.
Yeah.
So a lot of people get a little too timid there and they don't value bet. But I think that's one of the skills that really sets apart the best players is making those thin value bets when they're supposed to.
Yep, that's a good point.
And when you get in a heads-up situation as well, I think one of the things that I remember talking about in New Orleans was the propensity of everybody these days to want to chop everything, no matter what size of the tournament. You get down to a 5-6-handed situation, and people are always discussing chop value and ICM and stuff like that. And how are you going to prepare for a heads-up situation like this that everybody wants to get into? Be in a main event, be heads-up, when you're always chopping everything all the time, and you don't learn how to play heads-up.
Well, exactly. I've seen people here at these HPT final tables. So you'll get the guy who's one of the local, heroes, and he plays like the daily tournaments here. At
Which is
Ameristar St.
which is like
Charles.
what Tom is.
Is he? I didn't know if he was or not.
He's
so,
he's
let's
from
say
St.
he's
Peter's,
here,
which is right down the road.
Let's say he's here playing the daily tournaments in this poker room.
In this hand, real quick, guys, just for 1 second, Tom just raised, Jeff called, and then it was a check bet fold. Go ahead.
I'm kind of amazed.
He might be playing something like 200 tournaments a year here in this room, potentially. And since he's a good player, he's probably making lots and lots of final tables. The daily tournaments, you're getting anywhere from 30 to 100 people for tournaments like that. So he could be making dozens of final tables a year, and he might have close to 0 heads-up experience. Because like you said, especially those little daily tournaments all over the country, I mean, I've seen players that are like spitting mad if someone doesn't want to chop 5-handed.
Sure. Yeah.
You're like, well, hey, I like playing short-handed, and I want to get heads-up experience, and whatever reason. And they're like, we always chop here when we get down to 5. Like, why are you being so greedy, or whatever? And it's like, dude, it doesn't matter what my reason is. Follow the rules of the game, which is you don't chop unless we all agree. And I've heard horror stories from people of like, well, I'm the out-of-towner visiting, and I don't want to chop, and now these guys are all like, well, we're going to gang up on you. And
Happens all the time.
You know, and it's pretty bad attitude when the people who get mad at you. I mean, that'd be like the guy at the used car lot wanting to like challenge you to a fist fight because you wouldn't buy the car at his price. It's like, dude, I don't have to accept your offer. Just like you don't have to accept my offer.
Sure.
I offered you $5,000 for that used car, and you wanted $8,000. We couldn't make a deal. Like, neither of us should be mad.
You're right. You're right.
Okay, and they see, talking about the inexperience, Tom just threw in one green chip, the oversized chip, and didn't announce any action. So
good
that's
trick.
going to
I'm
be a
gonna put that
call
in the
instead of
book
a raise.
sometime.
Probably thought he was going to be raising to 130, but Jeff is more than happy to take that check now and see this flop for free of King 10 deuce.
Jeff's going to be first act. Checks over the top.
Well, this
Now
should be an easy pickup from Tom.
Tom's going to make the bet that he wanted to make a minute ago.
Yeah, this should be an easy pickup.
And Jeff will let it go in that situation unless he had something.
Here's an interesting heads-up hand for you to analyze, Ken. I'm curious what you think.
Ooh.
So when I
getting good
played this tournament
stuff.
in
You just gotta
2012
make
at the River City Casino here on the other side of town,
Yes.
we're down to the heads-up. I'm the chip leader.
Yep.
I'm making these numbers up, but they're approximate. I don't remember them exactly.
Okay.
They're approximate. My opponent to start heads-up play had in the neighborhood of 30 big blinds.
This is Greg Raymer speaking.
And I had 50 or 60 big blinds, I think.
Okay.
And he was a younger guy, like mid-20s, and he's, came across as a very good, experienced player who, knew the game quite well.
You got him 2-1 in chips.
Yeah, almost. And on the very first hand, he used the button of heads up, and he open raises for 5x.
Okay.
What do you think if you're sitting in my seat? Yeah, so he's experienced. He seems to know what he's doing.
Yeah,
and it's the first hand of heads up, and he has 30x, and he opens for 5x.
So let me ask you a question. Was he a psychological player, or so? Yeah, he had both, right?
If anything, you would think he was someone that had lots of online experience.
Yeah. Oh, really?
He was more of probably like a young guy who had played a lot of online and was now playing live, as opposed to someone who was only a live player.
All right. And so what do I think about that?
Yeah, what's your thinking when you see that number?
Well, I'm thinking he's setting, again, he may be setting tone. I'm not sure. He may be setting tone. He may be over raising to get you to, to get you to make a play at him. He could be doing a lot of things, and especially early on. Again, we're sending communications to our opponent. He might have been sending you a message that, hey, I'm not going to let you see cheap flops. I'm going to play strong with you. More importantly is, what do I have in that situation? What do you have? Anything? 9 deuce, 8-3?
Well, I mean, I'm doing this. I like to do that kind of thinking before I look at my cards.
Oh, well, I think
myself.
so then to answer your question, I think the parameter is too wide, and I don't have enough information to make a determination.
Well, no,
but some of my considerations.
You're never going to be able to do it perfect.
But some of my considerations
and I'm there, and I'm not going to do it perfect, and I can see him as he's doing it.
So in that situation, there's two main
I'll add this
considerations
too.
I have.
There was nothing that made me think he was weak.
Right.
I mean, I had no reason to think that he didn't have a good hand here.
So then I just, at that point, I'm just trying to determine, is this a straightforward play, or is it a psychological play?
Yeah.
If it's straightforward, I put him in on like 8s through jams.
I was highly confident that was not a straightforward, like, I'm going to be open raising 5x every hand that I raise heads up.
Got you.
In other words, I didn't think this was going to be his pattern.
Right.
Because I think he was too knowledgeable of a poker player and would know that, like, opening to 5x as a regular occurrence really can't be optimal. That can't be the best way to play.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting to the result of what that was. Let's bring Dominic in for the call of this action.
165,000 raised the pre-flop raise from Jeff, and Tom made the call, and we've got a Queen 3 flop that Jeff has continuation on, and Tom has called this one as well, which is interesting, as the King of Clubs makes a full rainbow there on the turn. What has Tom hit here that he would have called that flop with? He is now going to lead for 350. About half the pot on the turn, and Jeff is going to stick around.
I'd like to see Jeff put his chips a little further out just to be played to the dealers.
10 of hearts on the river. I think if Tom fires at this again, he may have slow played a queen.
700.
Okay, 700,000.
700,000 is the bet.
Looks
on
like a
the
bluff
river,
to
which
me.
is about 25% of his remaining stack.
Looks like a bluff to me. I think he's going to get looked up by middle pair, like 8s, 9s, something like that.
Two, please.
A6 is shown.
That is a bluff.
Jeff shows queen 5, 3 queens.
So he had the queen, so he didn't.
Boy,
so
he really turned that pot around
Hard to beat
brilliantly.
you.
After leading with the 3 queens on the flop, he just called the rest of the way and maxed out his value expertly.
He did. He got his opponent to represent his hand.
Well, I think he also felt like, even though I have this great hand of 3 queens, if I raise the river, I don't expect Tom to call me with worse.
Yep.
I don't think Tom's going to just call off with even a king here.
All right, in between hands, real quick, I want to close cycle on this this
Yeah, so the
proposition you
first
brought
hand's
up.
a heads up.
So
My read
what
was
the
one of the
result?
things you mentioned. I think he wants to induce a shove.
Okay, yeah.
Because he has 30 blinds.
Right.
And if he just does a normal raise to like 2, 2.5,
right,
he knows that's small enough compared to 30. If I raise him, I'm never going to go all in.
Right.
Or put him all in, essentially. So and it's like, I think he wants me to put him all in. And I think that he thinks, since I've been the chip leader the whole final table mostly, I've been very aggressive.
Right.
So I think he expects me to Greg's going to want to set the tone here first hand to heads up.
Right.
He's not going to want to just fold and give me a pot even for 1 blind.
Right.
And I don't want him to just raise now to 6x, and then when I shove, Greg will have to fold. I want to induce a shove from him because I'm happy to call with this hand.
Right.
So that was my read, and obviously hindsight is perfect. This time it worked out perfect because I looked down at 2 kings, gave him what he wanted, and said all in. And he snap called, I call, and he slammed 2 queens on the table and was turning away to high five his friends on the rail as I was turning over the 2 kings. And it made great TV because when he saw that out of the corner of his eye, the 2 kings, he almost fell down. He almost fell to his knees, because he was so sure that queens had to be the best hand.
You got to be
I don't
careful.
blame him for that feeling
No,
either.
sometimes
it was just a pure cold deck.
Yeah, sometimes you get what you want and not what you need.
But I was impressed though. He was thinking, an extra level or 2. Hey, I have queens. This is a great hand. I want to raise.
Yeah.
But I don't want to raise to 2x, have Greg make it 5x, and then he folds to my shove and I only win 5 blinds.
Right. No, that's a good point.
Yeah, we talked about being able to go through the rough patches here after what was starting out as a pretty even heads-up situation.
Yep.
Jeff has now moved up better than 4-1
4 to
in his
1
chip
now.
advantage, and particularly just after a hand where Tom tried a significant double barrel bluff that cost him a good, what would that been? Overall a good 35-40% of his chips.
Yep. So it's interesting because that's a play, and what Tom is actually going to need to do to get back in this match. However, his timing was off, and that's what did him in there. So it's not that he can't double barrel bluff. It's like the time the guy steps out.
I love that fold.
He gets slapped.
You said Tom's been taking those hits.
Yeah.
And so instead of him tilting this is a shitty hand, but I'm going to try to make it into a winner because I'm desperate for a win.
Right.
He just threw it away. So I like that. That's a really good sign. He's not just giving up. Which is funny. You say that the guy folded a hand, and that proves he's not giving up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I give up this pot because I'm not quitting.
Well, in my theory, folding is actually the 3rd aggressive action, and I think checking is the most passive, then calling, then folding. As far as order of priority, and then betting, and then raising in orders of priority of when I
Yeah, I understand exactly.
I think folding is the 3rd most aggressive action that you can take.
But it's actually the 4th because punching, I think, would be the most aggressive. If
Punching?
you just slug your opponent right in the
Slug
face.
your
That would
opponent,
be
yeah.
Well,
Of the
I only
5
do that
are-
when you or the other floor person is not watching. I don't want the penalty to be completely automatic.
So Jeff raises his pot. Tom defends 7-4-4 on the flop, and looks
another
like Jeff's
check,
gonna
and
see
this
that.
has become a little bit of a pattern here.
Check,
is,
bet, fold, huh?
When Jeff raises Tom's big blind, Tom is not doing the donk bet thing that we talked about earlier and firing back at him and leading at the flop.
Wow, a check bet call here from Tom out of position here.
Well, it could be a trap. He could have a draw. Could just have 2 overs.
There's a very good card if you're trying to trap. The 8 of diamonds puts the flush and the straight there.
Unless you were trapping with a 4 and now your opponent just made a straight or a flush.
Right.
But.
Well, you can be trapped by your own trap, certainly. And now another check bet situation, 260,000.
I think that's a mandatory bet by Jeff.
Wow. Tom's going to lay that one down, and Jeff continues.
I mean, if
to
Tom
be very
was
strong in this heads-up match.
I mean, like if I was Tom there and I just had like an ace high, I wouldn't want to just check fold on the 4-4-7 because ace high is often still the best hand. But now with the 8 of diamonds, if I don't have an 8, if I don't have a diamond, how can I realistically continue? So I think Jeff has to bet that turn every time. If I'm Jeff and I don't have it, I have to bet so you have a chance to fold and that you don't successfully. I don't induce a bluff that's going to be successful
win
on the
in
river.
straight sets.
And if I do have it, it's a chance for me to get more money in if you actually have something.
Tom's chip deficit even larger now is about 6-1, and he's sort of entering
the fume zone.
No, not quite the fume zone yet, but entering.
25 lines.
He's about about the quarter tank scenario, I'd say right now, where he's saying, okay, I got to start looking for a gas station somewhere if I don't want to be do anything too crazy.
It's important to look at Jeff here. I mean, I'm telling you, this is important. How you position yourself at the table, and his demeanor, his focus is on his opponent. It's the little things. It's how he manages his chip stack. He's a manager. He's a manager out there. He's the pitcher on the mound. He's managing the game. And I think that's an important element, the mechanics, just the mechanics, in proper form.
Tom folds his double down hand there. 9 deuce was face up, and he showed a ace 9 or ace 10 suited, it looked
something like that.
There.
And I like showing a hand like that in that spot.
Yeah.
I want to encourage my opponent because, I'm raising so many hands on the button.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to fold 9 deuce.
Right.
I don't want you to play with that. Even though my range is ahead of you, I would rather you fold. Because if you just fold every time, I've seen players heads up that are so, unused to heads up and so, weak at it that they're still like when we were at a full table, that person was playing 25% of their hands, which is way too much. And now that we're heads up, they're only playing like 30% of their hands, which is way too few. So in other words, they just have like a range that I play these,
right?
And they're not being situational about it. And with that guy, I'm like, I want him to just keep folding that 70% because then it's a guarantee that I will just grind him down one big blind at a time until I have all the chips. I don't want to get it all in, and flip him even as a 4-1 favorite because that's 20%. He doubles up. If I grind him down, he's 0% to double up.
If you have no chip, it's very hard to double up. We are going to see a flop here after a raise from Tom, which he has not done a whole lot of here. Heads up, and made it 130,000 pre-flop.
Want to see a C-bet, but nope.
Doesn't come on the deuce-jack-deuce board. But a check behind from Tom.
Yeah. After that one bluff went bad, by Tom, we might not see him bluff again. He might have gotten.
Tom checks as well. Both players check the turn. Let's see the river card.
I certainly hope Tom at least has a hand with really good showdown value, like at least ace high or something.
4 of diamonds on the river. Puts a very unlikely flush out there. And there you go. You were correct with an ace 9 from Tom right there. And that will earn him
if you're going to ever check, that's the kind of hand to check with.
Yeah.
You probably have the best hand, but if you get check raised, you're going to have to fold it.
And how about the discipline by Jeff here? He's had a lot of good fortune.
I know, we're all going to sleep here.
Well, but he doesn't misstep here. He knows his opponent is weak. He's on margin.
Yeah,
he's
that's what I think.
Chips. He could make a bluff on the river, and he doesn't. He conserves his chips, knowing that his opponent might get frustrated and call his ace high, and give him any kind of momentum. He gives him nothing.
How do you balance, Greg, in a heads-up situation, the desire to want, when you have a big chip lead, to steamroll your opponents and to prevent the ultimate penalty, which is you don't want this guy to double up and get himself back in the game, get himself more confident than where he may be right now.
And what Kenna just said is even more important. like right now, Tom is so short. If you double him up, you still have a massive lead. But now he will, be confident again. He'll be happy. He'll be comfortable. Tom will start making better decisions again. If he has a defeated attitude at all, then if you only let him win a pot like that where he gets one blind from you, he's going to keep that defeated attitude. So that's an important factor as well. The balance is just really like making good reads, like knowing like if I'm going to try to run him over, when is he going to let me? And there's no simple answer for me to tell you how to get that right.
Both players check the 8-5-3 flop, and the top card pairs on the turn.
This was raised by Jeff pre-flop and called by Tom, defended the big blind, and went check on the flop, and now a check and a bet.
He thinks he obviously had the best hand pre-flop with the way that this hand
is
is gone.
Is he cutting out a raise, or is that just a call?
Looks like just a call.
Okay.
Because we have all those green 100K chips in
interesting.
play right now, and I think Jeff has the ball over in his stack.
Yeah, I wonder if Jeff bet king high here on the turn, like a hand like king jack. If he did, I think he should give it up at this point.
And he does check the river.
It's like queen high or something.
Jeff is not very excited about showing anything.
Was that king 4?
Eight.
That's
Yes,
what you need, fours.
He made a pair of 4s on the river, but he had king 4?
It was either king 4 or queen 4.
Well, either of those, that's a pretty thin call on the turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it was
A little
probably
surprising.
right the way Jeff's face looked,
I agree with you. It was probably a king high or queen high was probably ahead, but I was surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
Frustration, defend maybe.
Because that's a tough one to. You call the turn with a hand like that. He probably can call that river now that he made a pair, but how do you call if you don't make a pair?
Yeah.
Like, how do you know your opponent isn't betting ace high or king high as a bluff?
Yeah.
And you're paying him off instead.
All right, here we are, Tom's button, and he's won 2 small pots now.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see if the momentum shifts here at all. Jeff not giving anything up. I notice he's defended his big blind every time. And
he ran over Jeff made a very large raise there after almost a 4x raise after Tom limped.
And this isn't talked about, but the swings, the tempo swings, there's sometimes, like when you're playing, there's so much feel to the game. Like if I'm Jeff here, my opponent's won even 2 small pots in a row, I might want to just make a play here just to shift the momentum back a little bit, let him know who's boss here with no hand. And I'm not saying he did that, but there's those little incidentals, those, what do they call it in sports, in the football, the incidental things that players do.
Hidden yardage?
Yeah, things like that, yeah.
170?
Yeah. The interesting question there would be, Tom's limped several times on the button.
Yeah.
What is Tom going to do when he gets like aces or kings? Is he going to limp those? Or is he always going to raise? Because if he's always going to raise those top premium hands, then you really can't limp ever. Because you've just completely capped your range. You're saying, like, I have a playable hand, but I don't ever have a premium.
Yeah.
So
Jeff once again is going to continue after his pre-flop raise, which he has done pretty much throughout this heads-up matchup.
I think it's almost mandatory. When your opponent just calls you and then checks the flop, he's going to have so many hands that he can't call you with.
Tom check called 205,000 and a second spade, and we get check on the turn.
And like I said, if this is like 2 world-class heads-up players, you're going to see a lot of that C-bet. And then check
the turn, yeah.
And then they both check the turn because, okay, I
Tom
C-bet and I gave you a chance to fold. Now I'm going to check behind whether I have a big hand or not.
Tom with a very small bet of only 150K. Oh, and he turned the nuts. That was all.
Yeah. And that's one of the
9-8
reasons
for
you
the
always
nut
check
straight.
back. I mean, unless you also have a nut or near nut hand on the button, you check back the turn so that if your opponent has something huge, you only give them one more street of value. And if you have nothing, you give yourself a chance to hit the river or to hit a scare card that you can bluff them with, all those things. So it's very common to see, like, with 2 good players for it to go check on the turn after the, and then the real question is, like, say on the river, like, okay, now what? Now is the tricky part. where someone's going to get lucky or outplay the other guy.
So we're settling into heads-up play now. Tom not giving up. He's clawing back here a little bit. In just a few minutes, Mr. James Larson, the commentator in crime, is going to be stepping back in, and I'll be stepping away and let you guys take it down to the finish line. It's been a pleasure, Greg.
Thank you, Ken. I love
talking with
spending
you,
time
talking
with you here on the mic.
Listen to your strategy. Very informative. Some really interesting tips, and I hope you guys at home have too. And Dominic, always great to listen to you, man.
Tom made a big pre-flop raise. I think his biggest of this heads-up match. He went to 200K.
You keep us in the action.
And Jeff called him here on this Queen 10-4. We got to a Queen 10-4 board, and Jeff is now the one leading at the pot.
600.
Okay, raise to 600.
Tom has announced a raise.
Wow. Look at this.
We've gone from 220 to 600,000, and Jeff couldn't wait to fold, and Tom will take down this pot.
Look, that even gets a little stand up, a little pick up and chip up. We'll call it the pick up
I know all
and
these
chip
guys.
up, and a little smile.
Yeah, you can
He's
see
getting a
it.
little pep in his step.
Yeah, he's got the
Nothing
chirping
like
chips back. as
Yeah,
they
nothing
call
like
them.
a little, dragging a couple of pots can improve the attitude a little bit.
It's amazing how true that is.
Yep.
Like, when you're losing chips, like in a cash game, you could still
Yeah.
be like, like we were playing that game the other night. I mean, if you were up 2,000, and now you took a bad streak and you were only up 800, your demeanor might be kind of flat and negative, because you've lost this 1,200 back recently, even though you're still winning good for the session.
Yeah.
Whereas if you'd been down 1,500 and now we're only stuck 400, you might be like, okay, I'm feeling
you got
good,
hope. It shows
It's the
you
recent
hope.
result.
It's the hope. Hope is the possibility that things were going to go right. And when you keep getting beat and beat and beat, there's a hopelessness that sets in. And like, man, am I ever going to win again? And you lose perspective of the overall picture and get trapped into the moment.
Some of my most satisfying sessions have been something similar like that, where you lose, you're down 75, 80 bigs or whatever throughout the course of the day, and then you get back and you only end up losing 2 or 3 bigs, or you get back to even, or you're up 10 bucks or something like that, and you feel like, boy, it's kind of like when the golfers talk about, I only shot 73 today, but it was a grinding round, and I'm still in the tournament kind of thing,
Yeah. Well, no, it's that. I mean, I've had that happen to me many times. It's like a small win that started as a big win feels like a loss.
Yeah.
And a small loss that had been a big loss feels like a win when you're quitting the game at the end of the day. There's a handful of players out there that we know that. Why am I blanking on the guy's last name? Mark. He lives in Vegas. He's a mixed game player.
Mark Gregorich.
Yeah, Mark Gregorich. I mean, he is so good at that. I mean, if you see Mark, unless you can look at his stack and I know he would buy in for more than that in this game. But from his demeanor and the way he talks and everything, you could never guess if he's winning or losing.
That's a great point.
I mean, he just is perfect at that. He's the best.
Very good.
So you might say, I know he would buy into this cash game for 10,000 and he only has 4,000 on the table, so I know he's losing.
Yeah.
But if you saw him, if you ran into him as he was coming back from the men's
You would never
room,
know.
and you were chatting with him for 2 minutes, you would never know if he was winning or losing.
That's called emotional control. All right, blinds are 40 and 80,000 with a 10K ante. Don't forget, guys, this is the end of this series here at Ameristar St. Charles. But come join us at the next event. I'm going to try and make it out to Chicago.
You better
with
make
you guys.
it, or else we're going to throw you into the river.
Where can they get the schedule? Where can they get
HPTpoker.com is your website for all your HPT information. And
that website that's right on top of their screen above there with the
above the Twitch
what
feed
they're
as
watching.
you're looking at HPTpoker.com. We're going to be in East Chicago starting in the first week of May, just before my sister's birthday, in fact.
Nice.
And we'll be there, I believe it's from May 4th through the 14th.
Yep.
The last HPT event before we take our summer hiatus.
He just knows everything. He's just got it down.
And
try
this
to
will
come
be,
here slightly
this will be
prepared.
the last hand. I'm going to step aside, let James come in. Are you going to be at that event? Do you know?
I don't know yet if I'll be in East Chicago.
Okay. See?
It
So
was
that's
delicious.
this on the spot. Hey, guys, thanks for letting me share the mic with you. Thanks for you guys watching on Twitch. Love you guys. Thanks for all your support. And we'll see you on the turn. Here's Mr. James Larson.
James asking what happened to his T-shirt that was sitting out here.
Did your lady's dog take the shirt? How did that? What exactly happened there?
No, that's just that's
yours.
That is
yeah.
too small for me by far. It's
All
like
right.
folded up.
James lost his shirt. He's very upset.
Hey, Eric from Vegas, thank you for
Yeah,
welcoming
petite
back.
guys.
How you doing, brother? I got your message, and thank you. We got that all fixed. So, have you guys had enough to talk about while I was gone?
Yes,
we talked about you.
I'm
of
sure you
course.
did. That probably didn't last very long, but
We've been watching this action move down from 5 players to 2 here over the course of the last couple hours, and now this heads-up match that Jeff is still overall pretty well been in charge of, but Tom is not going quietly into the night.
No, Tom's hanging around here, and just kind of going back and forth. I've been in and out of the poker room watching this. There's still a big crowd in there. A lot of folks cheering for Jeff here. He's got a pretty big rail. But Tom's got some fans in there too as the flop comes out 10-9-8.
Jeff checked rather quickly here after making the raise out of the big blind.
Boy, Jeff's even got a Cardinals watch. He's got the hat, the jacket, the shirt, and now a watch.
And Tom makes the bet there on that 10-9-8 board and is going to take this one down.
Yeah, I was
Moves back
lucky on
up
my
to close to
HPT
3
wins
million.
that like the heads up never lasted all that long.
No, they really did. They really didn't.
I mean, the one in Albuquerque could have been one hand. I think it was like, I had the guy all in on the first hand and I was ahead, but he got there.
He did, yes. I do remember
And then it
that.
did end up lasting maybe 20, 30 hands or
Yeah,
something. But
yeah.
That one would have been tough on you guys back then because that whole final table, I think, if I'd beaten him on the first hand, I'm not sure we had more than about like a dozen hands dealt.
No, you're.
I mean, you guys would have had to show every hand in
Yes.
excruciating detail to get
Warts and all, my friend.
2 hours out of it.
Let's go to another replay of that hand.
Let's show you again that.
Yeah, we're gonna run
raise
that hand
pre-flop
again.
and everyon folded.
In case you missed it.
We're going to do it in slow-mo so you can see just how he folded.
You raised to 300.
I mean, we lost like 4 guys and just boom, like 10
he just
hands
really
or something. And
The race
was pretty wild.
90,000. You know, speaking of Albuquerque, we had one of our longest final tables ever there. Not the time you won, but it was the time Roger Martin won as the flop comes up, Queen 5 tray. I remember it very well, Dom, because I just remember we ended at 159.30, which is not a good time for us to end because we all know what happens at 2 a.m.
Yes.
In most states, except
Yes.
for the great state of Nevada, of course, and others like it.
195,195.
Eric from Vegas wants to know why we have no hole cards. That is because of Missouri gaming rules are not allowing us to have the RFID.
like we can have RFID, I think, but we cannot display it.
That's correct.
I
We
mean,
can
it can
use
only be
whatever
used
cards
in
we
the
want.
post-production.
Yeah.
We cannot show secret information, so to speak, even on a delayed live stream because of Missouri gaming rules.
Which are some of the strictest, I think, that I've found across the country.
I mean, I'm all over the country, and I, work with lots of different poker room managers and stuff, and some of them, of course, have worked multiple places, different parts of the country over their careers. None of them say Missouri is anything but the most pain in the butt to deal with.
Now, I do think, and I don't want to give up too much information because I don't know exactly, but I think if we used their cards, if their cards worked with our technology, if we went with, I heard something along those lines, then we could do it. It had something to do with the cards.
Okay, so
that we
like
used
our
routinely.
deck of cards are not approved in
Something
Missouri.
like that. Something like
and
that.
the
Or your
casinos,
table
of
is not
course,
approved
don't
or
use
something.
RFID cards as a matter of daily use.
No, it's just not kosher.
So they don't go to the trouble of getting that kind of card approved for daily use.
There's only
especially considering the price of those cards for
Right.
most smaller
Yeah,
cards.
really bad idea to use those when you didn't
Yeah.
need them
And
for
there's
their
only two companies.
RFID quality.
I'm just told there's only 2 companies in the world that make these types of cards that we buy. So, and I don't know any of this this is just from what the crew was telling me. But yeah, so until then, it's just us guessing what everybody has, and you can see we put the names up, we put the stack sizes.
You never
but
have
that's,
given
that's
me a
all
walk.
you get.
And then we make bad guesses as to what their actual cards are.
Yeah, short
Exactly.
Or I
Which
shouldn't
is
say
pretty-
bad, but we make wrong guesses. Lots of wrong guesses.
A color commentator in poker is never right or wrong, if you think about it, unless there's facts.
But
Besides the
sometimes
facts,
you do more than color.
Yes.
If you limited yourself to color, you would never be wrong.
Right. Let's go to the flop. A couple of jacks and a 10. rainbow.
Well, I shouldn't say you could misannounce those cards, but I haven't caught you doing it yet.
Oh, it happens. Happens usually towards the end of a session.
I haven't caught you.
Well, give it some time.
I'm not paying close enough attention. I didn't catch you yet, maybe.
We'll see how much longer we're here. This heads-up match has been going now for about 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
We are set to take a 6:30 dinner break. Sometimes we kind of blow through that if players, it's basically up to the players at that point. We will ask them what they want to do.
But a check raise here from Tom goes from 140 to 300 and takes down the pot right there.
You can see that going either way. It's not like it's 6:30 if they were down to the point where they were doing a lot of all-in or fold. If then I
Show
would
you all my
want a dinner break.
secrets.
Like this could be done. I expect this to be done soon.
Right.
You know, but they'll still have lots and lots of chips, lots of blinds on the table.
Hey, there's Jeremy.
There's Jeremy.
Jeremy, let me hold the microphone and do a couple of reps out there.
Like the old days.
It was like
man.
the old days. It was kind of
You know
fun.
what? We had you wandering around every single one of my final tables doing that tableside announcing.
One of them, yep, every single
Maybe
one.
that's the problem. I need you wandering around my table on all these day ones and twos.
Making really bad jokes and
then I can, like,
entertaining the
you know, crush the table like I did back then.
Right, yeah.
I'm just
I
going to
should
raise.
find out how much it costs to hire you to do that, like all day long
Exactly.
on my day one and my day two.
It won't take much, let me tell you that.
Well, you shouldn't have let that slip. It's not a good negotiating tactic.
Well, I just need it to be a little bit more than what. Well, anyway, let's get back to the action here. Jeff makes the call. The raise Dom was to 100.
You'll still be able to like leave for like 30 minutes when you have to shoot the promos.
Right,
and,
exactly. Yeah,
but I
can do
mean,
both
it's
jobs.
not like you're putting in 8-hour days when you're here on day one and day two.
Jack 10 once again, but with an 8 this time.
Couple of spades. Boy, Jeff really, he just has that stare, man. It's just right into your soul. But Tom doesn't usually look up, so it's not really effective unless he can feel, if he can feel it burning through his skin.
Well, he's not trying to burn through his skin. He's just trying to pick up any tells that he might see. And he doesn't need Tom to look at him to give off a tell.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Jeff made the call right there of 240,000.
I mean,
Tom made a C-bet.
Turn card, deuce o' clubs.
Jeff checks, Tom checks, both players check the turn. Let's see the
Both
turn
players
card.
quickly check there.
Turn card is the 10 of clubs.
I appreciate acting fast like that, not wasting a lot of time. You know,
No,
it makes
this
this
is
a lot more interesting for us.
This is tournament poker. Every decision must take at least 45 minutes.
Right.
30,000 is the bet.
Well, the worst was like that guy at the main event, you know, November 9 thing a few years ago, and at one point they showed a graphic. His average time on a pre-flop
I think he
decision
got a
was
9.
like getting close to 40 seconds.
Wow.
And I'm like, dude, like there should be tons of hands where you're looking at them and immediately folding.
9-5 is
But he wasn't. Even the ones he folded, he was taking a long time every time.
Tom with a very nice call there with a pair of 8s against a busted straight draw of Jeff's.
Yeah.
And he is going to pick up that pot, and things are about as close as they've been since we started this heads-up battle. As Mike moves up to, I want to say, as a matter of fact, it is his largest chip stack since we began. He had about 4.5
Am I this at
as
80?
we when we
I don't
began
know. By the
heads-up
time this
play.
is
And he's
over,
now
I'll
up
get
to
it
about
straight.
4.3.
Maybe. Every time I
he
get
just has
heads
to
up, I
win
get
like
confused
one
about
moderate
who's
pot. and
big,
he'll put the
who's
chip
little.
in.
I should
Some great
remember.
camera shots
It's
out
not
there.
that
That's our
hard,
jib
but
operator, Kent Sorgi from
so
Cedar
different.
Rapids, Iowa. Come on, Kent.
Where are you from in Iowa again, James?
Cedar Rapids.
You're from.
Actually.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking too.
Actually, Kent's house is a mile and a half.
Is there an airport in Cedar Rapids, or where do you go to fly?
CID. In fact, my house is about 2 miles from the airport. So when I fly out, it's about a 4.5.
You won't walk to the airport. You just
No, I
carry
don't
your
do that.
luggage behind you.
It's funny. My last contract, I got car serviced from Cedar Rapids to the airport. I put that in there, car service when I land. Well, I said, I don't want the car service anymore. Uber's easier. I literally can just punch a button when I get out of the shower, punch a button, my bag's there. I get dressed, grab my bag, the Uber's there, hop in the back seat. It drops me
you
off.
leave it in.
4 minutes
Yeah.
later, I'm at the airport.
They even charge you to park in Cedar
I know.
Rapids?
I know.
Yeah, no, they actually pay you. They want people
Well.
to come to their, no, actually,
you
it
mean
is.
by
It
both
is for a
winners a
small
while
city.
ago?
Yeah, the parking
What do you
is,
mean? We're both
extremely
winners.
expensive.
I'll agree. Yeah.
I'm lazy, so I always park short
not
term.
gonna
Everybody parks
complain
long
about
term, but I'm lazy, so I do the short term, and it's double the price, I think.
Well, the off-site, you know, parking with the shuttle is like 2.5 miles from the airport, and you're only 2.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
You just tell them like, come, just have your shuttle stop at my house
stop
on
at
the
my
way
house.
by.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly, exactly. All right, the action continues here.
240. Okay, 240.
Jeff reaching for chips.
240,000 is the announced amount. 240.
240,000. Greg, how do you when you get fatigued this time in the tournament? It's been a long weekend. It's been a long week. These guys have been playing all day. How do you pick yourself up and keep the mojo going?
Illegal stimulants.
That's
that's supposed to be a joke. It really is just like, take a second and take that deep breath and kind of try to reset yourself mentally. If you're starting to feel dejected, like earlier when we saw Tom at one point was just losing, and there really wasn't anything you could do about it. He had the worst hand every time in that stretch as far as we could tell. And it was just a question of how much he was going to lose. And he looked down and defeated in his body language. You got to try some tricks to get yourself back up. One of the things I'll do, especially after I lose a big pot in a tournament, I'll say to myself, I'll count my stack. So like, let's say when Tom only had 2 million chips, I'll be like, oh, I have 2 million. He has over 8 million. That sucks.
Better.
And he's been grinding me down. But I'll say, now, wait a second. What if I'd been down to 1 million and I had just doubled up on the last hand to 2 million? How would I feel?
Sure.
I would feel great right now that I just doubled up.
80.
And there's no reason I should feel any worse.
This table's about
just because I've lost a big pot to get to this point. So you just say to yourself, pretend you just doubled up to this 2 million that you got right now. And how would you feel? Well, feel like that, and now play your best game.
Great advice, fantastic advice. Easier said than done.
Of course, you're trying to do a little trick, but seriously, if you just say, if I just doubled up to this number, how would I feel?
Right.
I'd feel great.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
And so now you've realized, hey, there is really no reason to be dejected right now.
We had an interesting change of pace in that last hand. We had seen Tom limping several times throughout the course of this heads-up match. He limped 3-bet and then made a continuation bet on the flop and took that pot down and has now closed the chip deficit between him and Jeffrey to its lowest point that it's been so far in this heads-up matchup. It's about 6 million to about 4.7 million before the start of this hand.
Flop is all hearts. King 5-4. Tom checks over to Jeff. Tom into this event, Tom, for just $375.
And without the whole card, cameras or the RFID, we can't know. But by all appearances, the best hand has been winning almost every time.
We talked about this earlier on. It was the same way.
Well, I don't even mean the best hand's holding up, but I just mean, the best hand is winning in the sense that, it's not getting bluffed out, which in heads up, lots of times the best hand is weak.
I'm even
still a very
showing
weak
my
hand, and
cards,
it's not that
but
hard
it's
to
been
bluff.
the wrong spot, yeah.
But here it's we don't, as far as we know, we haven't been seeing anyone really get away with any bluffs. And it would just be, so that's why we're getting this ebb and flow. It's just the randomness of the cards right now. But the difference at the end of the day is going to be the guy who can win more when he wins and lose less when he's losing. And that's true at all stages of the tournament, really, to a great extent.
Again, Dom, that's easier said than done.
Yes, it is.
Of course. Well, of course it's easier said than done, but that is part of it. Is like recognizing when you're beat and don't try a bluff that isn't going to work. Or, knowing when you're beat and not calling off on the river. And of course, those are really, that's like me telling you, well, the trick to winning the Masters is chipping and putting. And you're like, okay, but, I'm like, okay, now the trick, what's the trick to chipping and putting, Greg? I'm like, okay, 20,000 hours of practice.
Right, yeah.
But, so of course it's easier said than done, but
it's
still important
for a little while
to keep that in mind. And that's why, I mentioned before,
just
there was a
them in
pot
there,
where Jeff
tease
made a
me.
really good value bet on the river with second or third pair and got paid off. And I said, that's something a lot of other players, less skilled players don't do, is like, oh, I probably have the best hand here, but I don't want to bet and lose more chips when I'm beat. So they just check behind and they're happy to win what's out there. But you got to win more when you have an opportunity to win more.
Action continues. James Larson alongside Greg Raymer and
190.
Dominic Siebert.
190. I shouldn't say that. You don't have to, but if you want to have the greatest chance of victory, you have to.
All right, let's talk about, Greg, you and your heads-up match with David
good.
Wood. Since we are heads-up here, when I talk about that, it was the year that you won the World Series of Poker main event. What was going through your mind?
I need it. I'm getting pounded on from the
Did I say that right? Is it mono?
front. I need some
That's what I thought. Somebody told me that on the web stream a couple weeks
What is
ago.
it, 80
Mono,
again?
Thank you. What was the feeling like when you played that first hand heads up? Were you calm, cool, collective? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? What was going through your mind?
I was pretty, even-tempered, I would say. I mean, when you watch that broadcast, you see the reruns ever on ESPN, or if you go watch it on YouTube or whatever. I mean, from the whole tournament, from the beginning of the tournament to the end, whenever I was on the feature table and stuff, they were highlighting the amateur aspect. They're like, hey, this guy's a full-time attorney,
sure,
and all this kind of stuff. And he has like one World Series cash a few years ago for $5,000, stuff like that. Because they wanted another like Chris Moneymaker story.
They did, yes.
And they were trying to like push me into that mold. So they didn't say things like, oh, this guy he's played like 500 live poker tournaments, and he has
and was
cash.
a regular at Foxwoods, basically.
Yeah, I mean, like, oh, and yeah, he's winning like the No Limit Hold'em tournament they do every Tuesday at Foxwoods. Like, I'm playing that 40 times a year, and I'm winning like 5 of them a year against fields of like 100, 200
this
people.
Is Hollywood, though. We need the story,
so
right?
They're not mentioning that, or they're like, oh, like if you went around to some of these name pros, a lot of them would recognize me and like, oh yeah, I've played against that guy at Foxwoods, or he's been at the WSOP before, or Atlantic City, and like, yeah, I've played against him. He's actually I don't know who he is. He's pretty good. So they didn't want to mention any of that. So to me, this was still like a comfortable situation, in that I'd played tons of tournaments and tons of heads up, and felt quite comfortable and confident. And the funny thing is, David and I hardly were in the same pot all day long. And we had never been at the same table until they went down to the 10-handed unofficial final table. So I really didn't know his game at all. I knew as little about him as I could, basically, at that point.
Sure.
But, I mean, really, our heads up was pretty much, it was pretty blah in a sense. We played 6 hands where no one won more than, like, 2 big blinds. And then we played the final hand.
Hey, call Anthony. Go get that from Anthony.
So I think there was one flop in the first 6 hands. I think he raised pre-flop, and I defended with like Queen Jack, and it came Ace High or King High, and I folded to his bed. And the other hands were someone did a raise and take it, or someone folded their button. So just no significance at all.
The final hand was pocket
eights.
for
the
you,
final hand,
right?
I have pocket 8s, and I defend. Instead of 3-betting, I chose to just call because we were still so deep. I mean, we had 50 and 100,000 blinds with almost 26 million chips. So we've got 260 blinds, and I have like, 160, 170, and I had like 170 to his 90 or something like that. So we were so deep, I decided to just flat with the middle pair because I thought if I hit a set, maybe I can get it all. And then I check raised him on the deuce 4-5 flop. And I led the 2 turn, and then another deuce on the river, and I went all in, and he called so fast I thought I must have been beat.
But you weren't beat?
I wasn't beat. He had ace-4 for deuces full of 4s.
And Greg goes on to be the World Series of Poker main event champion. Dom, and he celebrated. He partied really hard. They went up to their hotel room, Greg and his wife, and they watched the local news.
Oh, it was my wife, my daughter, her sister, and my dad.
Yeah.
So we sat on the chair and bed in my hotel room at Binion's, flipped the channels because the TV at Binion's was so old it was the kind where you turned the little hand crank. So we were literally cranking between the 3 like major network evening news because the whole table finished in time for the evening news at 11, and we wanted to see the coverage. So it's like we're click, back and forth. Like, oh, here it is. We watched it. It was like click over to one of the others. Oh, here it is again. Click to the third. Oh, we missed it. And then everyone went back to their separate hotel rooms, and we all went to sleep.
Well, and again, the partying situation I think would be a little bit more different if the guest list wasn't his wife, his daughter, and his parents, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If it's your fraternity brother, your golfing buddy, and your business partner, it might have been a different situation.
Right, your lawyer.
Well, and plus, as James knows, I mean, I'm allergic to alcohol. So,
right, he's allergic to alcohol, this guy.
And I've never used any of the illegal drugs, so...
Yeah.
I mean, when people talk about partying, anything I would do that would be partying would not fit their description of partying.
Right, yeah, exactly. Well, congratulations. I know that's something you probably think about, probably a week doesn't go by where it's just a great memory for you and for your family and just a huge score. And to be a part of just the history of the World Series of Poker.
That's great.
You're a World Series of Poker main event champion. It's awesome. It's awesome. Maybe Dom, if you keep practicing.
I'm happy. I'm grateful.
I should call on the
I
dark.
need to work
and
on my
then you don't
bankroll,
know.
seriously.
But I mean, if someone said they want to trade places with me, it's not for the after party.
All right, the action continues. Sorry we didn't call a lot of poker there. And I want to thank everybody on the live stream. I've had some great comments here, and everybody's been pretty nice. Ace full of eights. How much poker do I play? Honestly, not a whole lot anymore. I got into this poker tour 8 years ago and been working with them ever since and just kind of hung around, basically. I've been hanging around like an alley cat, but love the players on the HPT, love the staff, and for me, this job has never gotten old. But to answer your question, I don't play enough. Turn card now is the 8 of diamonds.
Well, you were hired for your voice and your TV experience and all that.
Production skills. That's
yeah. You weren't hired for your poker knowledge.
Nope, I was
that wasn't
more
part of
a,
the
nope,
interview.
It sure wasn't.
180.
Love poker. Love the game. Love playing. My favorite game is Big O. I like to play on Tuesday nights with the guys back home. And
they play Big O here all the time.
They do play Big O here, and I heard you and Ken. I think we're playing.
We played.
You got a royal flush. What the
we were playing 2040 limit hold'em the other night, Friday night. But yesterday I played some Big O and I made a royal. First royal in 26 years of playing poker.
Hardcore just asked me, Hardcore 1130, what is a 3B on margin? He's heard it used more than once in this broadcast. Keep up the good work.
A what on margin?
What is a 3B on margin?
3-bet on margin.
Well, yeah, 3B would either be a 3-bet or maybe someone meant to say 3 big blinds, but I don't know what he mean. The on margin part, I don't know what he's referring to.
Maybe he meant margarine. The 3-bet was on margarine. No?
It could be on margin.
Or maybe it was supposed to be Mary.
Well, the kids like to say on fleek, and on my radio show I had to have somebody call in and explain to me what on fleek means, so I'm going to start using
I've never heard it.
Well, talk to your daughter. Sophie probably knows how to use on fleek, I'm guessing. So you text
on
her.
Fleek?
On fleek. Like, Greg Raymer's poker play is really on fleek this afternoon.
And is that an insult
No,
or
it's
a compliment?
Good thing. It's a good thing. I wasn't sure either. I had to ask a millennial myself.
Thomas called Jeff's raise pre-flop here.
Depends. I mean, my daughter's like, the theater geek, That's her crowd. I don't know if they use on fleek or not in that group.
10 deuce, 9 deuces the board, and we've been checked all the way to the river now.
River card now is the queen of clubs.
Yeah, fairly wet. I mean, a couple of straight draws got there. It's an over.
260.
But the flush missed.
That is 260,000.
2/3 of the pot there from Tom.
It's always cool when you're on a flush draw. It's become kind of obvious to your opponent you're on a flush draw. And instead of rivering the flush, you river top pair. And now you can bet that for value, and it looks just totally like a bluff.
Two players haven't really spoke much to each other at this final table.
Jeff's been giving it the pretty business professional.
Well, this is one of the longest tanks we've seen.
Poker player kind of look. Yeah, he's thinking about this one a little bit more than he has most. And he lays it down.
These guys, Dom, they're so close. I talked to Johnny K, who exited us in fourth place, third place, third place, and he says, "Man, I was so close to second. I could feel it. He really wanted that second place money, I think. Which, you talk about the bump from third to second, 49,000 to 25K. By the way, Eric from Vegas, a lot of help from him today. On fleek equals on point or very sharply done. On fleek.
How do you spell fleek?
Fleek is spelled F-L-E-E-K.
Just like it sounds, I guess.
Yeah. So when you're having a good day, I want you to text your daughter in the next week or so and say, I'm really on fleek, honey. Things are going well. I'm on fleek.
What was wrong with on point? Why do we need on fleek?
Well, because millennials. Well, I blame it on
I mean, when you were in high school, didn't you guys come up with new sayings for everything?
I ignored most of the new sayings. I wasn't cool enough in high school.
Well, that's you. That's you.
If that's his wife, he's not here, by the way.
No, that's actually, speaking of being in school back in the day, that was my college roommate.
Oh, wow. He's on fleek.
That is his wife, because the lady down the street is Mrs. Fleek, and he's like, "What do you mean you're on fleek? How dare you?
Oh.
You rat bastard." I love that phrase too. I never heard anyone use that phrase until I moved to New England.
Oh yeah,
when I was living in Connecticut, it's like, and then I'd hear that rat bastard.
Wasn't that a Johnny Dangerously movie? Didn't that come from that, or maybe that's not that? But
I don't know. I'd never heard the phrase, and then it's something you'd hear all the time, and it's one of those things too. Like if I say it to you like that with a laugh, in my voice and a smile,
You rat
then it's like, you rat
bastard.
bastard, you know, like, hey, you know, we're buddies, you know. But if I change the tone of voice a little bit, I'm essentially saying, like, let's go outside and settle this like
Right,
men.
right.
So it's all about, you know, how you say it.
Now, App Putster says Fleek means nice, smooth, but it's been around since 2003. Well, you guys know I'm from the Midwest, so you know
Well,
we're lucky to have
I'm
running
52.
water.
I mean, someone that's been around since 2003 is considered new to me.
Right, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Mold.
We got people on social media who don't know the 3 correct spellings of there.
I know, right. Yeah,
Worried
right.
about the latest
Yeah.
slang terminology
Exactly.
anymore.
All right, so let's go ahead, guys, and take a look at chip stacks here. Now, all of a sudden, it's about 6.5.
We're basically back to where we started from almost.
Pretty much,
I mean,
yeah.
It was 6.2 to 4.5 at the start. And I think that Tom got it back to just about a little bit smaller chip deficit with a couple of big wins there about 25 minutes ago. But now we're pretty much back. We're about 6.5 to 4.3, so not far off of where we started. But Jeff's still in control. Still hasn't really shown a whole lot of cracks in the armor yet for Tom to exploit. And he looks to be ready to do whatever he needs to do here, knowing, I'm sure, that as he did as I did and looked up his fellow competitors here at this final table, knowing Tom isn't a super experienced main event style tournament player, that he would be willing to be patient and grind him down.
So look at this flop, couple of aces and a jack.
Ace, jack after after Tom, I should say, limp called Jeff's raise pre-flop.
Did you kind of think, though, that Jeff might be a little more aggressive in this heads-up match from the start? Not saying he's playing it wrong, but
Right.
I thought he might be a little more aggressive.
Jeff instantly bets and folds, and we're going to have a little bit of a rest break, from what I understand there. About 10 minutes.
5-1-2.
10 minutes. So yeah, we're going
4-2.
Go ahead. We're going to.
I think Jeff's being appropriately aggressive. I mean, he's being much more aggressive than Tom. But if you go too far,
You went to
you're
get me
taking a
one?
chance that your opponent's going to just say, like,
There
okay,
you
you're
go.
just
Maybe,
trying to
yeah.
run me over,
Yeah,
and
you
I'm not going to put up with it anymore. And now he starts playing back with
Oh,
marginal
yeah,
hands.
but I am.
So
You know,
you
I'm
want to
not
be
a
as
wimpy
you want to be as
player, but-
aggressive as you can without
I
tipping
really
him
am, and I'm
into
lucky.
that mindset.
I've played some.
So you
bad
want to
hands.
steal all you can, but you don't want to steal so much that he just says, you know, like, I'm fed up, and that's it.
Oh, early,
So it'd be
but
kind
I
of like the
didn't have a card
idea, you know,
over
like
eight.
if you're the sheriff of
I mean,
Nottingham,
I just really.
if you
Come
tax
back
all the
home from good
peasants
because you were down
to the
way
point
down.
where they're
I
going
was
to
down
die
to
of
1.5.
starvation,
Yeah.
they're going to revolt.
I really, I mean,
You know,
I
but if you
played
tax
pretty
them just,
aggressive.
you know, as much as you can without them, like, being utterly
Yeah, and
hopeless,
the problem is,
then
I
you
get
might get
like
him to put up with it.
Queen 4.
So
you
maybe not a
wouldn't
great
normally,
analogy because
you know,
it makes
I've
the
had
winning poker
King
player look
3
like
of
a
clubs,
total
Queen
jerk.
4, Queen
But
7.
but that's the idea. You want to push as hard as you can without getting him
well,
to
I'm
feel like
trying
he's
to trap
backed up against the wall.
Listen, anytime you
If
can
he's
bring
so
up the sheriff
aggressive,
of
I can trap
Nottingham,
him. I've
it's a
trapped him
good
several
thing.
times. The hands I bet big, I didn't
It's
have
a
anything.
great
I didn't
thing.
have
All right, I'm going to step aside for a bathroom break myself. Are you
I
guys
know,
going to stay
yeah,
and talk?
I-
We'll keep
The hands,
feet
I've
off
won
here
like
for
two.
about
I
7
think
minutes or
3.5.
so. 6:40 is when we're
I
supposed
won
to get
2
cards
big
back in
pots.
the air. So
I
we'll
bet
take about
like
an 8-minute break here,
800,000.
and be right
and,
back on Twitch with the
Oh,
HPT Poker
yeah, probably.
main event final table from Ameristar Casino St. Charles.
You can use
We'll
one of
see you
these,
soon.
maybe. How you doing, Pamela? You want to use this? It's all right. I know you're clapping on the inside.
All right, girls.
Yeah, I already knew. I already knew. All right, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. What do you want to use one of these? You got an iPhone? You got 10? Oh, I ain't got this.
I know you're playing for like 117, but I got 100 saying this thing's bust by 650. Can you make it
I'll tell you
happen?
what I can do. Thanks, buddy.
Maybe I'll take some of that gear with me when I go to Chicago. That's all right with you. For the talent show.
Oh, what happened with that? What did they call you?
Yeah, maybe I got brought up the fact that we got a conference call, and I said, of course, it would be happy to come out and talk. It sounded like she wants to. So, hey. Not enough, LOL. Then I called him out. I said, hey, I'm not going to tell them. I'm just driving.
And then I forgot your other nickname. There's a bottle of water on the table. We need to remove that.
Yes, we do.
It's like that Twilight Zone episode.
A lot of electrical equipment right there, and we could have
literally
literally an explosive final table right now if we don't get that off.
We got to get that bottle of water out.
We are now at
if it isn't leaking now, it isn't going to just start leaking.
You never know. If a tree falls and there's nobody there, does it make a noise? Don't ask Greg Raymer questions like this. We'll be here for another 45 minutes.
You have to share with me your personal definition of noise.
Okay.
We are at 50 and 100,000 blinds now with a 10,000 ante from both our players. And we entered this portion of the heads-up play with exactly 7 million chips on the nose for Jeff Landher, who you see there in the Cardinals attire. His opponent, Tom Morris, has 3,770,000. So just under a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
And speaking of 2-to-1, when you look at the ages, Tom's 73, Greg, or Jeff rather, 32.
No, a little better than 2-to-1 there as well.
There on the age breakdown. Turn card is the deuce of hearts. A lot of folks that are just joining us have asked why we don't have the whole cards. It has to do with Missouri gaming. We'll just leave it at that. But
state gaming regulations do not. So exactly. It's the government's fault. Just like everything else, when the government gets too involved, it ruins all the fun for everybody else.
Exactly. That's what's going on.
The funny thing is, before the poker boom, if you told someone you don't know anything about the players, heads up at the end of a tournament, but one of them was 32 and the other one was 72,
sure, yeah, right.
They would be like, oh, well, the old guy has the edge because he obviously has the experience, he knows what he's doing. And if you said anything like more recently, people would be like, oh, well, the young guy's obviously going to be the better player.
Nah, I don't think
because he's
so.
probably, online pro, turned live pro, blah, blah, blah,
exactly.
So they'll just assume that he's going to be the much better player.
Yeah, Jeff has.
So it's interesting how that has switched.
Yeah, Jeff has 15 cashes over the course of his career, including this is his 4th cash at a main event here in St. Louis over the last 5 years. So turning out for he is from just down the road from this casino, actually about 10 minutes away in St. Peter's. And showing the hometown folks, doing the hometown folks proud. Tom is also a local player, but he only has the older gentleman here, but he has less than $5,000 in career tournament earnings. So this is rarefied air for him, certainly. And I'd say throughout the course of this heads-up match, that experience in terms of playing, not necessarily in terms of living, that Greg just spoke about, has helped Jeff maintain the chip lead that he began this heads-up battle with.
So we are broadcasting live here, twitch.tv on the HPT Poker channel. St. Charles, right outside of St. Louis, Missouri. It's been a beautiful weekend, a little bit of rain though today, but beautiful weather this time of year, and it was great to be back.
One of our favorite stops on the HPT. And another shout out, by the way, to Denise and Pam and the rest of the poker staff here at Ameristar St. Charles, who are always so welcoming and so helpful to those of us who run the event. They really go out of their way to make sure that we have everything that we need in order to be able to do our jobs and make our jobs a lot easier as we run the tournament series here through the course of almost 2 weeks.
Got a question here from Hard Corey 1130. Greg Raymer, do you play much cash or tournaments online anymore?
I haven't played any online poker since Black Friday. So, I liked online poker, but I'm not going to travel outside the U.S. I'm not going to go to Canada or Mexico or whatever and spend a week or two just to grind online poker.
Yeah.
And the smaller sites that you can still get access to
Turkey
in
Club,
the U.S.
half of one.
They don't really offer the games I'm interested in. I didn't really play No Limit Hold'em cash games or PLO cash games online. I played the mixed games and stuff, so I'm playing stud games, Omaha games, draw games. And those sites either don't offer those games or they offer them, but they never go except for the penny stakes.
And you were real active with working with the PPA, trying to regulate poker. I remember we had that big interview, you and I and Tom McAvoy and a few other folks in Michigan. Remember we had that interview, and that was the first time you and I really got to talk about it. But you were working with the folks, the PPA. And you were
I'm on the board of directors there now.
Sure.
So and we had great news today, by the way, if you hadn't seen it on Twitter. Of course, you remember when everything fell apart, one of the sites, where everyone lost all their money with the big scandal, Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet, which were the same ownership. And, everyone, well, not everyone, but almost everyone has gotten their money back who had money on PokerStars, who had money on Full Tilt, at Black Friday. And now it's just been announced that the government is accepting submissions from people to try to get back the money that they had in their account when Ultimate Bet and Absolute Poker went down. So if you had money on one of those two sites that you haven't gotten back, and I don't imagine how you could have gotten it back at this point, you now can file a claim and you might be able to get it back.
I still remember where I was that day when I found out. I was on my way to Gary, Indiana, to our event at Majestic Star, and the owner of the company said, "Hey, take your BlackBerry out when you hang up this call and go log on to PokerStars." And I did, and I didn't.
I was actually about to log on to my PokerStars account on that day, and got home from work and was logging on and didn't get anything. I wondered why, and there came the government seal or whatever from the Treasury Department or whatever it was, and I was like, oh wow, they really did it.
They really did it. And I was driving down Highway 80, Interstate 80 when it happened, and something I'll always remember, just where I was when that happened, and of course, the snowball effect of what happened after that is still affecting us to this day.
Oh yeah. I mean, the government's, cost me tons and tons of money with that move, and when the UIGEA got passed in 2006, that caused difficulties. That's when Party Poker left the U.S. and I was sitting there in the midst of renegotiating after my first contract with PokerStars, and now the owner was like, "Nice try. Yeah, I can't pay you what you're asking. For all I know, I'm going to be leaving the At that point, PokerStars still had thought it was UIGEA was a bad thing. It turned out to be great for them. Yeah. Because Party Poker left America, and so many of the American players came to PokerStars and made them number one.
Yeah, Pacific Poker, what's now 888, also left at the time.
And so it turned out great for him. But he was saying I might have to quit the U.S. market any day now. I can't. You're asking for more money. I can't give you that. So it cost me a ton of money in that negotiation. And then Black Friday, that meant okay, now I can't, represent anyone here from the U.S. So, and then plus I'm a libertarian, so I just think all that kind of stuff is stupid anyways. Government telling adults what to do with their money.
One last question here before we get back to the poker action. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm wearing my libertarian shirt right now.
Less government, more fun.
Less government, more fun.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
You're an adult. Do what you want, as long as you're not directly hurting someone else.
So,
government shouldn't stop you.
A person by the name of Hollywood Montroy says, Greg, and I don't really know the question, or can understand.
Yes,
Greg,
Hollywood.
What was the luckiest hand you played this tournament? So
this tournament?
This tournament. Luckiest.
Oh, this
hand.
one was easy. I mean, it was a cold deck, but I got super lucky when we were, at the end of the day, and they stop the clock, and you play a random number of hands they've picked, and we're in the middle of those random 5 hands that we're going to play, and I'm kind of short stacked, and I look down at Ace King suited.
Monster hand.
And the guy that only has a little bit less than me, he only has 15 big blinds. He re-raises, all the money goes in. He has 2 aces. We're both so short. I'm like, there's no way I was supposed to get away from Ace King, and obviously he's not supposed to get away from aces. And then I flopped a king with 1 spade and turned a spade, river to spade, beat him, and knocked him out of the tournament.
Yeah, I'd say that's the luckiest.
But I say I don't consider that to be oh my God, I was 10-1 underdog and I won. I actually consider those 50-50. Because if you'd given him the ace king of spades and me the aces, all the chips would have gone in and he would have won.
Right.
So in other words, whenever it's a scenario where, given the situation and the cards, you and I were always going to get all the chips. Yeah, we were always going to go all in. Then I'm whoever wins, whether it was the hand leading or the hand that was behind, I consider that 50-50. Right. And, so I don't get mad if you bad beat me or if you cold deck me.
Right. We have significant action here for the first time since we've come back. We have a 3-4 bet all in. It was a raise. First Tom limped. Jeff raised to 330. Tom made the limp 3 bet to 700K, and Jeff has now put Tom to the test for all his chips.
I'm going to fold.
Tom is going to fold. He's going to lay it down.
Show us. He folded face up. I didn't get to see it.
Well, I thought that might be. I thought that might be the hand, guys, but it wasn't meant to be.
Who are you FaceTiming us with there?
Well, I answered the call. 50%. These are the jokers back at the Eagles Club over there in Marion, Iowa. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, I guess.
Don't they know you're kind of working here?
Yeah, you know what? I got to go. A massage. Is that a massage parlor or what is that?
I don't know what the Eagles Club is. I mean, is that
It's like an Elks Club,
Like an Elks
or
Club
yeah,
type
exactly.
thing?
The
Okay.
JCs, you know.
I don't know if that was just the name of the bar or,
Yeah.
you know.
All right,
I mean,
see
I
you
realize
guys.
a place like that that's mostly about hanging out at the bar.
Right, yeah,
but,
exactly.
I mean, I didn't know if it was a public bar or a members bar.
It's a club only.
Okay, we've
So it's like a members bar that does a little bit of charity work to justify their existence.
You got it.
We've
You
now
know.
entered sort of a mini DEFCON level for Tom here. He's down to about 23 big blinds right now, which is still enough to be able to do a few things with, but you don't want to be losing maybe one or two more significant pots.
I mean, I've been down like this and been able to actually grind my way back.
Sure.
But Jeff isn't going to let that happen.
No.
So, I mean, I'm not saying I could do that against Jeff, but against other opponents that I've had in the past heads up where it's like maybe like, oh, we got an all-in and they've won and an all-in and they've won, and I can grind them down one or two blinds at a time still. Jeff isn't going to let that happen, so Tom's going to have to come back, you know, other than like low-risk grinding.
8 to 2 is the
23 is
chips.
not desperate. It's not like he's going to be all in pre-flop if he plays a hand. If he plays a hand, he doesn't have to be all in.
John is check raised all in here on this flop, 7-7 deuce. Around 2 point, I have about 2.05 on my count here.
I mean, you know, he could have a monster. He could just have two clubs, you know, and he's just semi-bluffing. And I mean, if I had two clubs, you know, two overcard clubs, it'd be like, what are the chances that Jeff has a 7 here? And so, unless he has a 7, then that means that he calls me. I still have tons of outs.
And Jeff's been very patient through this heads-up match. Hey, great shot there of our marketing manager, Corey Stewart, getting some great shots for our webpage. And check those out tonight at hptpoker.com. Man, they're getting some good stuff out there. Go.
He's like, what the hell are you doing with the camera on me?
Someone pin that to the top of his Facebook page.
There you go. Hey, Corey,
make a GIF out of that or GIF. And,
Corey books the flights, and Corey distributes the food cards, and Corey decides who rooms with who. So, Kent Sorgi on the camera, I'd be a little careful.
So he's the one I need to talk to about getting that hot blonde I saw at a room with me. Okay.
I didn't hear James mention anything about that.
No.
She doesn't come with the room. She doesn't. Come
probably
with
got 8-3.
She doesn't come with the, airline flight seat.
Well, if you don't ask, every unasked question, the answer is no, right?
It's possible that if you're on United, she might be the cop who will drag you off a plane.
I'm letting you do it. So.
I don't know.
United's got some bad press here the last couple of days.
Well, and you know, I just read
Is it on me?
post from a buddy of mine, and
Yeah,
he
he
was
won.
like taking the opposite view. That like, hey, look at. The guy was told to get off the plane. The police came to tell him to get off the plane, and he's still refusing. Kind of like, hey, dude, you're being a jerk. You're like causing all this trouble for everyone else, because obviously you're not going to get to stay on the plane. So instead of like, you know, saying no, I won't leave, maybe you should get off and then think about your rights and privileges. I mean, because they ended up like taking everyone off that plane, and they all got delayed hours. If he'd cooperated, you know, everyone else wouldn't have been inconvenienced, and he wouldn't have been dragged off the plane.
225.
It's like it's one thing to protest when you're in the right.
I'm not used to knowing how to
protest when you're in
raise.
the wrong.
I
So,
I couldn't figure out.
It could be that if we know all the facts, that maybe this guy was just being a jerk.
And it happens. Hey, guys.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I just want to let everybody know about our next event. It's going to be at the Ameristar East Chicago. It's a 1650 event. It starts on May the 4th. The final table weekend is that of the 13th. The final table, I think, is on the 15th. It's a 21 or older event. And Dom, I don't know if you know this, or maybe it was you that told me. I think it was you that told me. They just the first two events here. $200,000 guarantee.
$200,000 guarantee. We've upped the guarantee. It's been $100K for about the last 4 or 5 stops, but it's a triple starting flight, monster stack. $350 buy-in, and that event, I believe, was the one where we set our second highest attendance record. We had over 1,200 players the last time we were there. It might have been even more than that.
No, I think you're right. I'll get that exact.
But yeah,
well, they've been crushing those 350, 360 buy-in events at East Chicago. I mean, first prize in those events has been like.
Almost as much as this main event.
I mean, it's been in the same ballpark as these as the main event final tables almost, and it's way less money.
Giving away all the secrets.
Speaking of setting records, our event number 1, and this too, Dom, was the largest field
in
ever
Missouri.
in a Missouri poker tournament. We had 971, Greg, in our opening event here. $350 buy-in, 971. Round of applause for the poker that goes on here in
I
St.
have
Louis,
played more
as
3
well as
fives
Chicago.
and
What I like is
6
going to the
fours than I
Chicagoland
ever
area.
would
Those
dream I would.
the
Just
people
out of
like the Dave
desperation.
Good Friends, the Mike Rosses, the Craig Casinos.
You're a people person, James.
I
That's
know,
what you
but I
are.
love seeing these people. It puts a smile on my face when I can see.
And no one comes to Cedar Rapids.
No, they really don't. That's why I travel so much.
So that's why you don't see us there.
I travel 25 weeks a year, but I can't forget about the Massey brothers, and the list goes on and on. When you start talking about Chicago, you could sit here for a good 5 minutes and just talk about the great poker play. Unlike out there where Greg lives, he's kind of the in your city, you're kind of the guy out there. And where are you at,
Now,
South
when I
Carolina?
fold Queen Jack
I'm
face
in
up,
Raleigh, North
you know I'm
Carolina.
getting tight.
It's not that I'm the guy, but there's no poker there.
There's no poker.
There's no public poker
There's just-
room.
there's
And
nothing.
there's obviously there's home games that are going to be illegal.
Yeah.
And all that, but and that's
there's
true
Cherokee,
everywhere.
which is
What's
2
funny
hours
is
from
even
everything.
places like Vegas and stuff. There's like illegal home games.
Sure.
You know, but well, I mean, by the time I could drive to Cherokee, I could basically drive to like all 3 of the poker rooms up in Maryland.
Pretty much, yeah.
You know, and another hour or 2 further, I could go south and make it to Best Bet or something. And if they don't have a circuit event going on, then Cherokee, I don't think has much happening in the poker room.
Unlucky Ducky 82 says, James, after 2 consecutive stops here in St. Louis with the opening event having a prize pool of over $250,000, why not up the guarantee when you return in November, make it a $250,000 and you'll get $400K.
That's always a negotiation between the tournament directors.
I play that,
and
but
the
I've been
casino.
playing them, and
I
it
know
doesn't
that
help.
for the last event that we were in Chicago, when we were there in January, because we had like
Okay.
1,100 people the previous event,
Right.
you know, and we crushed $100,000.
course.
That was ridiculously
It's gonna
low
be my
for what
turn
the
in a
prize
minute
pool ended
here.
up being. I think it was over 300.
I just hope I still got chips.
We did so well the last time. Why didn't they up it this time? And Jeremy
Yeah, these
Smith,
chips are getting awful
was our
heavy.
tournament director and our voice here
Getting
at the final
wrist
table,
cramps.
said the casino
Throwing
simply
them.
didn't want to put up that money for the guarantee. Then when we break another record, and we crushed the guarantee by even more. You know, basically, you know, middle of day 2, middle of flight B out of the 3 flights, we were already well over the guarantee. So the casino sees the
200, isn't
consistent
it? So we gotta go,
destruction of the guarantee and say, okay, now we're comfortable in raising it up from 100,000. We'll go 150,000, 200,000, or something like that. We're actually hoping to do a similar thing here in St. Louis next time, because our event 1 guarantee was also similarly beaten on the second out of the 3 flights.
All right, back to the poker action. The flop is 7-4 trade, and through all of our conversations the last 10 minutes, I don't think we've missed anything.
No, it's been raise and take it pretty much. I've been keeping it out of corner of my eye here, and it's still a 4-1 chip lead for Jeff over Tom. And Tom is going to make a significant bet here for him. Actually, $375,000 was about 3/4 of the pot. He usually hasn't gone that high in this heads-up battle, and he takes that one down.
And Snake Eyes, I can either confirm or deny that could happen. I don't know. We might be here for a while, so I'm not going to answer that one on the air, but I see your comment there. Want to thank everybody for watching here. It's James Larson alongside Greg Raymer and Dominic Seibert as we are broadcasting.
Seibert, either one.
Seibert or Seibert, yeah. I have a good friend who's named Dave Seibert. So
there's also
you call me Rames, you should just be calling him Dom.
Dom, I would like to call him Dom. I'm trying to give the official
director of state gaming for poker in the state of Missouri is named Seibert as well.
Okay.
With the exact same spelling. But yeah. But no, we're looking at a little bit of a different scenario because the blinds are so big now at 50 and 100. You're looking at M factors right now of say 16 for Tom and 47 for Jeff, when those numbers were in the 30s and 50s a couple of levels ago. So as the blinds go up, of course, you know, we're going to whittle things down a little bit quicker. And the action is going to move. We had guys deep into the green zone for most of this tournament in terms of number of big blinds. But now Jeff's still very solid, obviously, with 80. But Tom, now in that 25 to 30 range, he's got to watch his step.
But I mean, the good thing too about heads up, it's like, you know, if the short stack has 25 blinds, essentially that's all the big stack has, because that's all he can win in any given hand.
That's
he
true.
can only win or lose 25. So both of them are playing as if, you know, they both have 25. And if Tom wins 2 blinds this hand and has 27, well, then the next hand they're both playing like they have 27. And that is something that some people forget. Like, they're the bigger stack, you know, and it's like, but you still need to play the strategy as if you're the guy with 25. You always
I'm all
want to
in.
time things too. Like if you have an aggressive pre-flop,
Limp shove here from Tom. He Shove limped, on and then the Jeff button. raised to 340,000. Tom
wow,
goes
why such a
9x
big
all in.
raise? 340, like there's 200 plus the annies in the pot. Why raise?
Oh, he lays an ace down here.
Why raise so big?
Pocket sixes for
Ooh.
Tom. That was a
I
risky
wonder if
play.
Jeff wishes he had called now because he probably
yeah.
had 2 overs.
Yeah, I would imagine that he did, and now
He
they
might
more than
not have.
likely.
He might not have, but like if he had ace 7, ace 8, ace 9, is he thinking like, oh, I wish I'd called? Or is he thinking, yeah, I'm glad. I really don't want to flip and double this guy up to we're tied. Then we'll both have half the chips in play, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, because he's been in control. He's had the chip lead throughout this heads up match here, and
you didn't keep
and
the 10. Okay.
as we discussed earlier, the last thing you want to do is
It's a long
give
time between-
someone like Tom the confidence that, hey, I can hang with this guy who I
Short
know
time
is a more
between naps.
experienced player than me when it comes to a tournament
But,
environment.
I mean, the thing I was saying, when he made it 340, I really don't like that number.
I never will
because
get it straight.
Tom has limped the button. He's
Old
done
man
that a
discount.
lot. He's sometimes he's folded when you raise, other times he hasn't. But I think he's probably going to fold for 300, let's say, just as often as 340. And since you've now, obviously, when he shoved, you folded, so you would have saved 40. And every little bit counts, so to speak. So no need to think ahead. In other words, not just what do I want to bet now for this reason, but if the thing I want to happen doesn't happen, how does this bet size influence?
Sure.
What comes after that?
Now the bet size here that he made, it was now he was raising initially. It wasn't a limp call, but he's going to 285. Is that more line
Well,
of
that's
what you
like
were
a little
thinking?
under 3x. I think that's more than I personally like, because I think Tom is going to fold his really crappy hands for 200, 225, pretty almost as often as he would fold for 285. So the question is how many more hands does he fold as you go from 200 to 225 to 250 to 275 to 300? And if the extra hands that he's folding are very few, then make a smaller raise, because you're essentially getting most of the job done from a lot less chips.
295,000 here was the continuation bet here from Jeff, and Tom with the check call, and we've got who do we appreciate on the board right now? 2, 4, 6, and 8, and both players check the turn.
I was wondering where you were going with that. I had to think about it. It's been a long day. I'm a little tired, but now I get it. The river card is the 8 of diamonds, pairing the board with 2 8s on the board now.
Tom jams.
I don't really like that.
I don't like the play. It worked, but it was an insta-fold from Jeff.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really like that shove unless, I guess it depends. I mean, if I feel like if I make any normal size bet, you're going to raise and I can't call with this hand, but I'm really sure you're going to fold if I shove it in, then yeah. But, or if it's just I think you're going to call me no matter what, and I want you to call me, then I might as well go for max value and shove it in. But usually that's more of a desperation play. I feel like if Jeff had some marginal value there, if he had just had the 6 paired,
right.
If he just had the 8s and 6s, I think he might have called that shove, and I think it might have been the winner.
Got another quick question for you, Greg, from Eric from Vegas. Greg, why is it 2.2x raise used by poker pros so often? The 2.2x.
Well, I mean, back in the old days before the poker boom, it was very common for people to do at least 3x, and often 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah, 3 was basically the minimum.
And then, about the time of the poker boom, 3 became kind of the standard. And that was what you saw more often than not. And then some of us were kind of well, wait, what if we do a little less, 50 and 100,000? Instead of 300, what if I make it 275? And then we were hey, look at that. People fold just as often. And when they don't fold, the pot's smaller. I've saved 25 in
Great
case
way
of,
to break that down.
And then it was oh wait, 275 is working, let's try 250.
Right.
And so for a while there, it was truly the min raise is what you saw from most of the pros. It was literally 2x. And then we found that people are they're not folding as much anymore. But we found that if you make it a little more than the minimum, so in this case 225 at these blinds, now the 225 works almost as much as the 250 or the 275 or the 300. So if a guy was going to defend 70% of his hands in the big blind here, heads up, for 300, if you make it 225, he's probably defending, 80%. So it's not a huge change, and you're saving a lot of chips.
Barry GS says, I have a different view, and he's talking about heads up. I prefer to raise a little bigger than my opponent heads up. That way I'm playing slightly bigger pots when I'm in position. Your thoughts?
I mean, he's mentioning an important thing.
I'm glad I'm not
that
the only one.
Position is very important, and you'd rather play bigger pots in position.
And he's saying just slightly, like 2.5 versus 2.25.
Yeah. I mean, so he makes a good point. But again, I mean, most of the times that you raise or bet, you want your opponent to fold. I mean, I'm not just talking heads up, but every hand of poker you ever play. Even if you're someone who very rarely bluffs, frequently when you're betting or raising and you think you have the best hand, it's still not a monster. You know, it's a top pair or things like that. And you're really happy because if the guy folds, you win. If he doesn't fold, well, maybe your hand isn't the best, or he's going to outdraw you. So on a flop like this, 5-6 queen, 2 diamonds, you know, if I had ace queen and I c-bet, I'm perfectly happy for you to fold because now I win, I'm not behind, I'm not beat, and you don't catch a card like this and make a hand that beats me. So you didn't, you know, oh, 8, and you just made your straight, or if it's a diamond or whatever. So since you usually want them to fold, you'd rather like
650.
get that job done for the minimum. So I think what he writes, what he asks is correct, but I think like that's a good reason to bet more, but then there's other good reasons to bet less, and I think every reason put together still adds up to betting less is preferable as long as it's enough to get people to fold.
This got very interesting here. We had a limped pot and a checked flop and then a bet and a raise from Jeff. It was actually a 300,000 bet by Jeff on the turn. Tom made it 650 and Jeff called. And with the gut shot, making another, or the second gut shot, I should say, filling in on the river, Jeff has checked to Tom, and he has bet 425,000 here, pushing the total of this pot near 2 million.
Yeah, near 2 million chips.
And Jeff makes the call.
And he's going to make the call.
I mean, Jack 8, 2 pair.
Runner, 2 pair for Tom.
I guess Jeff had a queen or something.
3 of hearts.
Queen, 3 of hearts. He had the pair, the flush draw on the turn, and a huge pot goes to Tom.
No one would have given Jeff grief for like 3-betting the turn.
Certainly not.
It's like, I got top pair, and if that's no good, I got a flush draw that can save me.
Boy, the momentum, Dom, has really changed.
It has.
Here.
He
really
over the course about the last half dozen hands or so, we're now in a situation where we've basically gone. Well, we're certainly the closest we've ever been. It's about 50-50. I've got 5.3 to 5.3.
Unbelievable.
Chips are separated now by less than I'd say 50,000. And again, this is an unofficial count that I'm going on here, but this has certainly been an impressive comeback here by Tom, who has been trailing for the entirety of this heads-up battle.
I mean, it's always. I mean, I'm not putting down Tom's play, but you know, when you hit runner,
oh,
and you have to hit runner to win.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you know, he skilled his way on the last pot. But I mean, I'm not saying he's playing bad either.
Yeah.
He played that hand. I mean, it's not like Jeff bet the flop and he called with Jack 8 and no draw.
Yeah, Jack high and no draw.
Yeah, like 5-6 queen. I'm calling you with Jack 8.
Right.
Like, so, you know, for no good reason. You know, like, and now I've turned top or second pair. You know, I mean, so he played the hand fine, but he also got lucky at the same time.
Yeah, it's a pretty bold raise too, with just what was it? That would have been second pair at the time on the turn.
But it's also kind of a, you know, if you're just bluffing, I'm getting you to fold, and you might have a hand with lots of equity, like 2 overcards to my 8. So you might have like a king 9, you know, an ace 10.
And Tom now has officially taken the chip lead for the first time. Wow. At least there's a distinctive enough difference, at least where we can tell, as he 3-bet to 550 pre-flop there. And we are now going to go have one more hand at the 50 and 100,000 blind level, and then things will go up again.
And like you just said, Tom takes the chip lead. If you're just joining us, this is exclusive coverage here of the HPT poker right here from Ameristar St. Charles. James Larson, my name, alongside Greg Raymer and Dominic Siebert, as we're giving you the action. This heads-up match has been going for a couple of hours now. We started play today with 9 at noon Central. It's now 7:13 here in the city of St. Charles, Missouri, and we're trying to crown a champion. And I got a feeling, boys, this isn't going to happen anytime soon.
600.
I'm resigned to the fact now that
600,000 is the re-raise.
wow, and
Again,
just
it's small raise sizing though.
Back to Jeff.
I mean, your opponent put in 280. You're telling him now that it's 320 more to call. You can't really expect him to fold, especially in position.
All in from Jeff.
and look
And
at
Tom
this.
calls.
All right,
Just as I said, we're going to be here for a while.
Of hearts. Tom shows pocket 7.
That's,
classic as they can get, right?
that's a little surprising from Tom for me.
A little
He just
bit,
takes
yeah.
the chip lead, and with a middle pair, he decides he's
I'll
going to
take 4
flip.
spades.
Well, guys,
Wait,
this
Tom
is
has
it.
the 7s or
Tom
Jeff
has the
Tom
7s.
has the 7s. Tom is in the lead up against the
Well,
two big overcards.
it's not so much that he's all in, but that he called all in a spot where he's probably flipping or, I mean, you don't expect Jeff to have an underpair very often.
No.
Or anything like that. So it's like he's flipping at best most of the time.
Okay, guys, it all comes down to this.
The truth is, like, if you have an opponent and you can avoid your ego and say, I think this guy's better than me, you should be happy to flip.
That's a fair
for all
way
the
to
chips.
Well, that's what I was thinking, Greg. That's what I was thinking.
And I'm not saying Tom's playing well.
Yeah.
Jeff is playing well. I would right now give the skill edge to Jeff, but I haven't seen all the cards. If we had the RFID going in the whole cards, I might have a completely different opinion of this whole match.
Equal all in.
But with the cards we've seen, I think Jeff has probably got a little more skill, a little more experience.
I agree,
heads up.
and I think.
But that doesn't mean that's why Tom called or anything like that. But
And both players, by the way,
This is
guys,
for the
really
tournament,
played
huh?
a great
We got it.
heads-up match. Tom
Wait,
and Jeff,
5.7 to
very
5.6.
patient, and
Million, yeah.
this has been fun to watch. And
Something like
unfortunately
that.
for us, this probably will be the last hand, give or take a few chips.
Well, even then, I mean, regardless of who wins, either Tom's going to win this and we're going to be done.
They might fall ace
or
under
Jeff's
kings.
going to win this and Tom's going to be completely crippled. It's going to be like a 10 or a 12 to 1 chip difference, and we're going to be going, all in for
Are you
the
kidding?
next 10 to 20 minutes.
We're here at midnight. I'm blaming you there.
I might not have gone all in if I had known.
Greg, can the 7s hold up against the two big overcards? I know when I'm in this situation.
of course they can.
I know they can.
I mean, come on.
What's that?
And the 7s can win
Oh,
if we,
I don't know.
if we
I
give
just
him
thought a
credit
little
for
bit.
flopping 3 aces.
He didn't go
already.
all in. I wouldn't
It's
have
just, it's just then a lot less likely. But he's the favorite.
I didn't
His
realize
7s
that
are
was
ahead.
A
you know.
true flip,
I don't have to-
52-48.
I don't have to play.
Percentage points of an advantage here.
Well, I know, but I'm
You know,
playing
let's
the
have an
flip for the
exciting
tournament.
flop,
That's not
like
smart.
like Jack 10 of Hearts.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go to that flop. This is what we've all been waiting for. The flop is 6-4 deuce.
Outstanding flop for Tom.
Absolutely.
We want the 3
said I'd take 4
of
spades.
heart. No, that's no good, is it? Yeah, 3 of hearts.
3 of hearts
'cause
would
then,
be all right.
No, because of 5.
Turn card is a 4 of
Turn
diamonds.
cards
Four
are
of
4 of
diamonds.
diamonds.
No more flush draws. It's only an ace or a king now for
That's
Jeff to
it.
stay alive in this
Can you
tournament.
guys believe what we're about to see?
This is, I mean, it's a surprise.
Yeah, it's a huge surprise, but it's not over yet. We go to the river card.
The river card is the
It's the 8 of clubs. And I don't
Tom
believe it. I don't believe it.
is your HPT St. Charles main event champion, a local $375 qualifier
$375.
with less than $5,000 in career live tournament earnings. Has come in.
Boy,
He
talk
came in.
about
He did come in as the chip leader to this
thunder.
final
Like
table,
12 minutes, I
but
went
he
from
is now in a
shots to 3
stunning
million.
heads-up
Hang on.
turnaround,
Hang on right here.
taking this first place prize of over
I gotta go get an interview.
$117,000. Kevin,
Wow.
go over there and talk to this man who has got to be completely overjoyed and been
I'm
probably a
so
little
happy
bit,
for him, too,
probably a
because-
little bit in shock as to what's just happened,
thank
given
you,
how
sir. Yeah.
grinding, Greg, this heads-up battle was,
Yeah.
and how all of a sudden, boom, it's just over on a coin flip.
Well, I feel great for him because, I mean, the truth is, like I said, Jeff played really, really well. And I have no doubt that Jeff is going to be back in these situations many more times, and he's going to win a bunch of these, as his career continues playing poker. And obviously, that's less likely for Tom. Even with this win,
Yeah.
I doubt we're going to
Second
see
day
him
it
out
was
there
third.
playing, traveling around the circuit, playing tons of tournaments. Most
big roll.
guys who are more settled,
ready back
and retired
there?
and stuff,
All
don't
right,
start
ladies and
traveling
gentlemen,
around.
Go
do me
to
a
Durant,
favor,
Vegas,
big round of
and
applause
Cherokee,
for our
and all
newest
that.
I mean,
HPT
they're
champion,
not
Tom Morris,
he might come
everybody.
up to Chicago next month.
Now, Tom, you
Let's
came
hear
to the
from James
table
right
as
now.
the chip leader, okay? Congratulations there. You make it down to heads up. You're a huge dog. Talk about how you hung in there and came back to win this thing.
Well, there's no secret. You kind of got to get lucky. I had a few good hands that enabled me to re-raise him and build up my stack a little bit. So it's just patience, like everybody, patience and good cards in the end.
I got to admit, I didn't think you were going to be able to overcome the deficit, but you did. Did you maintain positivity the entire way through?
Well, I mean, you come this far. For me, it didn't matter. I was happy. I was a winner no matter what. So I was pretty calm, I think. Yeah, I played my normal game and folded and occasionally pushed a few hands that took the pots. So it was just, patience. That's all it is. And, I had a couple times I could have gone all in and lost, but I'm happy to be here.
Happy to be here indeed, and you're going home with a nice little payday. What are your plans for all that cash, almost $118,000?
Buy houses.
Buy houses.
Yeah, I buy rental property.
Okay. Anything you want to say about your competitor? He's standing over there. He played well. Anything you want to say to Jeff?
Well, he, like all of us, we played really well to get here, and he just had a little bad luck. That's all it was. In the end, 50-50. Either one of us could have won the tournament, and it's just a question of what happens,
You've shocked us all, and to sum this whole thing up, as far as your return on your investment, why don't you remind everybody at home how much money you have invested into this event?
Well, this event was $375. So,
wow.
Yeah, that's pretty good for this year. One year I had 3 tickets and
okay.
didn't even make it to the final table. So
we don't need to hear about that.
I didn't even make it to the second day. So, it's really it's good to come through.
Dreams can come true right here in the HPT. You too can get in on a satellite qualifier for as low as $375, just like Tom did. Give him a big round of applause again. Our newest HPT champion going home with the cash, the title, and the bragging rights, guys.
Thank you, James.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's
you're like the New England.
Pretty unbelievable story for Mr. Tom Morse, who, as we said, comes into one of our satellite qualifiers and is able to win the main event title here at HPT here at Ameristar Casino St. Charles. And you get in a situation. I'm curious. I would love to talk to Jeff and see, because he had been so consistently ahead, Greg, throughout that heads-up match. He finally got behind. And granted, Ace-King suited obviously is an extraordinary hand, but do you really want to, you finally get behind, do you want to grind back up and try and regain that lead that you had, or do you just want to start flipping here and see if you can put him away in one shot?
Well, it's just that it's not like he was guaranteed to be flipping. When he was shoving the ace-king, it was enough chips that he can get this guy to fold.
Sure.
And some of the hands he might call with would have to include like ace-queen or ace-jack or something where he would have been a big favorite. You have an ace, you have a king. The chances your opponent has ace-ace or king-king are so low at that point that it's kind of like it's so unlikely that this is going to be a disaster. And so and some players are going to fold hands like pocket sevens and smaller pairs. So then you're winning that pot now. And the other reason too is that if he just calls the last raise that Tom had made, what is he doing all the flops where he doesn't hit a pair? Now he's in that real, so now he doesn't hit the flop. Like the flop we saw, three small cards.
Right.
And he hasn't flopped a flush draw or anything. And now if Tom continues, well, what if he has ace-queen or ace-jack? And now you're an even bigger favorite, and he's going to get you to fold.
Right.
So you can be in such a tough spot that it can almost be safer to shove than it is to call. And if you're going to fold ace-king, it's like, well, I mean, if you're going to fold ace-king just because now this guy 3-bet you or whatever, like, well, what are you going to ever play for a 3-bet?
Right.
So, I mean, he's in a spot where none of the choices are really awesome. But I think shoving is certainly, one of the better choices. And if you're just going to call there, it had better be that you have just an amazing read on this guy, and you'll know whether he likes the flop or not.
Well, we thank everybody here who was a part of our HPT broadcast this afternoon and evening. Of course, Ken and James
We'll wrap out there.
started with us earlier, and all of us are going to go wrap out there. Okay,
So
we'll go ahead and
we won't
get
be
back
chatting
on
you
there.
for a
Want to put
minute
us
or
on the main set here. So
We'll go out to the main
those
floor
of you
and we'll be
watching
back.
on Twitch TV, we'll be back here in just a moment.
All right, we're going to get a final wrap out here, a final couple of words, and want to thank Jeremy Smith, our tournament director. And wow, Jer, what'd you think of the poker play today?
It was great. It's a tough final table coming in. A lot of good players. A lot of ups and downs, a lot of money on the line too. So hopefully we'll see a lot of those players at future HPT events.
And speaking of that future event, our next event right around the corner, East Chicago. All the information is right on this webpage right here, hptpoker.com. And I'll bring in my commentators here. Give a big round of applause to Dominic Siebert here, as well as Greg Fosselman Raymer. And it's been a long day. We've seen a lot of great poker, but guys, I want each of you to sum up what we saw heads up here tonight and talk about the comeback.
Well, the whole final table as well. So many extraordinary stories that we had here. Ameristar just coming in here and finishing 5th after she made the final table of this event last year. We had Ed Sebesta making his 3rd straight HPT main event final table, an extraordinary accomplishment. And then obviously Tom winning this event, a guy who has less than $5,000 in career tournament earnings like we talked about, and making his first final table and coming through the way he did and staying with his game plan as he talked about in your interview, and grinding through, being at an extraordinary chip deficit at various points during that heads-up battle, and then when it got to be basically even money, winning that coin flip and taking the title home. Tremendous story for him as well.
Great story. Why don't you two flip-flop here? I want to bring in Greg Fosselman Raymer. To me, Tom reminds me a little bit of the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. Halftime, it didn't look so good. I know you probably didn't watch the game, but he made a huge comeback. He hung in there, and he was very patient. What did you think of the play here at tonight's final table?
Well, without seeing the whole cards, you never can be sure. Like when a guy makes a fold, is that a hero fold, or was it I decided to give up on my bluff? You know, it's hard to judge things. But from what we could see, both of the players played really well. We didn't see anything that was obviously like, oh, that's like a really bad decision. Like you really pooched that hand. We didn't see any of that. It's possible we missed it, and when we get the whole cards later, we'll go, ooh, no, that was not good. But everyone seemed to play well. The best hand held up most of the time. I don't remember there being any like big pots where most of the chips had gone in, and then the worst hand got there. So overall, you might say, the only luck was the cards being dealt to begin with, right, as opposed to someone doing something silly and then getting lucky in a big pot.
Yeah. Well, we have our new champion. That is Tom, going home with the cash and the title. I want to thank the entire staff here at the Ameristar St. Charles. Everybody has done such a great job. The dealers, the floor staff, everybody involved. Thanks so much for coming out. Again, our next event will be in East Chicago. All the information is right here on the webpage at hptpoker.com. For our Director of Operations, Ken Lambert, our producer, Kevin Bove, and our Director, Zach Howard, I'm James Larson saying we'll see you next time right here on the HPT.